All right, and probably live, which we'll find out in a minute. Assuming preparing stream loads. And it looks like
I'm
it
gonna hop
did.
in when I get my thing set up. I'll probably just be ready in like 5 minutes. So
All right.
yeah, do your thing.
Well, that's Mello, everybody's Dygoknight guys. Hey, and Kamui, we're joined by Oodie on the Dygoknight guys, doing the Walky Talky stuff. All right. So now that intros are out of the way.
Time for the intro.
We also had Mello to the description because I can add monitor to it. And there we go. All right. Yeah, I should probably like go back and like update the descriptions like every stream that has guests that I just don't do that for. But ignoring that, Kamui, now that we're live, now that we're done testing things before stream, where do we even start? Oh, you know what? Okay,
Wow.
I know the perfect place to start. I don't know if Mel's gonna hear this or not. I don't know if I want him to hear it or not, but it's not that it's bad. It would be funny. So Kamui, I've watched Mello's 2 recent streams because he took like a 2-month break or whatever. He streamed twice recently, and in both streams, he's had like legendary speeches on Boruto TBV Vortex being bad. He's joined the right side.
You gotta...
What?
Well, okay, shoot. I don't know whether it's better to just let him basically regurgitate his own speech, or you should say your paraphrasing of his speech first while he's here, or if you should do it while he's not here, and then pretend we didn't say that, and then have him do it again.
Well, I mean, we're already playing the 50-50 chance that he can actually hear me right now and just is hearing everything that we're saying. But so I think it's funnier to do it this way, and we'll just find out when he's back.
Okay.
So I wanted to like link it to you, but I didn't. So there's also that. Plus, let's be honest. Like,
you showed me that one screenshot of his reaction to the JoJo theory. I'm assuming it's that stream.
Yeah, you know, Chocho the Otsutsuki God theories. That's just as likely as Denki being returning in the manga, you know.
Denki being in the story that he's already in.
Yeah, the same likelihood. Yeah, so, you know, that's a problem. But ignoring that. So yeah, he's gone on like 20 minutes rant. It's incredible. He's like done a full 180. You know, we've converted him to our walkie-talkie religion, you could say, to where he said like Naruto Next Generation, specifically the Kawaki stuff, was better written than anything in Two Blue Vortex, and it's not even close.
He's right.
Exactly. Like
it's
he said,
not even close. I mean, well, hold on. Let's take it even further. Like I said, okay, this technically counts as Kawaki stuff, but specifically, exclusively, only the Code Arc Kawaki stuff. Better than anything to Blue Vortex. The OW arc, it's just the OW arc itself. Better than anything in Two Blue Vortex. Like, I mean, I'll say the biggest downtime of the OW arc is going to be them at the Katasuke's lab, which thematically, I do think they were doing good stuff narratively, but I could totally recognize anyone saying that's the most boring, childish part of the arc. But then it's like, okay, you've got those like 2 chapters, and it's just gonna go neck and neck with some of the higher end to the Vortex stuff. At least it had themes and narrative. You know, the point was it was teaching a lesson, so it had something. And then the Momoshiki arc, every arc. I mean, I hate to say it, but even the prophecy arc is, I'm not going to say in totality is better than anything into Blue Vortex, but the prophecy arc, I think, is probably better than any individual arc of Two Blue Vortex. The only exception might be which I'm curious your thoughts, the Sand Mission arc, which you're basically taking the first half of the prophecy arc versus Konohamaru and Matsuri section of the Sand Mission arc.
That's where it gets hard.
And then you have to compare the end of the prophecy arc versus the rest of the Sand Mission arc.
Well, but even then, Konohamaru versus Matsuri, for as good as it was not only short and should have been a lot more than it was, but even for what it was, which wasn't much, it's not like what we got was perfect either. Even with all the good that we got with it, for as short as it was, it still had a lot of weird flipsy dipsy doopsy doops on it.
And I'll say the build up in the prophecy arc was just blatantly really good. So
yeah, it really was.
I'd say that is just objectively better. And then, well, we know how we feel. Okay. I would, okay, this is a good one. So I know Mello's just jumping right into hearing this, but Mello, what's worse? The assassination of Momoshiki Boruto's characters in TBV Vortex, or the end of the prophecy arc in regards to Boruto and Momoshiki? Which is worse?
Hold on, say that one more time for me. And also, shout out to my chat, audio check, visual check. We just literally went live. Can you guys give me like a topic overview really quickly, and then ask your question again? I got you.
So I'll give the topic overview to save Kamui.
That. But I think it's funnier if we start with as minimal context as possible and then go backtrack.
Okay.
Welcome back to Dygoknight Podcast.
Okay.
It's been a while, hasn't it, for you?
So ask your question again then, with the minimum context.
Well, Oodie, I want you to paraphrase for me, and of course, in typical fashion, escalate how we phrase it.
Okay. So, Mello, do you think it's worse that Ikimoto ruined the Boruto story or ruined the Boruto characters? Which is worse?
You know what? I think I'm getting a lot of the Walky Talky podcast hatred because of my honest opinions about Boruto, at least the last 2 chapters. Let's not get carried away. So, and I'm not gonna walk anything back, but I get it. I'm not trying to be antagonistic to Boruto fans. They're very sensitive, and I'm not saying that it's like a slight or being condescending. They are extremely sensitive about Boruto, in particular the character Boruto. However, we have to be honest here, people. Okay, there's some inconsistencies and some weird stuff going on, but it just depends on how do you feel like he ruined the series? Just out of curiosity. So we're operating from the same playbook.
So first of all, you're right. You're not being antagonistic. We don't want to be antagonistic. Ikimoto, on the other hand, we all know what he's doing. So I don't know why he's trying to disrespect the audience like this, but I think we can all see it. It's pretty prevalent here. So, Kamui, if you want to take it away.
Well, I mean, just to add on to it, he's doing his darndest, dandiest job here to burn the Naruto franchise.
So, okay, so I'll say this. I'm sorry. Please continue.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I said in my previous stream that I think the power scaling with the Chocho stuff is basically cooked. It's basically chopped for Boruto.
Don't worry, we will go over every aspect of this with you later.
This battle shonen.
Yeah, that is a major aspect. And then, you get back to some of the inconsistencies I mentioned earlier. Well, I didn't mention them, but I did mention that they were there. And, I still just haven't been able to address the simple fact that Jura let Boruto live.
Yeah.
I'm glad you are on the same page here. We'll never let it go.
I know some people had some justifications for this, and people seem to always have a justification for this kind of stuff. The justification for Boruto, the recent chapters, especially the Chocho stuff, has been he's so dumb that he forgets to apply chakra on his physical body, so his stats have depleted to such a degree to
I'm
where
glad you're
base
starting
Chocho
there.
can speed blitz him and then blow his head off with a single punch.
This is easy. We can address this for you. So Kamui, do we have this in Boruto topic still, or do we move this?
I have 30 variations of this in Boruto topics.
Do you want to share your screen, or should I?
The question is, which or one do you want me to go to?
Well, do you want to share your screen, or do I?
Depends on how long I'll share my screen for, because I do plan to go start cooking something.
Well, I'll let you do it for now, and when you're done, then I'll share it after.
Wait. What are you cooking?
I was gonna first I'll do probably egg sandwiches, breakfast, dinner, and then later I have some leftover Japanese food, and I'll just I'll make some veggies to go with it.
Perfect for our future guest.
Exactly. Japanese food with the Japanese guest.
Oh, you have a Japanese guest? Very nice.
Salad and boats.
Do they live in Japan?
They do, yeah.
They are
Oh,
Japan.
nice. Oh, okay.
The
well,
official Japan. All right,
not
let me
half
share
bad,
my
not half
screen.
Yo, what's a good versus battle for poll for stream?
Well, okay. A Boruto one or a Naruto one?
I suppose it. I mean, it doesn't matter. I suppose.
Chocho versus
If
Ishiki.
you wanted to.
Who?
Chocho versus Ishiki.
I mean, he's not wrong. Okay, why didn't this work?
Stronger than Shigun. Tough.
Well, she's stronger than people who are stronger than she gets.
I'm like, bro, why did Sarada need Mangekyo if she could just whatever, bro? I don't even know why I'm asking questions anymore, bro.
Yeah,
Is my screen
Chocho.
coming up as an error
Jutsus.
for you guys?
Yeah, we don't see it. Okay, I'll just share my screen to
Okay.
make this easy for you.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not working.
I guess while we're at it, there is also this in hashtag Earth. I thought that Mello would just right there.
Okay, that is okay.
I love that.
That the art on that is, especially Madara, is good.
It actually is. Yeah.
Yeah,
And the Leaf Village in the background. I don't know who made this, where they took it from, or what they did, but this is
Oh,
good.
that's funny.
Yeah.
Yo, what is that? That's tough.
Yeah, exactly. I'll put this in the.
Who? Oh, wait, we
but
gotta
this
get
ain't
that artist on the podcast.
That's funny.
I love to see it. It'd be a good thumbnail, honestly.
Yeah,
that
honestly,
would've been-
yeah, save it.
If it was Sarada, oh man, that'd be my yes. I'd change some profile pics for sure.
No, actually, that's pretty easy. All you have to do is clip out Madara, put in Sarada. You could, or even just clip out the head, and you could just make your own thumbnail with that.
Yeah, do something similar. There's so many ways you could do it.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's AI. There you go.
Yeah.
Make it
Probably.
for you.
I mean, that would explain how somebody could do it really quickly. But
Exactly.
I mean, it'll cost you Lake Michigan, but you know, worth it. So
So this is completely unrelated, but okay. But why does this look so clean? Who did this? Where is this from? Like, I don't know. I've never seen Boruto look this clean before. This is not an
the only
Ikimoto
thing
drawing.
is, his face is very clearly a different art style.
Exactly, bro.
I'll
The
say that. His
eyes,
the eyes is the standout part.
it's
yeah,
so
the eyes
good.
definitely. They're very I was gonna
It
say
almost looks like
feminine, but they're not feminine.
Mhm.
They're just like pretty boyish, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got the pretty.
It kind of
boy
looks
swag going.
similar to the black eyeliner from the QB modes, but not
Yeah.
quite as
I was thinking
thick.
hmm
Yeah.
Same with like the hair. It's a little bit different here.
But yeah, like the hair and the
weird.
jacket outfit, I'd say that's all like super on point. Just the eyes especially just look a little off character design for him.
Yeah.
It's the only that's the
That's
main
funny,
standout
bro.
thing for me. And it does look a little it's not that it is feminine, but I agree. It does kind of it feels like it looks feminine, but I don't think it does. I think it just looks like it's the wrong art style for his face.
Yeah,
It's
even
like,
just like the contour.
What's the word? I always mess this word up. Androgynous. Yeah, I think I got it right.
Androgynous, yeah.
Like you can't tell like female or male. Maybe from this
Yeah.
angle.
I
Sounds
do
like
think
a word
that-
Well,
Cam Cam would know.
But at the same time,
Yeah.
like he's still very masculine. It's just, you know,
It's just the
He's-
eyes, bro. I think it's
it's like the
I think we
Korean.
just
He's on his
Photoshop
like
a different
Korean
pair of
boy
eyes.
band swag.
Oh, you know what? Okay, I know exactly what this reminds me of. Okay, I'm just gonna find this really quick. This reminds me of Naruto Shippuden ending like 3 or 4 or whatever it is. That's Naruto. Let me do Shippuden. It's the one where it's like the like weird chained stuff with like Naruto in prison or whatever. It's the Tenchi Bridge one, so it's probably gonna be here-ish. This is episode. Oh my god, this is so.
Yeah, I was
Like,
gonna-
okay.
Well, I think,
part 4.
okay. Just put and okay.
Yeah,
ND
yeah,
might
this
work.
ending. Naruto and Sasuke's whatever weird fan art they do here has like the same feminine features.
Yeah,
kind.
so, okay. I'm glad you're on the same page, especially Sasuke here, because what I was gonna say is I obviously haven't read the Bleach manga, but I've seen people post images of Bleach, and it does kind of vaguely remind me a little bit of that art style. Like, if you took Ikimoto's model and just gave it a little bit of the Bleach style, which this kind of looks, just based off what the few things I've seen at least, it feels like it's similar.
Yeah, I could see it. This is like basically Ichigo right here in his hollow form or whatever.
I mean, this literally looks like they're trying to draw like Ichigo. He's got the orange hair.
Yeah. This could just be Aizen. There you go.
I was gonna say that might be Aizen.
And even here towards the end.
Oh hell no! Get that abomination off of my screen, bro. What is that?
Go back to that. Okay, that's hilarious. Is that this whole ending? I haven't watched this ending in forever.
Well, this is in the official episodes.
Go back to Sasuke.
Would you believe it if I told you I've never laid eyes on this a day in my life?
I clearly have not paid much attention to it.
Not once in my life have I ever seen this ending, bro.
It's hilarious. Go back to the goth Sasuke Naruto one again.
When that episode
this
0, I clock out, bro. I'm gone.
This looks like if Nagato genuinely wasn't trying to make it be like perfectly Yahiko, but if Nagato made a Sasuke Naruto 6 Paths of Pain, like this is their pain body's appearance.
Wait, how do we get on this topic out of curiosity?
ADHD.
Yeah, it's funny, I was like, my attention span's getting triggered right now. It's like we've been talking about this for a while.
Okay, also what matching with question mark at the bottom?
Yeah. Loki, did I see Kimimaro here? Who is this? Oh, that's Tsunade.
It's Tsunade, okay. But I totally see. Is that Orochimaru? Oh my god, Jiraiya, bro!
Oh my god. Is this like a Sage mode? What's happening here?
Right. That's keeping Loki energy, bro. Dry is such a creep, bro. Like, as time passes, he's such a weirdo, bro.
No, I don't know.
Naruto statement still haunts me to this day, bro.
So apparently in Japan, being perverted just is seen as like a goofy, kind of funny, good sort of quality. Think about it, Mello. You have Mineta from My Hero Academia. Obviously, Master Roshi's the OG. You have Jiraiya. These are all like seen as charming qualities of these characters, or at least they're like written, intended to be. It's kind of weird. I don't know.
I mean, it's definitely weird. It's definitely. I think the human race has like a PDF file problem, but that's a different topic. But it clearly shows up in the media for sure from Japan, and I think that's something we kind of like duck and avoid, but it's definitely there. It's a problem, but you know.
Yeah, like they can't just make him charming or funny or anything.
Just make him stupid.
Exactly.
I mean, my guy is hilarious, and he's not a pervert.
You know what I think? No. Mike Guys he's the perfect example of that, like how to be funny without being like a creep. But like, you know, it's weird, but just because you justify it doesn't make it like justifiable, you know. But you know, it is what it is. I'm not trying to like, you know, come at a whole group of people.
Give Kishimoto his flowers, especially in the anime. I will say, I am cracking up with Jiraiya's being creepy as hell. It does make me laugh.
I think Jiraiya being like a was the lecturer's soul man or whatever they say in Japan. I think him like hitting on like young women is creepy, but like makes sense. The whole him like saying Naruto has a like what kind of body he say like a that was like I don't like that's just strange. Like if he's like hitting on like 20-year-olds, okay, you're a creepy old man. That's funny to a certain degree, I guess, from a certain point of view. But like when you're hitting on like 12-year-olds, like what has he ever hit on Sakura? I don't think so, but
no,
I don't think so. But he did hit on Conan in the weirdest way. He was saying like, "Oh, I need to come back when you turn 18" or whatever he said.
Well, to be fair, no, I don't know. Okay, we'll have to ask Salad and Bullets because I've heard that that's a mistranslation when he says, "Come see me when you turn 18." I heard that's a mistranslation and he says something different. So we're gonna have to ask her what it actually says.
It's a slippery slope. I think it's like expedited because of like the political climate in the West now. Or just in the world, I suppose.
Probably.
Global empire. But yeah, that's probably what it is. It's just, you know.
Well, I do think it is also disingenuous to not acknowledge the like obvious interpretation of both of those instances. So the first one, it's not Jiraiya hitting on Naruto, obviously. First of all, Jiraiya is straight. He's not into guys. Would it make sense? He's saying that Naruto's like a masculine body or like a fit athletic body, I guess. But even besides that, going with like the second example with Conan, he's saying that she will become a beautiful young lady in the future. Not that he's like grooming her or whatever. That's obviously not what's. I mean, outside of Jiraiya's weirdness, I don't think that's what's implied.
Yeah, but I think it's like, just from my opinion, I think it's just a weird thing to say to a young girl in general. Because because basically what you're doing is like you're gathering current information to make an assumption about what she'll be in the future. So like you have to like observe certain things she has now to be able to make that assessment for her future state. And that means you're observing her in a certain light, which is weird to me. But even that, like the whole series is problematic. But I don't even really want to talk about the topic because it's a little uncomfortable. I get it.
Perfect.
But like the whole Naruto
All right.
sexy jutsu thing is super interesting. And I was watching this woman on YouTube make this video, which was really interesting to get a woman's perspective about Naruto, and like the female characters in general. But she mentioned a lot about like how Naruto is about like apparently. And I got the jokes at the time, but I guess like some people take it a little bit more seriously. That it's about like homosexuality or like trans something. Like Naruto wants like he's gay for Sasuke and he's like trans like he's like trans because he turns into a woman. Instead, and then when he turns into men, he doesn't turn into himself as a man, like a sexy man. He turns to other sexy men. And when he chooses to turn himself into like an actual person, he turns himself into a woman, not another sexy man. So it's like it's interesting, but I found her analysis to be rather interesting.
I mean, I understand that interpretation, but I do think it blatantly ignores the obvious, which is what Kishimoto's making this into a joke. He could just have Naruto take off his shirt, but that wouldn't be the sexy jutsu. It's got to be a transformation. That's just why he's being other guys. And then for the girl one, it's meant to be the Naruto girl. It's very clear what he's going for with this joke.
Yeah, it's like the same. It's like the same humor as like Nickelodeon with like iCarly or Drake and Josh or like Victorious, to where they have jokes that sound bad in terms of like humor, in terms of like sexiness or whatever. But I think it's just like, to a certain extent, kids just find certain things funny, like feet. That's why there's so many feet jokes, not because it's meant to be an innuendo or anything. It's just meant to be funny in the same way like farts or boogers are funny to kids.
Interesting. I'm not sure about that. I think a lot of that stuff is like conditioned comedy. Like would a kid naturally arrive at these conclusions if they weren't like put in the material they grew up in and was indoctrinated by? But that's a different topic. That's a whole different topic.
No idea. That's getting into like psychology.
Yeah.
So I've been on one for the last like several months. So my bad. My mind's primed for certain types of topics. But Daemon versus Mamushi. You guys excited for that epic battle?
Well,
okay, I actually have a whole topic about that, but if you want to do the power scaling one, Oodie, I think the claw grind one is probably the best one because a certain something Mello brought up with what other people's arguments are. That one is just very directly addressing it in the easiest way.
Since we're here, I did just want to start with this one really quick, since this will take 2 seconds. We are excited, but you know who's even more excited, Mello? Naruto explained. He's ready for Daemon to unleash his full power against Mamushi. Daemon's full power against him. And if that happens, I'm gonna crash out.
Does he need his full power?
Exactly why I'm gonna be mad.
Well, Chocho didn't even need a single jutsu.
Exactly. Base Chocho.
Can you guys like play devil's advocate? Like, what's the counter position to the Chocho scene?
Well, Mello, you've seen the counter position. It's the Chocho is an Otsutsuki god theory. We saw your reaction to that. I showed your face bomb on stream.
Wait, what? I reacted to something like that? Boy, I must have been on one. I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't remember
Chocho is an Otsutsuki god?
Yeah, the Chocho
she's not
Otsutsuki
an
god
Otsutsuki god. She is.
I have no idea. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, it was
to be
from
fair, though. I think I think I like fell asleep in the middle of that stream. I was so tired.
That's
Like, was
funny.
it towards the end or the middle or?
It's towards the end. Yeah. I can go pull it up.
Yeah, I have no memory of the end of that stream, bro. I just remember putting on a video and just like dozing off for God knows how long. I was tired.
Yeah, you put on like more.
Well, I did.
You know, the guy who's been constantly berating AI in like every video nonstop for the past couple months, but you know, ignoring that.
Yeah, he's just scared. They're all scared.
Yeah. So the question is, Kamui, do you remember where we pulled it up? Because it wasn't that
Chocho is an Otsu's. I mean, I imagine if I was met with that topic, I would just laugh myself to tears.
Well, remember, it's because Koji was staring off into the distance, and it's from the same guy who
thinks
Denki's coming back.
I remember this. I think somebody in my comment section brought it up.
Yeah, it was like chapter 29, page 41, or whatever it was.
Yeah.
First, maybe.
And I wanted to like be fair, and I was like, okay, let me entertain this. And yeah, I remember that now. It was so like.
You agree with it?
I don't even remember what the conclusion was, to be honest. It was one of those things like it wasn't even like it was so like I won't say insignificant because I want to be disrespectful to the commenter, but it was just like in the sea of topics I spoke about in that like 7-hour stream. That one lasted for maybe like a minute or so.
It was worth
few
every
minutes.
second. No, I okay, I found it. Okay, so Mello, this in particular was your reaction to the theory.
Looks accurate.
Yeah. So we got a couple quotes here. If I go here, yeah. So here's your quote, Mello. In fact, you're here. Why don't you go ahead and just regurgitate what you said?
Wait, I said this?
Yeah, word for word.
What a day. My first thought is you're putting on a bit. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I did say this. But you genuinely believe this, huh? Fair enough. I'm glad we could look at this. Understandable. Well, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so,
I was trying to be nice.
So that's you know, the other end of this theory, to where Chocho is an Otsutsuki god. I mean, Kashin Koji's basically confirmed it.
Yeah, you know, that dot was implying a lot, man. You know?
All three of those dots. But okay, getting to actual arguments now, since I know Kamui's just jumping at the heels here. Oh, okay. One more, Kamui. I'm so sorry. This is gonna be the anime version when they get to this scene.
Well, you're not wrong.
I thought this was hilarious. So there you go. Okay.
Sarada says in my chat, you still can't get over Chocho hating Mamushi. Bro, Oodie wanted to do this stream like he came and spoke to me a while ago, and one of the issues I was having was and I think I told you this in text or whatever, but I was like, by the time we do this stream, I probably won't have anything to say. I won't care about the topic anymore because I've already spoken on it. So like when you say like I still haven't gotten over it, I assure you I have never I don't care that much. But I get it. You're baiting. You're trying to rage bait. But
and when Mello said that to me, my response was, "We're the Walky Talky podcast. We'll make it interesting."
Yeah, you did say that. Yeah, that was your response.
we will cover it from every angle.
And what a perfect time to start. So, Kamui, do we start with the drunkenness since we're there?
Yeah, it's already here.
Okay,
it's
perfect,
funny.
Perfect. So, Mello, in case you weren't aware, the way that they're indicating Mamushi's stupidness, or whatever you want to call it, dumbness, whatever you want to call it, is Japanese readers that we've spoken to have confirmed this, by the way. Japanese translators, they've confirmed. They're indicating Mamushi's dumbness by having his dialogue be similar to what a person would say when they're drunk. So in the like raw Japanese, that's what they're doing. Mamushi is using like drunken slurry language, and that's like how they're indicating that he's more dumb now. So we looked this up. So
from two different perspectives.
Before
we share anything,
good away.
Okay, so Mello, if you were to guess, so let's just say we did look this up, but the average IQ is 100. If you were to guess, what do you think the average IQ of a drunk person is? The average is 100 normal. What is their drunk average?
No clue. Not a clue.
Well, if you were to just,
Besides,
take
by the way, I have opinions about IQ as a barometer for intelligence, but that's a different topic. Maybe 60 something around there.
Well, it's
that's a
interesting
huge plummet.
that you would go so low. So what if we told you, Mello, based on Google, it's actually 95.
So you get some more.
Well, no, it goes down from 100 to 95. So you get 5%.
Oh, you're right. You said 100 was the baseline. Okay,
so you get 5% less intelligent. So Mamushi, at 200 clones, is 95%. As the Japanese indication it would have you believe, 95% as intelligent as he was previously. At 200 clones, when 20 to 30 would be the max cutoff point to where he's so dumb and animalistic, he's only operating on instinct by that point.
But Mello, what if we told you it actually gets worse? You see, this is based off the whole world. Ikimoto, I mean, I'm sure we all agree, he's pretty Japanese, right? Born and raised, speaks it, lives it, breathes it. He's Japanese. Mello, do you have any ideas how the IQ of a Japanese person is affected by alcohol?
I know they have a certain kind of culture there. Work culture. So I would say I have no clue because they drink unhealthy for their work culture. So I don't know, like the things I've seen them like slumped over in the street being coddled like children, because apparently their culture coddles them like children when they're drunkards on the street. I don't know how much they took to get like that, but apparently the Japanese can hold their liquor, or at the very least they can drink a lot of it. So
well,
there you go.
I think that's really leading to a conclusion here. So this isn't just speculation. We've confirmed this, not just through Google, but through Japanese natives. So turns out, Japanese people, when they get drunk, their IQ actually increases a couple of points instead.
So Mamushi, at 200 clones, is not dumber. He's smarter.
But Mamushi's not Japanese. He's an alien.
Well, okay.
Ikimoto is Japanese, so from his perspective, drunk people get smarter.
I do have a counter for this, Mello. So
that's just a cultural thing, and I mean, like the drunken thing probably is not cultural, but yeah.
So a counter to this is, in the novels, Naruto has furniture that's described as Japanese furniture, which would only indicate there is a Japan in the Naruto universe.
Isn't there also an anime thing where I forgot what we've gone over this during like a Daigo react or something, but there was something that specifically indicated Japan existing. I don't remember what it was, but we literally saw
Japanese kanji, for God's sake. So I would imagine.
Well, it goes beyond this, because here's something this is even more damning in my opinion. I didn't even think about this. Choji's favorite food is Korean barbecue, implying there's a Korea.
Yeah, that's what.
That's funny, actually. Yeah, no, I like that. But hey, trade, imports, so.
No, yeah.
But my point is, like, no matter what you confirm is in the verse, I know you guys are doing a bit, but it's an alien body, so But hey, continue. Cook.
But it has a human base.
Fair
enough.
The
bug part is getting smarter.
Exactly. Let's go with that. Continue.
Yeah. Plus, it's about the indication of what Ikimoto is doing to indicate that, and he's miserably failing. Mamushi, the guy
that they're smarter.
The guy who went in with no strategy and has only strategized the more clones he's made.
I feel like all of this work, I mean, and this is fantastic work, and you guys know me at this point, those who do. I'm a straight shooter, for better or for worse. Boruto right now does not deserve this much effort. I'm sorry. This is a very simplistic emphasis, series, and it does not warrant this level of depth, to be frank.
Yeah.
But again, I appreciate the fandom. I appreciate you guys. You guys are putting in some work with this. It's work that I can no longer do personally. It's not in me anymore, but I respect it.
Nah, it's like you were saying on your stream. Like, why are people theorizing? You know it's not going to come true. It's never come true. The past, like, 3 years, people have been theorizing. None of those theories ever come true. Why bother?
It's a waste of time. But really though, from a content creator standpoint, I mean, obviously I get it. There's a monetary incentive. But from the fans, it's like, bro, y'all gotta demand more from us. We can't keep giving y'all the same nonsense. Y'all just eat it up.
How many times can we make a Sharingan explained video?
I think that's it.
I mean, I can't say from my own experience. There are other reasons for me not uploading, like a year at this point, or whatever it's been. I don't even know. But I'll do April Fools hopefully. But I have not been uploading for several months now for multiple reasons. But my actual channel. But one thing I can say is when it comes to theory stuff, compare nothing you can theorize on. But I personally don't feel like Boruto TBV Vortex is written in a way that really facilitates as much theory crafting as part 1 did, or as other series I've watched does. I am not like there's definitely things. There's videos I literally have like 99% scripted. I really just need to freaking record it, like, and I can do those theories. But like I had like 30,000 for part 1, several of which I just haven't even gotten to yet. They still apply, just haven't gotten to it yet. For a TBV Vortex only specific stuff, I've got like 5 big ones, and compared to that 100, it's just not really written in that way that really facilitates as much. Unless you're just gonna make a theory that's like, this is gonna happen. You don't have like a thing you're building towards. Versus, I'll give you one example of one that was blatantly in the stories. Why were Sarada and Sumire imbued to omnipotence? Well, first of all, that started in part 1, but ignoring that fact, TBV Vortex was written in a way to where you were going to ask the question, you had things to look at to say this might be the answer. It was building towards that revelation versus whether or not Cho's the Inotsuki god is a theory you can make. But is the story really building towards that conclusion? No, it's not building towards that revelation.
Yeah, I agree. It's like in part 1, I remember having these like grandiose theories. Fair enough, they didn't come true. And then like
some of them probably did, but not all of them.
A few of them came close. But then you come into like part 2, you're like excited and whatnot. Okay. And then they have like, oh, it's the worst possible future. Oh, why did Sarada and Sumire not be affected by omnipotence? And then like the answers are always so goddamn bare bones, standard, lackluster. Every single one of them. The scar on Boruto's face, the Naruto's death, like I can just like the warning from Momo every single time. It's just some mediocre, boring, standard conclusion. It's like, bro, really? You could have did X, Y, and Z. Would have been so fun, so cool, so much development. You just chose the bare bones. And I think the problem that I have, is that I actually made the mistake of looking at other material in like the 2+ months that I've been gone. And then I tried to compare Boruto to them. Not even on purpose, really. It was just like walking away from One Piece to like read the because I saw a Sanjay live stream and I was like, oh, there's a new chapter out. Oh, this is how far out of the loop I am with Boruto. I don't even remember when the chapters come out. I don't even, it's not even in my mind anymore. I had to randomly see a live stream from him like 2 days ago. I'm like, oh, the chapter came out 2 days ago. Let me look this up. And I'm looking it up. I'm coming off of like My Hero Academy deep dive lore for like a month. And then I go into Boruto again. I'm like, what the fuck? This show, in comparison to that show, it's apples and oranges, and I like both apples and oranges. It's night and day. Like My Hero Academy is exponentially superior in every character design, character story arcs, the plot, like just everything, bro. Everything, the power system, from top to bottom. I'm like, the fact that I wasn't covering this series this entire time, or some other series this entire time, I have been wasting my time. Like, I cannot believe how, like, and I've known this, but like I was in it. I had a vested interest in consuming mostly just Boruto stuff because that's where my mind was. Theories, power scaling. I needed to be in that space. Um, but like when I don't like I don't really care that much, I leave that space. I'm like, oh no, this is bad. It's really bad. So like, yeah, you got these lackluster like setups. I mean, you got these great setups, these lackluster conclusions. Just I I'm disappointed is all. And I really like the series. I'm talking about it now, but it's just I want better, and I know that they're not going to come with better because I don't think they can. I don't think Ikimoto has the talent to be like a Horikoshi in terms of his art. I mean,
I
that boy
agree.
ain't touching My Hero's art ever in his fucking soul. He could die, come back, and have several lives and never reach that level of talent. That's facts. It ain't never happening in this lifetime. The writing will never be on that level, and that's just one series, bro. I'm not even talking about other series in comparison to Boruto. So, like, as a Boruto fan, I would urge you to broaden your horizons and go out into the world of fantasy and fiction and sci-fi and anime and cartoons and find more, man. You owe it to yourself to look for more, to strive for more. Because this series, it disrespects you at every level. Merchandise, games, movies, it disrespects you. Damn it, it disrespects you on the TV show aspects. They can't come through with promises about scheduled releases for episodes for events. They like the best thing they can do at Jump Fest is to give you a fucking key visual. Like these people are disrespectful to the fan base. And then you have these loyal fans who get so emotional and they'll sit here and they'll defend these people that they don't even know and never will meet and they don't even care about them. You are a means to an end. You are a dollar bill and a number. You are a statistic to them. That's it. That's all. That's all you'll ever be. We, Oodie, Kamui, me, we are here trying to entertain you. We are here for you. We benefit, sure, but so do you. And then you'll come at us with this heat, with this smoke, like we ain't the ones that's providing for you, holding it down for you this entire time when you go a whole goddamn month without content because they don't care about you. We're the ones that have to come up with these grandiose theories to keep you solidified until the next drop, the next mediocre chapter. So how about you show us some goddamn respect for once and say thank you, okay? Fuck, like honestly, to be honest, how about you say thank you to us? And not just
I
the
love
three of
the
us up
end of
here,
your rant.
but all of us.
Don't you, my Kamui.
But all of us.
It was such a good escalation, bro. But no, but like Loki, though, like you are so okay. There's two things from earlier you said I want to come back to, but you are actually right because I've never been super into the Jump Festa stuff because like when Naruto's coming out weekly, I was not watching Jump Festa or any of that stuff. I don't know what they did, but from what I've seen from previous Boruto Jump Festas compared to now, yeah, you're right. The things that they're doing at it has become increasingly like nothing, more and more just nothing. It's just Ikimoto drew Boruto for the 8,000th time, and that's the only thing that happened versus all the shit they used to do like 5 years ago for these things. Like they're not doing anything. They can't. The freaking 4 Naruto episodes. God knows when that's gonna come out.
Get us started. God help
Never
me.
let that one go.
At the very least, get your main
wrong.
line. They can't even get their main, like, even if you get all the ancillary stuff, like, wrong or incorrect, or just don't do it in general, right? Whatever. It sucks, but whatever. You can't even get the main line story correct. There's still plot holes and inconsistencies and just shit that just makes you question. Like, even if you have a justification for the Chocho scaling, it's like, why would you ever put your main antagonist for this saga in a position to where base Chocho can even look like she can do something like that to him? Like, all of his aura is gone. This whole Daemon fight thing, why would I ever care about that? The whole feats with Sarada, oh, she took out 8 Jigen plus, who cares? Chocho beat him in base. Whatever your justification for that is, it's cooked, it's chopped, it's over. The power scaling is irrelevant. How strong is Kawaki? Who cares? They're gonna push a button and give him a power up. He's not gonna work for it. He's not gonna earn it. There's not gonna be a training arc. There's not going to be any of that. They're going to do some bare bones 8-day time skip where they hint at what they're doing, but show you absolutely fuck all to the point where Chocho and Shikadai can apparently scale to Jigen plus. It don't make sense.
They don't even hint towards Chocho training. Only Inojin.
That's true. And
It don't make no sense. Like they have Koji, a guy who has future powers that he can grant people apparently through in short periods of time. Why don't you make use of that situation? Why doesn't he show himself or bring them there so that they can train? Why don't we have an arc where we can train? Why was this so big of a was Chocho blitzing and punching him out with one punch such a big deal that we had to immediately get to it? Like, I don't understand, bro. Like, it's like they make this anime with like filler from. It's like they make this manga with anime filler in mind. It's like, okay, we could show you them training, but like that's for the anime that we'll never renew, or at least not in the next 20 years. We'll be old and gray before we get anything from this material. You owe it to yourselves to do better. Please, I beg of thee. Okay, do better.
Well, okay, so there's still like I'm sure Oodie has like 30 things that he wants to touch on too, but one of them real quick because like so we all know Mello likes Sarada, right? Mello, he's gonna be the first to admit it. And what did Sarada just do in the last arc? You mentioned it, the word, the M word, Mangekyo. That was a big character defining thing that happened for her character. That she's stronger now because she's now using her Mangekyo, this thing that makes her go blind, all that stuff. And what do they do in this arc? Uses her Mangekyo and she bodies 8 Mabushis or however many it was. Okay, that makes sense. And she should do that. She bodied Ryu, she can probably do it to Mabushi, right? But when you juxtapose it with Chocho, it's the same thing goes for Boruto's Karma, by the way. The reveal, he finally used it for the first time. But when you juxtapose Sarada's monumental character thing, the Mangekyo, she has to use it versus Mamushi. And Chocho can just fight in base. She doesn't even need her butterfly mode, nothing, just base. So now you're like, okay, so Sarada needs her Mangekyo, and Chocho doesn't even need Jutsu.
Boruto needs karma. He was getting pressed.
He's losing. Literally. We'll get to this. He's losing to 2 Mabushis in base, and Chocho is winning.
God, effortlessly.
It's the easiest fight in the series for. And then, just before I forget, something you mentioned earlier was great build-up. I've done this rant before. I think Boruto, on average, even in Two Blue Vortex, tends to do build-up well, especially in part 1. But even in Two Blue Vortex, build-up is not the problem for Boruto. It's consistently the payoff. And I don't always think it's necessarily the conclusion that's the problem, but the execution of that revelation / conclusion. When it comes to like Ada, for example, I generally like the conclusion. I was theorizing on it, and I was right. Of course, I'm going to be biased because I was right on it. But like, I like it narratively. But I don't like the execution because it was the most nothing thing of all time. It's like, ha, yeah, we're friends, moving on. And there was just we didn't sit on the moment. We didn't do anything with the moment. Ada wasn't pushed into having some character defining, no, Sarada or Samurai. Nobody was pushed in anything. Daemon just said, haha, I can beat you, let go of them. And Ada's like, yeah, we must be friends. And then they go hold hands and run in the flowers and daisies or whatever. And it's like, it was the most brushed over thing of all time. This was like the thing when it came to Sarada, Samurai, and Ada. The plot point, the big waiting revelation, and it's just all over and done with in 3 seconds. And you didn't sit on it at all. It's like when Obito's mask came off, they spent like freaking the whole arc on Obito being the guy behind the mask versus this. Imagine if Obito, the mask comes off, oh, it's Obito, and then the next chapter, they never bring up anything about his character ever again. That's basically the equivalent. What are you doing? It's the execution of the payoff, not necessarily the conclusion, but what are you doing with your conclusion?
You know what makes it so odd? I'm sorry, Oodie, please go.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say a similar idea for that, Kamui, would be assuming Shippuden missed the mark in the same kind of way. What I was gonna say is like Tenchi Bridge, Naruto, after 3 years, he's been chasing after Sasuke. He finally comes face to face with him, and he's saying his whole speech, like, oh, I can't save a single friend until I become Hokage, or all the stuff he says. Imagine instead of any of that, he's just like, oh, wow, Sasuke, you're pretty strong. Well, I'll be back when I'm as strong as you are. And then he just leaves. And Sasuke's like, okay, I'll see you then. That's it. That was their 3-year buildup.
What's very clear is that Kishimoto's not writing this series, bro.
Yeah.
Like I can look at the writing. I can look at the writing from Naruto and look at the writing from Boruto. I'm like, bro, this is not the same material. Like maybe he has like some input early on, but like right now today, like this is not the same guy, bro. Either that or he fell off. I don't know what to say.
Well, in
but
Kishimoto's own words, less than 3% of the outline, which is only the outline. So less than 3% of the outline for the story.
Which Ikimoto has made drastic changes to, by the way.
I mean, this dude, he left the material and went to go play around in his Samurai 8 sandbox. So he is done with this universe. Like he man, look, I think the problem is this is an industry where you expect professionals to dwell and they have talent and skill. And this is coming off of an IP like Naruto, right? This is a major IP, especially here in the West. Even bigger than One Piece here in the West, at least historically. I'm not sure about these days. But
no idea.
So there's legacy, there's importance behind this Boruto spinoff. And when I as a fan, and I am a writer in my own way, not a professional by any means, I'm still getting better. But when I as a fan is like, bro, I wouldn't, even I at my level wouldn't write that. I'm like, why did you write it this way? Like, why are you doing it this way? From like a writing standpoint, this doesn't, like, yeah, you can, and you know what? You can even make it make sense. But why would you do it this way? Like, it's just like you have this expectation from people who are supposed to be professionals that they're talented and more talented than you. And so, like, when you look at some inconsistency, you're like, bro, I could do that better. Like, genuinely, I think I could. And I'm being nice when I say think I could. I'm like, yeah, I would have written the Jura and Boruto situation better than that. I 100%.
I'm glad you're bringing that example up because I was going to use that as the example. We've done it on stream, and I think we listed up like 12 variations. We said we're going to use that premise. Instantly, off the top of our heads, came up with, I think it was 12 different ways to do it. And it's like they all were good. There's just the only one that was bad is the one they chose for the actual story.
Yeah, bro, it's like you have this expectation that they're going to be competent because they're professionals and they're talented, supposedly. But then when you don't get met with that competence and that talent, it's like, bro, you get like kind of confused and a little frustrated because you're investing your resources in this material. So like, I don't want to back a loser. Like, I'm trying to back a winner. You're supposed to be a winner. Like, why aren't you winning? Like, I'm confused. And now I'm getting a little irritated because I'm backing a loser now.
It's a 30-point lead. How did you lose?
Exactly. Like, you're LeBron. I know you probably get on that, but you're LeBron James in 2011. Like, you're the guy. How are you averaging 8 points in a finals game? Like, what's going on? So there's a disappointment there that happens. And I think that's really what it is. It's like, I'm not even mad at it. It's just sad, bro. It's like I've invested resources into this. And I'm the type of person, I don't like, oh, I'm invested in, so I guess I gotta keep going. No, that's how people get in gambling addictions, and that's stupid. I don't do that. I'll drop it quickly. I'm 200,000 in the hole. I ain't about to be 200,001 in the hole. I'm done. Right? I'm that type of guy. I like the series and I want it to be better, but I don't actually think it can be because I don't actually think Ikimoto has the talent or the skills to be better. I think he'll gradually improve in his art and maybe, I don't even know how you would, I guess, gradually improve in his writing, but without the actual talent backing the series, it's just, it's coasting off of like the corpse of Naruto and like the prestige and legacy of Naruto. And that's what's really kind of propelling it forward, or like the cool character design of its main character, or the cool superpowers. But like the application, the depth, it's lacking there. It's hollow. Kawaki's hollow. Sarada's victory versus Mamushi is hollow. Just go down the line. It's the Chocho stuff, the Shikadai stuff. I've been holding water for Chocho since part 1. I always say she's Kage level at minimum. She's Kage. Listen, guys, she's Kage level. She go butterfly mode. People like, shut the fuck up. So to me, I'm like, this is a good moment if it was a good moment for the character, but it's not one. Now I gotta talk shit about Chocho for no reason, and it's not even about Chocho. It's about fucking Ikimoto. And at this point, I feel like a jerk for demanding better from a person who can't provide better. So yeah, I'm talking about it, but to be honest, I haven't spoken about Boruto in 2 months. I've made 2 streams about it. This will be the 3rd.
And you're only
after
here
this, I'm
because
likely
we asked you to be for the third. So.
exactly. Yeah. I was invited. So like, I've spoken my piece on this. Trust me. Like, if your idea is like, Mello, you're talking too. Trust me. If you subscribe to my channel for Boruto, you ain't gonna be getting Boruto for quite some time. So whatever you sick of hearing about Boruto from me, trust me, you ain't gotta worry about it for quite some time. That don't mean I'm going away, but I just have other interests that I'm gonna be covering on the channel. So enjoy it instead of the whining and complaining about us being haters. Um, we're actually, at least for me, I can only speak for myself. I'm a fan of the material, and I'm trying to make it better by maybe bringing some realization to it. But I realize now that it's not ever going to be better, not in some grand way, because he can't be. And it's awful for me to keep demanding of a person to walk when they can't. So there you go.
Now that's
real
just
quick, Oodie. I really
you know what,
want you
Kamui?
to
I'm gonna go to the
yours.
bathroom. Have fun, Kamui.
No. This one's gonna be really quick. I want you to just have your 10 minutes straight now. But it's gonna be funny to say, because you especially are gonna laugh at this, Oodie. Well, we're not haters either. In fact, I go as far as to say Oodie and I are the biggest fans of Boruto. We are.
I think with you guys in particular, with me, I'm like direct and blunt with my critiques of it. You all like rage bait and troll with your critiques. I think your critiques are solid, but the way you guys go about doing it is on demon time. And there's a part of me is like, you know what, respect that. I respect the joy in which you cook these Boruto fans, okay? But at the same time, I can see why you guys get the smoke, because you guys be coming for the smoke. I don't come for the smoke like that. I mean, sometimes, but I just be honest, and people just get salty about it, and I'm like very blunt about it. But that's really the difference. I don't think any of us are haters. Well, I know I'm not, but I don't think you guys are haters. I just think you guys your delivery is a little spicy and like comedy coded, and that could rub some people the wrong way. But that's like a them problem. It's not a you problem.
If
So,
you, the thing is, we have two different. I guess you could say two different styles.
wait, your audio changed. What happened? You switched
Is
something
it,
up.
I shouldn't have switched anything. I'm actually in the middle of cooking, but
Hold on. I'm gonna turn you up then.
But anyway, there's like two different ways that we'll do critiques. One is the goofy way you mentioned, which I mean, it's funny. The other is the absolute balls to the wall passionate rant, like what you were doing earlier. And we have a lot of those. And it's like, we do it both ways. And either way, we get the smoke. But that's also, I mean, we invite everyone who hates us to come to the podcast.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Like, if you have a critique or like something you want to say, then just ask to come on Discord. I'll let you on my channel. I'll talk to you live on Discord.
Well,
I ain't
now that hopefully Kamui's got it all out of his system, Kamui.
You left before I could tell you. I was literally just gonna say something funny for you, which is that we're Boruto's biggest fan, and then let you take it away. That's why I was trying to really tell you it's gonna be quick.
Well,
you guys have a guest in here, by the way.
I hope you enjoyed my explosion as I got up and walked out of my room, Kamui.
Well, you guys gonna introduce me to your guest here?
Well, Miss Anne, would you like to say hello?
Hello. I'm sorry, I didn't necessarily mean to put myself on stage. I was just saying hi. But yeah, I have time if you want me here.
Hello, what's up?
Hello.
Did you have an
What were you
opinion?
gonna say, Kamui? Sorry.
Yeah, Kamui can't let someone go 30 seconds without interrupting.
Aren't you gonna tell Mello just how Japanese you are?
Oh my
Oh my
god.
gosh. I'm one of the Boruto fan translators. I also happen to live in Japan. Yeah, things. If you have any Japanese questions, feel free to ask.
Specifically
Awesome.
in Japanese.
Yeah, you can do that as well if you like. Nihongo mo shaberu koto wa dekiru kara.
And that's proof.
There you go. There you go. Proof of concept. I respect it.
Yeah. Well, as I was trying to say, Kamui.
Wait, Oodie.
Wanted you to do it. Your rant.
Oodie.
10 minutes straight.
Yes.
Do you know Japanese? You know how to speak some Japanese, right?
Yeah, I
Say
know
something in
speak.
Japanese.
Boruto.
Hell no. I mean, technically, I guess. Kamui, what about you?
What?
What about you?
Oh, Naruto.
Oh my
Hell
god.
no. Okay, my bad. Oodie, please continue. Please continue. That would
Well,
be good.
yes, I do. I have enough qualification to work in Japan for if that means anything. But there you go. Okay, back to the thing that I was saying. So, moi, beautiful, magnifico, creme de la creme, Mello. Everything you said, you hit the nail on the hammer, and the hammer on the nail, whichever way it goes.
Nail on the coffin, but close enough.
Yes, I agree with all of it, including the crazy parts, which are okay. Crazy was a bad word. The extreme, the extreme parts. I feel like that sounds better.
Definitely kind of crazy, but we can go with that part too.
Yeah, all of the parts. I'll just say all of the parts, especially like My Hero Academia. Like comparing some of the good stuff. Like okay. Here's how I would compare My Hero Academia to Boruto, even going back to sports, the thing that you love. So I played football. Whenever you have like a crazy game, then you get to like the locker room afterwards. It's like you get locker room talk. It's like an after party, especially like if you did good, it was a cool, close, epic game, and you won. It's like a spectacle. And it's almost like you went to a movie theater and you have something to talk about afterwards because you got the experience, and now you're going to talk about all the superficial stuff. So like Chocho being Kage level, that's not the story. That wasn't the story of part 1. That's not the story of Naruto being Kage level or the power scaling or anything. But Naruto delivered on its actual experience to where that superficial stuff has meaning. So it matters when you talk about it. But if you take away the actual experience of the story, the thing that actually matters, all you're left with is the superficial stuff. And Chocho being Kage level or not loses all meaning. People don't care, but that's all you're left with to discuss. It's the locker room, but it's like you lost the game. So there's nothing, it's like, yeah, it's there, but why even bother talking about it? But you compare that to like My Hero Academia, and just the art, just on a base level, just in general, it's just better than Boruto at like all times. But then you get to like the exceptional level, which is what I'm talking about. The spectacle of like the sports game or the movie when it does really well, then you want to talk about it afterwards. It has like some of the most peak art of all time. And it's like top like 10% of when it's trying to be what it's trying to be, which is peak. It knows when to do it. And Ikimoto just can't do that, it seems like, unfortunately. But that's just the art. You get to the story, it's the same thing. I'm not going to pretend like I don't have my own problems with My Hero Academia in terms of like criticisms when it's warranted, as well as I do think in some parts it's a pretty simple story, but in other parts it's extremely complex. Like the world building is S-class. Kamui hasn't seen My Hero Academia. He's going to start it pretty soon. I've seen the whole thing. But like there's things that are actually meaningful and have like real world values to it, such as, again, the world building, the heteromorphs, all that. You compare that to Boruto, it feels so hollow in comparison. It's not just lacking it as a story, it's lacking in terms of any kind of lesson or anything you could really take away from it to bring back into your real life. And that's also really important for a story to do. So you lack that in terms of communication or anything to make content on. You have crazy stuff like Lady Nagant in My Hero Academia. That's something you can talk about. You compare that to Boruto, people, okay, all of part 1, you're a content creator, you know how discouraging it was when everyone's saying just wait till it gets to the time skip, that's when it's going to get good. Through all of Boruto part 1 for years they were saying just wait till it gets to time skip. We get to the time skip. Exactly. We get to the time skip. All people are talking about for like 2 to 3 months is Sarada's outfit. That's all we had to talk about. That was the peak of talking about it. It's the most superficial thing of all time. But that's all that we had. That was the most scrappest of scraps we were left with. The smallest of morsels. But it's all we had to cling to with our bare life, clutching onto it with our bare hands as much as possible. It's all we had. Like, nobody's doing that with My Hero Academia. We're not talking about, oh, Chaco's outfit. Oh, her uniform. No, nobody cares because there's actually important things to talk about. So you wouldn't even give, like, a second thought to the outfits of the character. You wouldn't give the time of day to these superficial things it's all you have in Boruto. It's ridiculous. So it's crazy comparing the difference between, like you're saying, night and day between My Hero Academia and Boruto, considering how much better Horikoshi is at telling his story than Ikimoto has been. One thing I will say, which is very interesting, and Miss And, if you want to get into this some more, apparently there was a 4chan post that is theorized to be posted by Ikimoto anonymously, but it's theorized to be by Ikimoto. It's someone who worked, provably someone who worked with a like highly respected, very like world-class popular mangaka back in the day, and they wanted to leave to do their own thing, and the mangaka said, no, I want you to stick around, and so they like paid him more, and so he did. But that person is speculated to have been Ikimoto, who wanted to leave Naruto to go do his own story. And lo and behold, you get to Two Blue Vortex. This has only confirmed everything I've ever said. Ikimoto is telling his own story. It's just unfortunately set in the Naruto universe where it doesn't belong. But Miss Sand, if you want to take it away.
I guess... So, this isn't necessarily about the post, but I was just going to say, I think Boruto is a lot more heavy into the psychological stuff and, like, relationship stuff, which a lot of shonen watchers don't appreciate or get as much, I think. Just because, like, it's structured a lot more like how shoujo is structured.
Yeah.
And from somebody who's a huge fan of shoujo, who's read, like, a ton of really old, especially Ribbon stuff, which is what it's based off after, it's really, really good for me personally, but I get from, like, the power scaling and the whole world building aspect, it is lacking in a lot of ways. So, like, there's the other thing with, like, Sarada's outfit as well. Like, there's a lot of Japanese cultural stuff that nobody really kind of pointed out when the whole talk about Sarada's outfit was going around, and how that ties into, like, rebellion themes and, like, her, all this kind of, like, her haircut and all the things that were, like, structured around that thematic aspect of the Japanese cultural side, which is why I kind of started what I was doing for Boruto, which was going through each chapter and making a blog post about all the Japanese nuance in it. But I think, again, it's structured a lot more like a shoujo, especially with all the drama going on right now between all the girls. Like, that is classic shoujo, like, what's the, like, plot outline or, like, stereotypes, I guess, if that makes sense. But yeah, this post, I'm working as an assistant for a certain popular manga. I guess you Google translated it because it was originally in Japanese.
I hate myself for hating my
This
teacher.
is
like, bro.
crazy. This okay, if this is Ikimoto, this has only reinforced everything I've ever thought about the man.
I think anything in blue is a comment.
No wonder
anything in blue is a
not
comment
taking
from
Kishimoto's advice.
Japanese people.
Well, that doesn't make sense though, because the blue from the below are like, since I was an assistant for a nationally known production that everyone would know if I mentioned it, and for 17 years I worked there. They're at least quoting.
Okay, that's the opposite.
Like,
it was a bitter experience.
there's commentary in between, and it's in a different color. I think there's like it, when you read it in Japanese, I think it makes more sense. But there's somebody commenting on this, and their comments should be in a different color. So
yeah, there's black ones here.
I have the impression that legs are painful.
One of us is, why do you hate me? So is that Kishimoto?
No, it's just them translating the OCR probably translated it wrong because the pronoun thing, there's no pronouns.
Okay, but so, you know our headcanon is going to continue to be it's Kishimoto.
Hey, Ironborn Orphans is my favorite. Well, no, it's not my favorite Gundam, but sorry, it's the Gundam on the far right.
Well, actually, hold on.
Screen there.
Can we confirm this? Did Ikimoto win a major award at 17?
I think he did with Cosmos. He published 2 one-shots.
And he has published one-shots.
There it is.
I couldn't figure out. The biggest thing was, like, about his family, but he keeps all of his private life private, so I couldn't figure out whether that was true or not. But, like, all the timing lines up with Kishimoto, and a lot of the speculations were like, oh, I think this is Ikimoto because he was one of Kishimoto's biggest assistants.
Yeah, and I was on the verge of promising. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, please, it's your turn.
Yeah, I was on the verge of a promising future with the serialization. Then my editor at the time said something to me that would change my destiny. Why don't you train under Mr. Guy and that person until you come up with the name of your serialization? So to me, this does confirm Ikimoto had his own story that he wanted to tell, and he wanted to leave Naruto to go tell it. But then they just paid him more to stay on Naruto because they wanted him at the time. And now he's just stuck.
Sorry. Also, Kishimoto was like, if you leave you need to prepare somebody like to take your place, basically. So you have to go out and look for somebody that's your equivalent or better to take your place. And that was one of the things that Ikimoto was like, that's a pain. There's people lining up at your door. There's like a ton of people that would love to work on this series if this is who this is talking about. Anyway,
if that's the case, why is it even a pain? It's not hard to go find someone if they're lining up at your doors.
Because like, so basically that's Japanese nuance for, if you leave, I'm going to make this difficult for you, basically. Because have you ever heard about like work culture and trying to quit a company and how they make your life absolute heck afterwards?
Yeah.
It's kind of
like what they did to Kodachi.
It's along those lines.
Wait a minute. So is Ikimoto in slave labor and he's sabotaging the series with mid writing? Is that what?
Yes.
Is that what
I mean,
it sounds like.
There's a lot of stuff in here about how thankful he was for everything that supposedly Kishimoto did for him. So like,
I mean, he said he hated him up here.
Well, no, he says he hates himself for like having
more hating him
negative feelings towards his mentor or teacher, his sensei. So it goes on to talk about like how much he got out of the experience, how much it did for his career, how much it did for him as a person, how much it supported him and his wife and his kids and all this other stuff, how much nice things he was able to do because he had this job. And how, but like he also goes on to talk about how tough it was. Like they were waking up, they were getting in the office at like 7 and not leaving until after midnight. He was working really, really hard on like all the production and like going over panels again and again and just like just pouring all of this time into this project, right, for the anime as well, like really heavily involved in the making of that and everything. So it was a huge time commitment and he might have had the chance to make it on his own. So he's like, it's almost like, I'm curious what would have happened if I didn't do this and I did that instead, or if I would have failed, but now I'll never know and it sucks.
Well, what I will say is, I forgot something earlier, but if this is Ikimoto, I think this just proves that you can't trust a damn word they say in the public interviews. This is the real Ikimoto. When Kishimoto's like, they're all like, we're best friends. Oh, we love each other. It's the best writing of all time. They're just saying that for the public. That's not how they feel at all.
Mello,
that's stereotypical Japan, though.
This is going to be your favorite part, Mello. I was also praised as a genius, and with drawing skills beyond those of a newbie, and I was quite confident in my own drawings.
Wait, hold on. That's not a flex. Beyond those of a newbie? I got better drawing skills beyond that of a newbie. It's a newbie.
So another thing about that is there's a lot of people that try to become mangaka that don't have that great of art. Like they can't draw stuff other than like front facing. Like a lot of people's dream in Japan is to be a mangaka, right? And you kind of have to go all out for like whatever you're doing. So Ikimoto was probably praised for his specific style, which if you see in Cosmos, he does have more of a specific kind of like art style thing that he was trying to do. And with Boruto, he just threw that out the window because he didn't throw it all the way out the window, but he threw a lot of it out the window and went for adapting more of like Toriyama's Dragon Ball-esque style with like simple paneling and all that other stuff. But
so,
I mean, there's obviously some like cross-eyed things in Gremlin Himawari that are like just bad in general. But overall, if you compare it to like, I don't know, like Mob Psycho or something like that, as much as I love Mob Psycho, the art is a little bit questionable at times.
But it has that specific style, and when it wants to be good, he intentionally can make it very good.
Exactly.
That being Mob Psycho.
Why doesn't he just do that consistently?
It's because it's the style. Like, have you seen One Punch Man? It's like the same idea.
I mean, I've seen season 1 of the anime, but that's about it.
Yeah, and everyone like loves season 1 specifically of One Punch Man. So it's like the same idea.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. So he's talented, but he doesn't apply the talents to Boruto. Is that what I'm getting?
He's talented within his own art style, but it was so vastly different. He goes on to talk about how Kishimoto was like worlds above everyone else. So like in terms of perspective, he had like a whole art degree, Kishimoto did, but Ikimoto is just like artist as a hobby type thing and worked under Kishimoto. So he picked up on techniques and stuff from when he was working there and really likes Toriyama and all this other stuff. But like Kishimoto is like when it was comparing side by side Oda, Kubo, and Kishimoto drawing, Kishimoto was drawing in pencil first and then he outlined it. Like everybody else was just kind of like drawing as fast as they could, simple, whatever. Kishimoto was like taking his time, and they were like, oh, as expected of somebody with an art degree, he's going about this the proper way and blah blah blah. Like he's like,
I think I understand now.
yeah.
So Ikimoto is a talent, but he's not a top tier talent. So they
Yeah,
got
he's
a
not, like-
lower tier talent to do, which should be
Yes.
a top tier series, and that's why it's coming
Exactly.
off this way, because the expectation is top tier from a lower tier. Okay.
But Kishimoto really wanted it to be him for some reason.
Yeah, someone who is quote unquote inextraordinary in comparison to what we would expect.
So, but we've been talking about his art. What about his writing? Is he
Well-
a top tier talented writer?
I did want to first so to Miss
Oh, okay, my
Ann,
bad.
who was saying that it's like a dream in Japan to become a mangaka. I understand that, but typically when your dream is to do something, you're gonna like work to do it, like you said. So Kishimoto has like a degree in art, so it makes sense that he would become a mangaka. If
Well,
your
see-
skills are just like beyond that of a newbie, I'm not expecting to become a manga. The equivalent would be like in America, it's like most kids' dreams to become a professional NBA player or NFL player. It's one of those like famous like basketball or football sports. But like if you're just not gonna try to be on the high school team or anything, it's like, okay, well you're not gonna be that job. Like you can be your dream. but-
Who's praising him as a genius? Like, what is that relative to?
Kishimoto.
It's considered a
awards he won in high
genius.
school.
I'm sorry?
It's relative to the awards he won in high school. So that's something that most people don't ever achieve, is like getting your one shot serialized or getting your one shot published and having it have any sort of popularity. That's when most mangaka fail and stop. But he got that. So he was like, okay, well, I'm more talented than all these other people who failed, basically, kind of thing.
So he achieved an abnormal feat, and as a result, he was coined a genius as... Okay, I see.
But
So
that's
the
in
standard for
comparison.
genius is pretty low. I got you.
Yeah, it's
Well-
in comparison to people who weren't even in the industry in the first place. It's like if you try out for the football team against people who aren't on the football team, and you compare how you stand against those people instead of those on the football team.
You also
And-
kind
and-
of have to think about the culture surrounding it as well, because becoming a mangaka is like, I'm gonna go for an acting degree or like something like that. In America, where like your parents will shame you, society will shame you, they'll say you're never gonna make it, they'll say like all this stuff to discourage you, and everyone goes for like corporate jobs even if they have talent because they think that they're gonna fail. So it's like the selection pool is still huge because people do it on the side on top of doing regular work, but like because they don't have that time to devote to it as well, it's a whole thing. There's a lot going on.
I think maybe see, I don't want to like turn this into a like talk down about Ikimoto thing, because like I said earlier in the stream, I don't find any like grace or dignity in demanding of a person the thing that they can't do. Like that's messed up. You're setting them up for failure. That's not really what I'm doing here. I'm really more so interested in figuring out who are these people that I'm like putting my resources behind. Like I want to get in the minds of these people. Like it. This is a fantastic bit of information here. I'm glad I know this now because it provides a little bit more clarity about who I'm dealing with. But I think my position is the same. I have my critiques, but there's no need in like talking down about the man. I mean, you can only do what you can do. I am curious about like if you wanted to do this, why didn't you like further your talents and skills so that you could become top tier? I think he's definitely getting better from where I saw him at the beginning of the Boruto manga. I could say that for certain. So I can definitely see an improvement, but I wouldn't. But if this is like, I don't know, man. It's just.
I mean, honestly,
It is what it is.
because I haven't read, I don't even know how to read the Cosmos manga, but I've seen a couple panels of it, and I've seen early Boruto manga, or I've looked through all of it.
Can you show
I
some
don't
panels
think
if you can?
Ikimoto is inherently a bad artist. It's just a lot. Well, it's okay. There's two things. I'm gonna use Harry Potter Sasuke as an example. Not necessarily bad art. it just isn't Sasuke. It's the wrong model.
Did you say
A lot
Harry
of his
Potter?
Harry Potter Sasuke, yeah.
What is that?
It looks like
the-
Snape or whatever.
It's the first couple
Oh,
chapters of
okay.
Naruto Next Generations. You know, the Sasuke that
Yeah.
looks weird.
Yeah, yeah, he looks like Severus. Yeah. Okay.
And then you have like people like, or if you go look in the Kawaki arc or in the arc too, Kashin Koji, Ao, Amado, so much detail on these characters, and they're especially Kashin Koji with his hair. It doesn't look like the hairstyle of a Naruto character. It doesn't. It's just different. But I think it's genuinely good. A little off, but I'm fine with it because I don't really care. I think it's good. A lot of his designs, I think Ikimoto's actually really good at design. A lot of the designs he comes up with, they're actually really good. They're just a decent amount of them don't really feel like they fit in the Naruto story, which gets into the whole, the real problem here is he has an art style that doesn't really, it's not Kishimoto's art style. And he's trying to balance it. If he just did his own story with his own art style, I think his art would become a lot better. Now, some of the inconsistent stuff like Matsuru's Renegon eyes that are horribly drawn circles, and I don't know what the hell he did, if he slipped his pen or what happened there, or the weird perspective of the depth perception with the floating pendant, that God knows where that thing actually is. Stuff like that's just genuinely bad, but to some extent, if Ikimoto just was in his comfortable art style for his own story, he might not do those mistakes. So I don't want to say he's a bad artist. I just think he's not the best for this Naruto franchise.
He also has like a month to like.
Yeah.
I just he's clearly not a top tier mangaka because like he wouldn't be able to keep up with the pace of like
But he admits
like
that.
the 90s, early 2000s. Like that dude would like burn out quickly. Like that dude's cooked.
But exactly.
If this is the best he can produce, like with a month plus, because I'm sure he's like ahead of schedule, like several chapters. I would hope he's competent. Like surely he hasn't been working on chapter 32 this like past month. My God, so like he should have like a month plus to like, and this is still the best he can do. But again, I like because we've been talking about this topic for like a while. I don't want to talk bad about Ikimoto. I mean, he's trying his best, I would have to assume. And that culture, the cultural stuff, I really don't care too much about because I'm at the point where it's like they complain a lot about what's going on. You either do something about it or you don't. But if you don't care enough to do something about it, like I can't help you. And I'm not about to like invest my resources when like people are being genocide in Gaza. Like there's more important things for me to be focusing on. So if you don't care, I don't care. So I don't know, get the help you need. I this explains a lot is all I'm saying. Like he's a lower tier talent that's tasked with doing top tier work for what should be a top tier material. And I think that sums up like my issues with Boruto is that it's just not a top tier series. And I've been treating it in my mind as if it were like Naruto's legacy, but it's really not Naruto's legacy. It's like leeching off of Naruto's legacy.
Yeah.
And that's fine. That's fine. It's just not for me anymore.
Ikimoto can be better than the average person, and that's good if his art is better than the average individual, but we're not comparing to the average individual because the average person isn't in the manga industry. You'd be comparing to the industry, which should be the elites. And if your art's just better than the average person, then it should be far and above, like below.
Like, I don't need Kishimoto art. I don't need Horikoshi art. I don't need like Tite Kubo art. I mean, my God. Goats, but I don't need this. Like, I need you to write the story really well, though. That could be pretty. That could be a saving grace. I think like the latter parts of Yu Yu Hakusho's manga was like very bad.
Well, the same thing goes with Hunter x Hunter early on, at least. Like some of the
with the art, yeah,
it's not that great, but the stories and the art does get a lot better, and there's a lot of really good panels you'll see as it progresses.
But he's such a god tier writer that like it just makes up.
You don't care.
Like to me, like Hunter x Hunter is probably like one of like me 5 or so years ago would have said Hunter x Hunter is the best manga ever created. Battle shonen at the very least, but like the art, what I say is the best. Like fuck no, I'm sorry, but I think My Hero's art is way better than Hunter x Hunter's art.
I agree.
Opinion. Another example is Attack on Titan. The manga art is not as good as the anime design. I actually don't mind the manga art, but it's notoriously not. Nobody's really praising the art for being that great. Everyone likes the story. The people that like the story anyway. Some people don't like Oodie hates it. Mello has it fantastic episode 3. But art isn't the thing that people are praising for. It's entirely the story. Attack on Titan is super freaking famous, okay? It did not fail because of its art. So obviously, it's not
no,
going to
please
necessarily
continue.
hold it back.
When Miss Ann was talking about, I think the shoujo aspects, like I'm not opposed to that. Like look, I'm into Bridgerton and Vampire Diaries and the originals. Like that's right up my alley. Okay, I love me some good romance. Shout out to season 2 of Bridgerton, the best season. Don't at me. Okay, we can debate this. But commit to something. It's like super schizo. It's like, hey, you want to do the lovey-dovey stuff? Cool, whatever. But like, then that needs to be what the series is like focusing around. Like, I'm not even getting my fix with that. It's like it's like half-ass. It's like he's trying to please everybody and pleasing nobody at the same time, except for the diehards.
Yeah,
don't
that's
know.
kind of what ends up happening a lot of times too. Especially there's this other thing. There's this other thing in Japanese culture where like you praise people even if you don't think they're good, and they
Yeah,
take
like
that to heart
Kishimoto
and
with
put that in their
Ikimoto.
head. Well,
That's
yeah,
awful.
exactly. It's the same exact thing. It's the same exact concept.
Oh
No, literally,
God.
because you'll have like a kid who plays like Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, and everybody will be like on the piano. Sorry, just putting this in piano perspective because I'm a musician. But you have a kid that plays Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, and everybody will be like, "Oh my gosh, you're so good at the piano! Look how skilled you are! What a genius!" And then like you'll have some like kid who's trying to win the international Chopin competition or something, playing like friggin' like I don't know, I guess you guys probably don't know that much about piano, but
Playing Grief and Sorrow by Naruto.
Playing some Mozart.
let's play like somebody trying to play Rock's Third and they make a mistake, which is like one of the most like I don't know if you know, but that's like every pianist's goal is kind of to end up playing Rock 3 one day. But and then people are like, oh, you made this mistake here because they're like I don't know how to describe how this ends up happening, but like when you're struggling, people tend to praise you more and inflate your ego more, and when you're actually good at something, people will actually point out your tiny mistakes. So it's like because
I think
Ikemoto,
maybe
like,
no,
sorry.
continue, please.
Oh no, I
No,
was
I'm
just gonna
sorry,
say
continue.
because Ikemoto is trying to take over something as huge as Naruto, and everyone recognizes that his talent is like in a different bracket than Kishimoto's is they're all going to praise him anyway because they want him to continue his story, A, for the money, and 2, for like they can't just like drop it now out of nowhere, but also 3, because if he was discouraged by all the public being like all the public is kind of like giving him all the flack anyway, so they're like maybe he'll take into account the public's like uh what's the word, criticisms, and we have to be the ones to support him to keep him going, but he doesn't really like, he's just like, I don't care, I'm gonna do my own thing. So it's like this, I don't know, it's just interesting culturally because I see a lot of that happen where he's like, I'm gonna draw girls in high heels and I don't care what anybody else says because that's my style. Like that was one of his things in the interview, so he has that egocentric kind of like, well, yeah, I'm gonna do what I want to do and I don't care because I already got praised by the people I care about, so like kind of attitude, I guess.
If he comes from a culture that has that like kind of disingenuous praising of an individual, why is he like, I can understand it from like their perspective because you want to encourage somebody to do better when they're not, and you want to like kind of balance out someone's ego when they are actually really talented by giving them critiques. I get that logic. But like from Ikimoto's standpoint, like why are you praising the genius claim when you probably know that it's one being made just to make you feel better? Like he's saying it as if it was like and maybe it's not tethered to the genius thing. Maybe it's tethered to like some other sentiments that make him feel. You know what? I feel like I'm just shitting on this dude. And I really don't want to. Maybe I'm a different
I'd be
topic.
honest,
Maybe
beginner.
because I feel like a jerk. Like I feel like I just don't want to talk about bad about the guy because I think he's trying his best and I think he has improved and I have seen that and I want the best for him in the series. So I just don't think he can, and that's okay. This life is whatever. It's just a comic. So yeah. Shout out to Ikimoto.
I
Keep
do
improving, bro.
think the phenomenon that Miss And is describing is very understandable. It's the difference between having value to your art as your hobby or your passion or your work to the little kid who's playing the piano or he's going to draw a drawing, and sure, their parents going to hang it up on their fridge and they're going to compliment it and they're going to genuinely like that art. But it's not going to have people lining up around the block because it doesn't have commercial value. And that's what these artists in these industries have been striving and practicing so hardcore to achieve. To achieve that bare minimum level that is not just needed, but required to work in the industry, to have commercial value art. And that's the quality that they should be striving for, and that it's just not really hitting the mark. Like, I feel like there's a huge difference between those two.
Yeah.
Because it can be beautiful on its own, but there's a huge difference between those two. Because commercial value, it has specific intent, it has reason, it has specific standards and style and aesthetic and quality. It has all these different things, marketing and production value to it that goes into it. Whereas that's obviously not going to apply to something that just has normal hobby value or whatever. It's a complete night and day difference. Beyond that, I thought this comment was hilarious. No matter how you look at it, hating someone after being treated so well is just a grudge. Bro, Ikimoto was being flamed in this comment section.
Oh,
Also,
no, 100%.
I feel like this comment right here, the newcomer award is also there to find assistance. Like, they're telling Ikimoto how he can quit in the most easy way imaginable. I think it's not hard, bro. Just do that. They're right there. It's like, that's crazy. But I do think also comparing it to My Hero Academia, again, the art, the story, Horikoshi's producing it of that quality on a weekly schedule compared to Boruto, which is on a monthly schedule, and in both categories, it's just not living up to the same expectations. Again, I do have my own criticisms of My Hero Academia, but again, it's like night and day difference. I would almost do that commercial quality versus like artistic value comparison between those two series to an extent. It's almost that big of a difference to where I almost want to find the things to praise in Boruto, whereas I'm trying to find things to critique in My Hero, as the comparison is kind of weird in that regard. But I do think it is probably that phenomenon. But I wonder what Kamui thinks.
Well, because I was gonna say this, like, this has nothing to do with art. This is from like 30 minutes ago at this point. When you were talking about like the different like lessons from the stories and like meaning, and I don't want to be the guy that says that there's absolutely no messages that you can take or seemingly take from Two Blue Vortex. Like, for example, now I will give the caveat that this is based on an assumption. So this is just giving Ikimoto the flower before he wrote the check to buy the flower. I'm just giving it to him here. I'm assuming this is the case. When Boruto says like, oh, you know, Jura is nothing more than a tree, assuming Boruto will narratively be wrong, you could say, hey, don't judge a book by its cover, guys. That's a message for the readers. That's meaning behind that. You can pull that. So Two Blue Vortex doesn't have apps, or anything with Matsuri and Konohamaru would also coincide with that. Basically that arc in general. So it's not to say that you can't pull any meaning from it. I'm not going to go that.
Sorry, that line as well was actually, that's why you guys can never be anything more than just trees. So it was Boruto saying, like, I can only kill you because I don't think of you as human.
Exactly. And I think that can work well for the story. Like, and I'm just gonna, until Ikimoto proves me wrong, I'm gonna assume they're gonna continue that line of thought because it makes sense. It does feel like what they're doing. But then again, I think Boruto consistently does well with build-up, both plot-wise and narrative-wise. I just think it tends to fall short when it comes to payoff. A lot of the time. There are exceptions, though. Kawaki arc, amazing payoff. End of Kawaki's showdown with Ishiki with the Shadow Clone Jutsu and all that jazz. Terrific payoff. It couldn't have done it better. Ikimoto / really Kodachi, who actually wrote that, not Ikimoto, but, you know, ignoring that, he couldn't have drawn it better. There you go. But
like, the best aspect of his series wasn't even written by him. That's tough.
Well, yes.
That's tough. That's tough, man. Come on. That's tough. That's tough. That's tough.
I mean, no, it's not just that. I mean, the top 10 out of 20 things in the story that were written were all done by someone else. The Boruto movie, Kishimoto Kodachi. The first, like, 4 arcs of part 1, Kodachi.
all of our two blue vortex completes. Ikimoto. The prophecy arc seems to be heavily divided with the people who think it's the best arc of all time, of all of fiction, and the people who think it wasn't good.
In all of
Almost
fiction,
nobody's in between.
bro, drug test them. Test them for everything under the sun. All of fiction. Man.
Well, I mean, I guarantee that Troy and Jonathan Oliver do think that.
John, the talk show host? What?
He's a talk show host?
Jonathan Oliver.
Or
You know,
maybe
Jonathan
about the other
Oliver
Oliver.
did get back to us, Oodie. He should be here tonight.
You're not wrong.
Breaking his
You're finding out
promise.
a lot of lore.
Again.
I
Who
just
said
wanted
we
to-
did stream tonight again?
I just wanted to read this quote because I thought this was funny. So someone told, allegedly, Ikimoto, "It's fine to quit being an assistant, but please find a replacement first. That's common sense." Ikimoto's reaction...
Okay, they said that as nicely as possible.
Ikimoto's
Please?
reaction, I was taken aback. Bro couldn't believe it. This common sense thing.
Like
He
I
was
said,
taken aback by common sense.
it's because that line specifically is kind of shaming you for leaving. It's one of those things that's gonna like rope you into like he's purposefully guilt tripping him and making him feel like leaving is a terrible decision and that his life is gonna be ruined if he leaves, and that like he's it's a whole cultural thing.
But
You
isn't
know-
Ikimoto aware of his own culture? Why would this be a surprise
That's
to
what
him?
I'm
He would just
saying,
know it's
bro.
gonna
I'm so confused, bro. Like, this shit
He's
don't make
taken
no
aback
sense.
because he thought
because
that
the
Kishimoto
culture
was
did
gonna
the
be-
culture.
No, because he thought that Kishimoto was going to be like nice to him and let him go and be like, "Oh, it's okay, I'll find somebody else. Like, I wish you the best, whatever." But
So-
no, he was like, "Quit and I'll make your life hard."
So
Like,
why would he
I'm
expect that?
confused. Maybe I'm just not reading in between the lines here. Something's getting lost in translation. You know, the localization just isn't localizing to me. So, Miss And, when someone tells me it's fine to quit being an assistant, but please find a replacement first, you know, to me, that's just not clicking to where they hate me and demand that I stay.
it's just because it's Japanese culture, they sugarcoat everything and they're smiling through gritted teeth. But that's like one of the lines that you get of like, how do I explain this aspect of it's so
Well, Miss
difficult
And,
to think of an
they
example.
didn't just
Is
say
Japanese
that.
culture full of a bunch of fake people?
Yes. Oh my freaking gosh. Yes. Everyone is fake.
And
Everyone.
perverted.
It's so
Except for Sal's
hard
adults.
to find someone who is not.
Miss Anne is the real Miss Anne.
I'm not trying to be like, come off like prejudice or anything.
No.
Let me stop. Let me stop. Let me be
100,
quiet.
100 freaking 50,000%. Oh my gosh, yes.
Well, you know, maybe, Miss And, the "it's fine" statement, maybe that's like a sassy girl thing. You know, we have that like
Yeah,
sassy
maybe they say
girl
like, it's fine to
sentimentality.
quit. But
No,
there
the
it is.
sassy
Not a
part is
replacement.
Basically what
that's
it is,
common
though.
sense.
But-
That's common sense. That's the sassy part.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, I agree. That is the sassy
Passive-aggressive.
part. But okay. I don't think there's any way to get around this. I don't think you can say this more bluntly and directly and truly as possible. I
Just
have
get on
no obligation to stop you. Explain that. Explain how you can take that any other way.
I have no
clearly, like
obligations.
their language is layered. Like what they say at the surface is clearly not what they mean. You have like
Well-
it seems to be baked in that you need to read the interpretation. Like you need to read underneath the surface to get. And if you're a part of that culture, that should be fairly easy because it's fairly common.
There's got to be like 17 layers here deep that
Well,
you
hold
you
on.
find a single crumb.
Hold on, Oodie. Maybe you're just not thinking about this clearly. He has no obligation. He's like, I don't have an obligation to stop you, but I'm going to stop you anyway because I feel like that's what he's getting at.
He said, I don't
He's
have
saying
to,
it's not
but
my job.
I enjoy this, Mark. Shout out to my invisible fans.
Exactly.
Wow.
It's I'm not being paid to do it, but damn, will I go all out with this one?
It's
So-
not
so-
an
so this
obligation. I do it
reveals
for
that
the love of the game.
Ikimoto is naive. This comes across as a little naive. He trusted a guide, and obviously the cultural practices would probably say otherwise. And it seems like Kishimoto is just your typical douche, old boomer douche that's abiding by typical cultural douchery.
Kind of. So what happened is basically like Kishimoto. So let me see how I can like reframe this. Imagine, right? you've got this like friend that you trust a lot. You think you're open and honest with them. So in Japan, there's this whole concept of like honne and tatemae. So honne is like what you feel inside. Tatemae is the front that you put on in front of everyone else, which is the whole thing with the shinju, which is another huge like cultural thing that just doesn't get conveyed. Anyway, so imagine you have this friend that you think you're open and honest with, that you think you're talking like your honne with, so your true feelings with, and then like all of a sudden you're like, oh, I think I want to like quit and go out on my own, and you expect support from that person, but instead you're met with like, well, I guess you can go. That's kind of this what's going on under the surface, but like professionally. So like, I have no obligation to stop you, which means like, I can't I can't actually by law stop you, but I am displeased with this decision. Is essentially what's like the corporate behind what's going on. And he's like, oh, I thought we were chill. I thought we were friends. I thought you would support me. And he was like, no, you're basically my slave. You need to stay as my slave because you're important, and I need you as a slave. So please don't leave. By the way, I'll make it so that it's difficult for you.
I mean, again, Ikimoto was taken back, but he literally said, "I thought he'd be disappointed."
Disappointed is different from like, no. Disappointment would be like, oh darn, that's such a shame that I'm losing you. I really like to have you as a assistant, but I know you're gonna do great. Like disappointment would be completely different in that situation. This is like, I don't know how to explain this.
So assuming that these are the people we think we're saying that they are, is Boruto an unethical series that we should cancel?
Well,
I'm genuinely asking.
Kishimoto didn't. Shonen Jump's forcing Kishimoto to continue. He's like, I don't want to do it, but Ikimoto will.
Slave just now, bro. I'm like, that seems unethical, immoral.
Yeah, because literally, Kishimoto's like, I won't do it, but I will only let it happen if Ikimoto does it. And Ikimoto was like, okay, I guess, sure.
Wait,
why not?
That was Kishimoto's punishment for Ikimoto trying to leave. He's like, that's it. You tried to leave? I'm going to make you do Boruto. That's why he chose him. It had nothing to do with his talents. It was Shot's punishment.
Now, to Mello's credit, this down here is pretty damning what they're saying here. That doesn't mean many people quit after a short time, citing the excessive workload. You know, the thing that Japan is known for, that the manga industry is disgusting because of the excessive. It's not that. Hikimoto's clarifying that's not why people are leaving. It's actually because of Kishimoto's conditions were unusually strict in the strict Japan, which is very strict. Kishimoto was unusually strict, which is why people were quitting.
Quitting what? Quitting the Boruto project?
Quitting
being
Naruto.
his assistant.
Naruto.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
Naruto. Specifically Naruto.
That gives me the idea that Kishimoto was someone who is like very, very devoted to his project and will step on people to get what he needs to get done, which is another like Japanese kind of stereotypical personality of someone who's an acclaimed genius. Is you think your work is the best, your way is it's either your way or the highway, and everybody else needs to follow on or they're off the boat. And Hikimoto was probably very good at staying on the boat and like helping in any way, just doing what he was told. And so that's why Kishimoto probably wanted him to continue Boruto as well, because he was like, I'll give you the whole plot line, you just have to draw it. And Hikimoto was like, actually, now that I have enough of a acclaimed like credit, I'm gonna go my own way. See you guys. And Kodachi was like, I'm out, peace.
If this is a cultural thing, isn't like all of manga and anime where this applies just immoral?
Yes.
For us to even be consuming?
Like,
why are we watching these people? So what are we doing as fans? Like, are we just awful people? Because like we know this, and yet like we're prioritizing our enjoyment and our pleasure-seeking behavior over like the suffering of an entire group of people.
I don't. Well, that's
at
not entirely true. Because look at Hunter's fans with Togachi. Most of them, like obviously, we all want to see him like put out his work like as fast as possible. But a whole lot of people are very supportive and accepting of the fact that Bro is going to go on hiatus after hiatus every year. He's going to put out 10 to 20 chapters in his next release, hopefully this year, and then he's going to be gone for at least a year, and that just is how it is.
Yeah. So I was gonna also talk about the difference between anime fans in Japan versus anime fans in the West, because it's like a totally different thing. In Japan, it's more like you get a series, you look at it, and you're like, oh, this is cool. this is good art. I'm going to support this person by writing them fan mail and buying the actual official manga and blah blah blah. But like they're a lot more like chill about it. So if someone has like bad art or if someone has like not that great of a story, they're like, oh, it's just a story, you know, it's great. I'm going to support them. They put a lot of hard work into this. Like the effort is recognized and appreciated so much more, I feel like, in Japan than it is in the West, where people are like, well, this is just a bad story. Why are you here? Like, get out of the stop drawing, you know, like put the pen down, whatever. So like it's so different in terms of like, because Japanese people don't usually bash an author. They're just like, oh,
Well, they
let me
don't do it
ask it.
directly, but they'll do it on 4chan.
Oh no, 100%
Or
on
like
4chan
they'll
and
throw
stuff
this
like that, but
shade, apparently, like, oh yeah, that's
Yeah,
common
there's no getting
sense,
around
buddy.
it.
But
He
but
said that
even,
he
even on
hates them.
It was
to
a
the
bitter
4chan is like
experience.
4chan is
to,
the
to,
Reddit of Japan. It's like the toxic. It's where all the toxic people go to complain.
So
Like
Ikimoto's
Ikimoto.
toxic, is what you're saying.
Well, he probably just wanted to get it out and didn't have any other like way to do it necessarily, because I mean he could make like a Twitter account, but no one would look
Well,
at
I mean,
that.
this really sheds light on Kodachi. Kodachi probably just did this publicly. That's why you got in trouble.
Yeah.
I think to Mrs. point, or just to like piggyback off of what you were saying, for me, like the differences from America and Japan in terms of like anime fans, I think and I can't speak for all American fans, but from my perspective, if we're seeing it, then it should be like the best of the best, like as an import, at least from
Yeah.
like when I'm growing up, like as a millennial, right? Like Toonami, Dragon Ball, like Sailor Moon, Gundam, all that stuff, right? Like it should be like we're getting the best stuff, or at least the popular stuff, the top tier stuff. So like when it comes over here, by the time I know about it, it's not so much the same these days because you know obviously like we're more global than in the past. But if I know about it, then I'm having expectations, frankly, that it's the best that you guys have to offer. And so like like if it's trash, I'm like, man, this is trash. This is like why is this the representation of like your country's comic books like this? So like
I
I
also
think it's an
feel like
expectation type of thing. Like if we're getting it, then we expect quality and talent. And if when we don't get that, then we, you know, as a culture, because we're entitled, you know, a little capitalist, colonial, blah blah blah. Don't get me started. We have this like entitlement to quality, and when we don't get that, we whine and complain as Americans. So I think that's what it is.
Yeah, I think there's also a lot more like that goes into in terms of America, like the work culture is completely different as well. So like
Yeah.
when you put out a product, you don't say or like leak something that you know is not gonna like is gonna take forever to come. I mean, I guess like I don't know. For example, like Breath of the Wild, I think the voice actors didn't even know what they were voice acting until like part way through the game or something like that, just because like they don't want to put something out until it's the best that it can be. But Japan is constantly like, meet the deadlines, do your best, like get it in on time. It doesn't matter, like quality matters, but you still have to like they're so strict about
The
deadlines.
deadline first, quality second versus quality first, deadline second.
Yeah, basically.
I have a
So
question for you guys.
yeah.
This may seem super disrespectful, but I'm autistic, ADHD. Like, forgive me, okay? I'm very blunt, okay?
Welcome to the club.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Okay, we read this is the ADHD. I'm the A, Mel's the D, Oodie's the H, and Miss San's the other D. There you go.
We'll take it. We'll take it. So this is gonna be like come off super disrespectful. I do apologize in advance to anybody who this applies to. A little off topic, but not really. Do you guys think strict adherence to tradition and culture, even if that those particular aspects are like toxic to your people, is like it's like an IQ problem? Like you're just
Oh,
not intelligent enough to overcome your your emotional compulsion to adhere to some like cultural whatever, right?
Okay, this is hilarious, but what if they're trying to do that in Boruto TBV?
What do you mean? Trying to overcome their cultural.
Well, they're talking about overcoming instincts and all that stuff with the Shinju. Like, what if that's just a metaphor for the cultural thing?
Because the reason why I'm asking, sorry, I mean to cut your toes off there. The reason why I'm asking is like, because like I'm reading this back and forth, and like to me this comes off as like it's so low IQ. Like this entire conversation is just like people with poor emotional regulation. Like no, like it seems like an entire culture who does no introspection, no extrospection, no deconstruction, no emotional integration, no work at all. It's just just a strict subservience to like cultural norms, even if those cultural norms are destroying your people. It seems
I am
so
so
weird.
glad you brought this up.
Well, maybe it's because they're all
Cool.
drunk, raising their
I
IQ.
thought I was about to get
That's
some
what's
smoke.
causing.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
No. My gosh, this is such a big problem. So, because okay, so from the time you're very little in Japan, like preschool, you're already taught how to do things on your own. You're taught to be like self-sufficient within society, but they constantly emphasize reading the air, not stepping on other people's feet, and like being grateful and respectful of your elders. So anytime someone who is older than you has an opinion, even if it's absolute trash, you have to respect that opinion, which is why one of the reasons that things don't change until a director dies is because people have this such strong I can't rebel against whoever is in authority. And like, so I know this is kind of like a little bit different from what you were talking about as well, but it's so ingrained into the culture to like follow these traditions and follow these rules, and nobody ever questions why either, and like suppress your emotions and all this other stuff. You're not supposed to. There's this whole big thing. I'm sorry. There's this whole big thing where like you're a completely different person at school and at home, because at school you're supposed to like fit in with everybody else, and like young children especially might be very obedient and calm, and the second they get home they're like rambunctious and like completely like off the walls, because their parents are supposed to allow them, like amayakasu is like the word to spoil someone. Your parents are supposed to let you be like spoiled while you're a kid, and then as you slowly grow up, society ingrains into you that you're supposed to be like the nail that gets sticks out is hammered down. You're supposed to be like part of everyone else, part of this specific culture, which is why Japan hates foreigners coming so much, because foreigners are like, oh, I'm gonna do whatever the heck I want to do, and yeah, I'll be like generally respectful, but I don't need to follow these stupid, like, some of these rules are really stupid and they don't make any sense, so I'm just gonna like ignore them. And Japan is like, no, actually, you can't do that. And it's like, oh, it's so there's so many little things about just like how culture is structured in comparison, because we do a lot of comparison classes in my international school of like Japan compared to other cultures, especially for schools and early childhood education all the way up through high school. We had a whole class that just went through every like and compared Japan, America, and China. It was so interesting. But it's just like that whole dynamic of suppressing everything and not saying what you actually mean and like reading between the lines. It's something you can only get when you've lived here and when you've experienced like culture and language, and like to a level of fluency that not just like textbook level fluency, but like to a level of you've been integrated essentially, like that you can't really pick up on the nuance and stuff in like language, because there's all these little things that you're supposed to be able to read and pick up on that would be completely impossible for an outsider to ever even pick up on. Like serving you tea in Kyoto, it means get out of our restaurant, you've stayed too long. like I don't know, just all these little. That's the most popular example. But
again, that feels so backwards to me. They want you to leave, so they're going to give you more reason to stay.
Exactly. And it's like you're not supposed to refuse either. You're just supposed to drink it and get out. Like it's just like a I don't know. And they do serve you tea at the end of meals, like whenever you're on an airplane, whenever you're in a sushi place, like whenever they just do that as a cultural thing. But like if they serve you, it's in Kyoto, it's like it has different meaning depending on different regions as well. There's like different it's just so anyway.
Do you think like as like American fans, we could never truly appreciate like Japanese media in general, but just like anime and manga? Because there's just so much like cultural nuance we just won't pick up on.
In a way, yes. So I think it's two completely different series in English. Reading subtitles, reading manga in English versus understanding in Japanese. That's why I have the blog that I have, because like as soon as I started watching it in both and like understanding both, I was like, oh my gosh, this is especially like my first thing that I really sat down and watched in English because I just couldn't get Americans' like understanding of it was Dragon Ball. It was a completely different show. Completely different.
It is
Like
completely
all the jokes, everything so different. All of
the music, the tone, everything.
Just everything is not the same at all. All the jokes that you can pull from it, all the understanding that happens from it, all the ways that it's perceived, it's just a different show. And like for people as well that write, I just posted a video on this on my YouTube as well, just clipping somebody else's, like a professional localizer, who Trash to Taste podcast actually interviewed. But they were talking about how, like I think Gaunt was talking about, or Gaunt, however you say his name, was talking about how when he wrote something, I don't remember what he was writing. It was some sort of script, but he wrote in English characters and he wrote Japanese characters, and they were they had two almost completely different personalities, even if they were telling the same story, because like how different and nuanced tone is and culture is here in comparison to the West as well. Like it's just so different, especially even like just explaining freaking Konohamaru-chan and how that like plays into everything, like that one simple childhood nickname, like yeah, anyway.
No, that's good. That's good. I'm glad we can
This-
have these types of conversations for sure.
This
Because
perfectly
these
fits into
type of
something.
conversations are like not typical in this space, so it's good. Yeah.
So okay,
It's
this
also
gets-
because I feel like a lot of people aren't truly like culturally bilingual, so no one can really explain this experience except for like translators and localizers, and not even translators sometimes get it. So like, I mean, I'm a person who sat down and read an entire translation encyclopedia because I thought it was fun, and I did it for a book project that was supposed to read a tiny book, and I ended up reading like 1,000 pages. but for like these little things, like all of my teachers are really passionate about it, but the students who are just like starting to understand this whole kind of aspect are like, but wait, that's so much work. Why would you do that? Like,
Yes, it's particularly egregious for like my gen, like millennials, because we grew up with like the dreaded 4Kids dub. So we had like I'm watching like Pokemon and they're eating rice like rice balls, but they're like jelly
yes,
donuts.
jelly donuts.
So what I-
Yes, I remember hearing about
So
that.
when I'm a kid, I'm like, man, those jelly donuts sure look strange. I've never seen a jelly donut quite like that.
Yeah,
And then, like, just that, like, it's a completely different series. Like, you're right, Dragon Ball, for instance. Like, I look at the I always use this example, but Vegeta, right after losing to 18, he like has this moment where he's like yelling and the clouds part. Like, they play this like synth rock music in like America. And like just the act, like the voice, like there's the language invokes such different emotion, like tone. It's just completely different. And I watched the Japanese version, and because I grew up on the American version, I don't like Dragon Ball Z in Japanese, like at all. I like
I don't
Dragon Ball
either.
in
Okay,
Japanese.
so you're not insane.
Yeah, like it's a different show, bro. And it's through Dragon Ball Z dub versus the sub that I realized like what like how much music really makes a series, like how much an OST really
Yeah.
makes a series, or how much like language can really change a thing, like the dialogue or something. Like when Vegeta's like um let me ask you, does a machine like yourself ever experience fear? Or he calls him like a toaster or something. Like, is that joke like landing in Japanese, or did they tell a completely different joke that wouldn't land in America? Like, it's so interesting, like the different like continuities. But,
I
yeah.
know they do
Yeah,
that in
no.
Death Note a fair bit. Like, there's a bunch of jokes that only make sense in English, and they're just not there in Japanese. The dub people just did that because it was funny.
Or Yusuke Urameshi from Yu Yu Hakusho. Like, he is Justin Cook. He just like Raditz from Dragon Ball. He is I always say my favorite shonen protagonist ever, North American dub, Yusuke Urameshi, Justin Cook. Like the sass of that character, bro. Like the spiciness, like just like the way he trash talks like the villains in the show, right? He's whooping some doctor's ass. Like, I'm writing a handbook for whooping ass, and some shit he said. Like, it was amazing. But you watch the sub version, he has that wit, but it doesn't hit like that. But it might if I was Japanese. I don't know. It's just super interesting. It's interesting. I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we actually, I had a whole class that was just like us putting together PowerPoint after PowerPoint, and I used a lot of those examples of like the jelly donuts thing, and like card captors versus card captor Sakura dub. I used like just the
Oodie?
changing of the names. I was
You
just
already
talking,
know.
yeah. they changed like Yukito to Julian. They changed all the music. They changed like they
Yeah.
removed all the gay stuff. They removed like any instance of her having a crush on somebody who was way older than her. They like it's a completely different show.
I'm
But,
surprised
like,
they kept Yugi and Yu-Gi-Oh! Yugi. Because I
yeah,
like there was like a lot of Japanese names that they just like Ash is Satoshi, but they call him
exactly.
Ash. Like why? Like Satoshi's
The
a dope
Pokemon theme
name, bro.
song is completely different. Like, what the heck?
Yeah, it's weird. Like I was watching Japanese Pokemon. This was a few years back. It was one of my first times. And he's like Kagebushin? I'm like, wait, what? Shadow Clone Jutsu, Nani? But like America, it's like double team. Like use double team. I'm like, double team. Oh, I guess that is like cloning. Oh, I never thought about it like that. So like, yeah, it's just stuff you just don't pick up on. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah. I have a friend who's writing their entire senior thesis on like Pokemon localization names, like techniques and Pokemon names of like because there's so much puns in Japanese and how they like convey those. They tried in English and some of them they just left.
You know, I could not wait to watch those Pokemon movies with you at some point.
Pokemon's such a great franchise. I always say like if I could like live in any fantasy world, it would like Pokemon's like probably like high on the list, maybe even number one for sure.
Well, you know,
Just
it was like
fun world.
modeled after like actual Japan, like catching bugs because bug catching is like a thing here.
I think no,
So
I
what
think
you're
I've
saying
heard
is
of that.
Shino is a Pokemon hunter?
Well, yeah, but I liked like the regional stuff too, so you can kind of like learn a lot. At least in like the early stuff. 'Cause I
Yeah,
thought like that stuff was made up. I just didn't know as a kid. I was like, oh, this place seems pretty cool. I mean, obviously it's made up for the show, but like the names and stuff. So different
yeah.
regions.
Yeah.
It's cool.
So obviously, like the archaic shows from like 30 years ago, like we were saying, Dragon Ball Z, those are just naturally going to have different translations because translations back then were so new and bare bones
Bad.
compared to today. Bad, yeah. Today, it's not as big of a deal, so the translation isn't really the thing. It would be more of the cultural
Well, it
aspect.
depends because when it comes to Viz Media, Boruto,
Okay, yeah, well, when it
it's
comes
a
to
completely
credible
different
size.
Bro, I grew up with Gundam Wing, and I went back to watch it a little bit, recently, like maybe like in the last like 3 years. It's awful. That dub is awful. I watched the first episode. I'm like, this is awful, bro. What is this? It's like, no, don't do that. I was like, what the fuck? That it was awful, bro. It was absolutely awful. But the nostalgia though, I think like in my mind, I'm thinking like Ronin Warriors, like freaking, like all these shows were so good, but they weren't. They weren't. The acting wasn't good, bro. But yeah.
Yeah, I think to what you said, it still happens today. Like I still feel even when because I watch dub sometimes just to understand what the experience of the average Western like viewer is and put subtitles on, and it's still like the subtitles on pirated websites are absolute trash most of the time. Like they don't even even on Crunchyroll, which my little sister actually has it as a subscription to, because she hijacked one of her friends, so I can look at it sometimes. But like whenever we're watching anime together and the subtitles are on and I'm just reading them, I'm like, wait, that's not what. It's wrong. Why would they translate it that like that? And all the jokes are completely different, but like the tone as well gets removed so much, and Viz obviously has a lot of issues. But even watching Boruto, I was watching some Boruto clips because they were showing up in my shorts feed dub, and I was like, oh my gosh, the characters have completely different personalities. Like Sarada sounds like a whole entire different human being. Kawaki is like just like grumpy. He's not like gangster thug levels of like I'm gonna talk down to everyone and talk like a
I told
orphan who
him
was
that.
raised in a poor environment. Like
I think I hurt his feelings when I told him that, but I told the dub voice out there. I was like, yeah, I don't like your voice for the character. No offense. But he's great for like I've heard other voice like characters he's done like prepared for that podcast. He's fantastic. He's a great talent. It's just I don't think his voice really fits Kawaki. So
It's done tons of roles.
yeah,
I don't know if you've gone back to listen to Madara's teen or like kid voice actor in the dub. I've heard it for the first time recently. It sounds kind of like him. I was surprised how deep it was.
I need to go back and rehear it. I mean, I do. Ironically, oh, you know what? It's probably because I haven't heard that in the dub yet. I was gonna say I specifically
Exactly.
remember his sub voice for those scenes, but I think I just haven't. I never watched that the work in the dub yet. So.
Exactly. No, because it wasn't out for a long time. So going
exactly
back,
because when I was
now.
watching it, I never.
So you guys
rewatched that
didn't.
part.
You guys didn't really answer this. Like, but maybe I'll reframe. Do you guys think we should cancel Boruto? Not like in like
Well,
a social like a
should
Twitter
or
type
do
of
we
cancel.
want?
But let's just end the series. Like, let's wrap this up pretty quickly.
We'll cancel it after it's over.
You know, actually, I don't remember if we linked it somewhere, but there was a post somewhere where someone was saying that Boruto was ending soon. I don't remember where it was. Oh, I think it was a For Neverworld video.
It was
that
for
what it was?
Yeah, I watched that video
5 years ago, bro.
he was quoting that really old Ikimoto interview where he said he was going to wrap it up within 100 volumes, and he said, "Oh, we're really close to 100 volumes now. This is going on to the 100th volume. We got like a couple chapters left or whatever." So there you go.
I mean, if he actually does that, then it really just proves he hates Kishimoto and does want to burn it to the grave.
Yeah,
Bro,
I don't know if it would be like this volume. I think it's probably going to be next volume, which would be the 100th volume. So he would have to wrap the whole story.
The final villain.
Exactly.
Like where would you guys put? No, I'm sorry. Please.
Oh no, I was just gonna say to piggyback on what they said, but I think as well for the 100 volumes thing or whatever, I think especially in TBV it resembles Cosmos a lot more, especially like the dynamic between Boruto and Sarada now and everything else. So like I think Ikimoto would probably enjoy continuing past now that he has his own like kind of reign over it, I guess, and that might have been just a I want to get this over with beforehand, and I'm going to stick to this plan and whatever. But now it's kind of probably going to be dragged out more, I imagine. But that was also one of the top questions that was asked in the Q&A, the 500-something question Q&A that I translated and sent in from everybody. So
yeah, it's not like he gives two squats about Boruto, so now we know.
Miss, how do you feel about Boruto as a series? Like, do you like it? And like, what about it do you like?
So
if you do.
That's an interesting question. Boruto is probably one of my favorite series because of the psychological aspects, because you don't often get, it's so rare to have a shonen author that does shoujo tropes well. So Naruto tried. You can see a lot of like ways that he tried to use shoujo tropes, but like just kind of failed because he didn't give, like for example, Ino and Sakura. Ino didn't have any chance to interact with Sasuke, so no one is gonna be like, "Oh my gosh, Ino and Sakura." I mean, frick, Ino and Sasuke could have been such a great relationship. Like that's one of the parts of shoujo is giving the girl number 2 a chance, which Ikimoto does well with Sumire in terms of letting her fix Boruto's sword, letting her have conversations with him, actually giving him some sort of basis or her some sort of basis to like him instead of just like pushing her off to the side. But you can still see his reactions towards her are very like and towards Sarada he's obviously like, "Oh, I'm gonna protect you, I promise my future to you." So like it's obvious that they're the main couple, but like he still gives Sumire enough of a chance that she has a lot of fans, and there's a lot of that's like a very typical shoujo trope, I guess I would say. So that's one of the aspects.
What is shoujo?
Shoujo
I think
is
I have an idea about what it is, but I don't.
So like I don't know if I would show you if I
because you said like to give the second girl a chance, because I thought like I don't know, maybe I was thinking like maybe it's just like girl centric, like woman centric.
Yeah, so basically it's heavy, it's targeted for girls audience but not mature. So like there's
like shonen.
there's whole different like subsections and different magazines that publish under different genres, and Shonen Jump is targeted towards boys who like action. So it's not really targeted towards people who like romance. So the romantic subplot of most shonen is either non-existent or just doesn't really work that well. And that's another one of the things that I think Fairy Tail did really well, is it had a lot of like romantic subplots that were handled well in a way that it gives like how should I say, it doesn't confirm anything until the end, obviously, but it still hasn't ended yet. But it gives you enough like quote unquote ship bait that you have some, like the girls have something to fangirl over and be like, "Oh my gosh, this relationship is so cute, blah blah blah," and like, "Oh, there's drama going on here," and there's stuff to appeal quote unquote to like more girly kind of emotions of this whole romance aspect of like confession culture and like dating culture and falling in love culture, which is a completely different thing in Japan as well, which I have gone on several rants about in other But yeah,
I
so
have a question
basically
for you.
shoujo is like
Oh, sorry.
shoujo will have this setup where it has a girl number 1 and a girl number 2, and usually girl number 1 is slow to fall for the guy, and girl number 2 is the one that just constantly is like, oh, I like this guy, like I'm gonna go confess to him, blah blah blah, and ends up making girl number 1 realize her feelings, which is exactly what happens in Boruto with Sumire and Sarada. So it's a
I got
very,
you.
and then
So
girl
Vampire
number 2
Diaries.
usually ends up
I
with
got you.
sorry, go ahead.
I don't know. I was just saying, it's just like the Vampire Diaries. I got you.
Yeah. And then girl number 2 will usually end up with guy number 2. In Naruto's case, that was Sai, and in Boruto's case, that's probably likely Kawaki. So you just saw that their covers were recently together. Like the Sumire like sword poster was paired with Kawaki's volume cover, and Boruto and Sarada always get volume covers together. So it's like most Japanese people understand that this is a thing that's probably likely going to happen, which is why a lot of people started shipping Sumire with Kawaki back when they started getting moments together, and where like Kawaki was like showing all this like subtle understanding of her and like softening her around her, all this other stuff. But that's a whole side thing. So basically the reason why I enjoy Boruto is because that psychological aspect of that kind of like appealing to the girly side of things is there, and it's done well, because it's just not something like, take My Hero Academia for example. It just doesn't convey like Ochako's relationship with Deku well at all. It's just like pushed off to the side. They're given almost no development, but there are subtle developments for Boruto and Sarada all throughout Boruto, because if you pay attention to that aspect, it's definitely very much there. Like there's the whole him protecting her and her watching him, and like all this, the eye stuff, like it's really really heavily embedded into the movie novel, and then it just gets like slowly embellished on in the kind of show don't tell aspects of Boruto, which is why I like it as a series. And then on top of that, I personally enjoy the story as well. So like it's not to the level of depth that I would like be sitting here like, analyzing like power scaling and all that kind of like the action side of things, the world building side of things, but it is really it's heavily how should I say, like based off of how kids end up treating their parents and like family bonds and stuff like that, which is a really heavily dealt with aspect of Japanese culture. And I think one of the things that's cool that Boruto did is because the people who grew up on Naruto now have kids, so their kids are growing up with Boruto, and they're kind of able to watch it with them and appreciate the parental aspects of it in a different light, which is I think what Kishimoto originally intended for it to happen anyway. But
Okay.
sorry.
I had a question for. Oh, don't ever be sorry. I have a. Well, you live your life the way you want to. I have a question for you though. And this may be like a little bit. I have a bad tendency of prefacing everything I say. I'll just ask. Do you think them like cater like when you say like covering like romantic aspects is like catering to like a more feminine audience?
Yeah.
How do you as like a woman, I'm assuming you are an adult woman.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So you as a woman, like how do you feel about that? Like, do you feel like catered to or pandered to, or is this propaganda? Is this like a way of like limiting women's expression by like isolating them to being like the romantic trope type of thing? Like maybe you understand like where I'm kind of coming in with it. I'm just curious.
No, 100%. So one of the things that I hate about regular shoujo is it's all about the drama. So there's no action in most normal shoujo, except if there is action, it's just like an action subplot, and the characters' feelings are what is revolving around the main plot, and the action is just like pushed off to the side and like isn't done well. But one of the things that again Fairy Tail and also Boruto does is it gives like Sarada and Lucy actual role in the manga, like a central role in the fighting, instead of just being, protected all the time, or like not having any actual abilities that do anything, or like freaking Erza is one of the
Don't forget Chocho.
no, Chocho, sure, Chocho and Himawari as well, but like it doesn't sideline the girls so much that they're just trophies for the guy to protect. So like I feel like a lot of shonen ends up doing that. Is same thing with like Sword Art with Asuna, where she's probably just as strong as Kirito and ends up threatening him and being like the kind of like girl boss type character, but that most other shonen don't really like cater towards, I guess, is there's not very many. That's one of the things as well. The other thing is like when you publish in Shonen Jump, you're supposed to fill that archetype. And when you publish in a magazine like Ribbon or Hanato Yume, it's supposed to be that shoujo archetype. So you can't really cross genre that well. And a lot of people don't dare to cross genre because that's not what the magazine is serialized for. But because it's V Jump and not Shonen Jump, he has a little bit more freedom to be able to do things like that, which is something I really appreciate. So I feel like because in Japan it's so segregated, I guess, between boys and girls, like boys and girls are that's another thing that happens all the time is you split up into boys and girls for like everything. So like girls are also like not there's certain guys that just have never had conversations with girls and are terrified to talk to girls. It's a whole cultural thing. There's just like it's so separate, I guess, but in the West, it's so together. So you have stuff like Marvel, where you have female superheroes just alongside like male superheroes. So you have like Wonder Woman and all those kind of things, and like situations where the girl is still doing things and she's still tough and she still is just not like a complete like ditz who just needs to be saved all the time. Like she still has a significant role in whatever she's doing, which is something I really appreciate about American movies as well, like Marvel and DC and all that kind of stuff, although I like Marvel a little bit better. But that's a whole nother conversation. I haven't watched that much DC, but I have a cousin who's really into it. Sorry, ramble, side rant, ADHD. Anyway, there's like, so I guess I don't necessarily feel catered towards, but I appreciate when stories are able to do that kind of thing where it's like it's crossing over between both genres, because it's so rare that you get something like that in Japan, especially.
Do you think that has something to do like modern times? Like a lot of the shonen probably would gotta start like in like the maybe 70s, 80s. And it's a little bit more macho, like male centric. So the women aren't really that developed. I think as time would have progressed, it would have reflected in the media as well.
Yeah, 100%. Because Japan is like 50 years behind the US in terms of like they just stopped smoking in restaurants because like and like gay people being accepted, like school uniform is very heavily girls wear skirts, guys wear pants. You're not allowed to like a girl isn't allowed to wear pants and a guy isn't allowed to wear a skirt because that's just the uniform. So like it's been that way for years and years and years, and now they're starting to just now they're starting to kind of be like, oh, maybe, but they're so strict in terms of schools. Well, like girls can't have their hair in ponytails. For some schools, they have to have like white underwear, or they have to wear like shorts underneath their skirts, or their skirt has to be a certain length. Blah blah blah. But like,
Why does the underwear matter?
That's crazy. I've never heard
Yeah,
that.
no.
Crazy.
You also have
How
to
do you
have
even
like a
enforce
special.
that?
Exactly.
I don't. Yeah, don't ask. They also had like their PE uniforms for girls were basically like underwear. But if you see any like older anime where they have any slice of life or school anime where they have PE,
I've
the girls
seen
will be wearing like t-shirts with underwear, basically,
Yep.
swimsuit bottoms essentially. But that's what bloomers are, which is why Buruma in Dragon Ball is called Bulma. But anyway, this is besides the point. So there's it's like there's also like if you have like a different eye color that's not brown, or a different hair color that's not either black or really dark brown, or like naturally curly hair, you have to bring in a special note with a picture of you as a child that's like, I've had this since birth, it would be a pain to change and would cost a lot of money to change, so like please accept that I have this hair. Like it's just like a whole, you can't dye your hair. If you dye it blonde, it's considered rebellious, which is another thing, which is why Shikamaru is like a more like stoic, and Sasuke are more like stoic characters, and Naruto is like really rambunctious and he's got like dyed blonde hair and blue eyes because he's like stereotypical American foreigner. Anyway.
You
Like
see
a
that a lot
Bakugo
in
from My Hero.
yeah, you see it in Tokyo Revengers as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting.
So
Very nice, very nice. You have a guest, by the way, that you didn't say hi to.
Well,
It's been here
You're
for a while.
referring to Mr. Maki, is that correct?
Sure.
yeah, I assumed
Okay.
he was just staying mute. Keto, if you're there, you can say hi.
Oh, that's Kiddo? I was like, wait, I was just like doing like the whole like, I don't know what you're talking about, so I'm just gonna say yes and nod. But like, I didn't know that was
Mr.
okay.
Maki.
Yeah. What's
Well,
up, bro?
it seems like he doesn't want to unmute. Yeah, he just does this sometimes. That's why I was sort of just like letting it happen. Like I'm just sort of used to it.
Okay.
Yeah. But on the previous topic, Guido, feel free to jump in at any point. Okay, so that's officially addressed that, so we can move on from that. So correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not wrong, but correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just gonna say that anyways, just be polite. In Japan, it's usually the girl is the one who confronts the guy for like romantic interest, whereas in America, it's more like the guy is the one that hits on the girl to like get in a relationship.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like the exact opposite, and a lot of people don't know that, so that might come as like another like culture shock.
Yeah, yeah, it was really funny. I was talking to one of my guy friends and he was like, "No, yeah, we just don't like we don't approach girls like hardly ever. So the only reason we became friends is because you came up to me first." And I was like, "Wait, what? What do you mean?"
Yeah, guys
Like
just
it
don't
was just like,
confess.
Wait,
well, no, because
I feel like I'm
like
being mean, bro. Let me stop.
I guess
No,
like
please
from the
continue.
time I was little.
No, sorry, I interrupted you. Please continue.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, like, from the time I was little, my parents' friends were guys, so I grew up like having a lot of guy friends, and I was just kind of like, and I was wondering like why, because I've always been one of those people that's more like, oh, I'm just gonna go like talk to this random guy, that's fine. They're just sitting by themselves, they're playing video games, that looks interesting. Let me go like see what they're doing, like being the friendly type of person. But like I didn't realize that was a cultural thing until my friend pointed it out, and I was like, oh, so that's like, I mean, I got it, but like I didn't experience it because I'm a lot more friendly with like I don't know, regular guys, I guess. So it was like you ignore the girl that you like. There's this whole like there's also this whole like flirting culture is completely different to where you're kind of mean to the girl that you're like and you're kind of like, oh, like I'm not gonna hold this bag for you, blah blah blah. And then the second somebody else, like another guy tries to hold it, they're like, give me the bag. Like it's very like you're nonchalant and kind of tsundere until like somebody else comes into the picture and then you're like, heck no, like hands off, she's mine. And then the girl is like, wow, kyun, toki doki. But like that's another like typical, I guess, trope you see a lot.
Yeah, I feel like that's also in America, but specifically for like young children that are like that.
Yeah.
But you actually do see that in Naruto in one of the fillers. It's the filler where like a lot of the in the war arc when a lot of the like reanimations that were like the really weak people come back and Tamari meets the guy who like liked her when he was a kid and Tamari was like, you were really mean to me, and then the guy was like, oh sorry, I just really liked you, and Tamari just had
Yep.
no idea. So it's like that exact idea. Because he was like trying to like feed Tamari like a lizard or whatever. It's like, what are you doing?
That's so interesting. I wonder how like Chinese culture differs as well.
Yeah.
There's always like this kind of like comparison. At least when I was
I've
growing up.
seen a few Chinese like romance dramas, and I think it's a lot more casual and chill. It's a little bit more like Korea, but like a little bit more shy, I think. Because Korea is like openly flirtatious in a lot of aspects, and they're like, "Oh, come over to my house, sleep with me, bye." But like Korea is interesting. Like real Korea, not as opposed to K-drama Korea, because I have a lot of Korean friends here. But I think for China, it's still it blends aspects of like Japanese and Korean culture. So Korea took the more like party kind of side, and Japan took the more like reserved side, and China is a good mix in between.
Gotcha.
When
More,
when you say shoujo, Miss And, are you thinking more of the writing of the story or more of like the shipping aspects of the story, like the romance side of it versus like the execution in the writing?
So, I guess so. You know how like people talk about like shonen secret sauce and shoujo secret sauce, like what makes the manga that like fit into that category? Like that's what I'm talking about. It's like the way that the story has to be structured and styled in order for it to make it into the magazine, kind of thing.
So more of like a
The secret sauce
dojoshin
that the
or
editors
whatever
push,
it's
if you
called?
will.
However you say it, dojoshin?
Doji,
Whatever.
isn't that
Dojinshi?
porn, bro?
Yeah, I've never said it out loud. Wait, what? No,
Oh,
if it is, I don't know. There's like Sakura, Sasuke, dojoshins on YouTube that are like really cute fan
Dojinshi.
things or whatever. Yeah, that word.
Yeah, there's entire the Mandarake in Osaka is like full of like old merch, but Mandarake in Ikebukuro is straight dojins that you can buy. So they sell dojins here. Like that's a thing that you can do is be like a dojin like mangaka. So it's like fan comics basically. So you know how like the US has like fan fiction, right? Japan has that to extent, but it's way more popular to draw your own fan comic. And there is one dojin of Naruto and Sasuke that got so popular that the author like made a spin-off of it with different names and turned it into a thing that Naruto and Sasuke's voice actors eventually voice acted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Interesting. Do you think that there's like trans or like gay theming in Naruto Shippuden?
I mean, okay, so the interesting thing about Japan is, right, yaoi is kind of just made for fan service. It doesn't really have plot. So anytime somebody puts like yaoi or
Wow.
yuri into anything, what is this?
Oh, you're looking at the Sasuke voice actor.
Yeah.
And no, it was the Japanese voice actor, I think. But what?
This guy.
Who's that guy on the left there? The blonde hair.
I don't know.
Sasuke's dub actor is goated. He does a lot of great
he has
voices.
his own Fire Style album. He made a Naruto album with all the Naruto voice
what?
actors. It's the coolest thing ever. But the reason
Wait,
I'm
do we
pulling
watch
this
this? I
up,
don't know what you're talking about.
The
With
reason
all
I'm
the
pulling this up-
actors?
yeah, he got all the Naruto voice actors, and he did a
Yo,
Naruto album, and it's the coolest thing of all time.
Yo, link
But
that channel, bro.
so that's a side
Oh,
thing.
yeah.
Oh, I will absolutely
listen-
link this channel.
Listen to that in my free time. Let me check that
Yeah.
out. That's cool.
I'm not gonna say like every song, but hey, if you have any songs on there that I like, you did good. So he has like 3 or 4 that I really liked at the very least. But the reason I
But the
pulled this
reason I
up,
was asking about the I'm sorry. The reason I was asking about like the trends and gay theming is because I told them earlier. I watched this video essay from this woman who was giving a woman's perspective of Naruto and Naruto Shippuden. In particular, she kind of focused on like Sakura and Hinata's relationship as regards to like the respective love interest, and how the series was more promoting Sasuke and Naruto as love interest than they were like Hinata and Naruto, or like a Sakura and Sasuke. And then also I think I mentioned what she mentioned in her video, and give her props, where she mentioned like Naruto when he uses sexy jutsu against Kaguya, he doesn't turn himself into a sexier version of himself. He turns into other men who are sexy, which kind of maybe speaks to his mindset. And then when he transforms himself with sexy jutsu, he transforms into a woman. So there's like some interesting like commentary, and I don't know. I find like women's perspectives on things, because I don't really get that often. Given the circles I kind of run in, is like super interesting. That's why I'm kind of asking you all these questions. But yeah.
if you have that
so
video, I'd love it if you could link it.
Yeah, I'll try to find it. Yeah.
Cool.
I'm
The reason.
not super in.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna go on a long thing, but if you want to.
Oh yeah, mine things real quick. The reason I pulled up the channel wasn't for the album. That was a separate thing that you guys just noticed. It was to answer Mello's thing. This is like the closest thing that I have for the English dub is Yuri Lowenthal's Sasuke's official English voice actor has like officially produced a Sasuke ASMR that is in this exact kind of frame of mind. 11 minutes for like a Sakura one, to where he's like in universe as Sasuke, like speaking in Sakura's ear softly as she's sleeping about how much he loves her and all this, like in canon, and like considering all
For
that
11 minutes straight.
for 11 minutes straight. And same with Naruto. He did a 9-minute one for Naruto.
I'm gonna be honest. This is a little weird.
Well, it's not like it's not necessarily romantic love for the Naruto one. It's just like affection, like boy affection. That's how Kishimoto describes it in the novel as well. And it is cool to see it, like from a story perspective.
So wait, is anyone like responding? Like, is there the Naruto voice actor, for example, responding back, or is Sasuke just going like, "Oh, Naruto, you stupid fool, but you're my best friend" for 10 minutes?
No,
straight?
it is like that, because it's supposed to be like Naruto's asleep, and this is like supposed to be after Shippuden. So it's like,
What?
you saved me, Naruto, and I
What is
appreciate you, and now I'm on my journey, but I have you to thank for. It's like that for like 9 minutes straight. It's actually kind of cool though. It's really
Well,
really deep and affectionate. I don't know.
Really quick, because I feel like I need to like
Okay.
clarify this from what I said. The reason why I'm saying it's weird, not because of the like homosexual aspects. I'm like pro LGBTQ plus. I think I've made this clear many times. It's just weird that the actor himself is devoting so much of his time to this particular franchise. Like, don't you got other work to do? Like, what are
Maybe
you
he
doing,
really
sir?
likes it. He really likes Naruto.
I mean, he
Yeah,
did
is this a
one
like?
thing 5
is he
years
a-
ago. I don't think it was that
is he a-
big of a deal.
I don't know. It's just weird. Like, this is not your series, sir. Like, did you get permission to do this? Like, how do you make a whole album? I don't know.
Surely,
It
the
feels like-
album
it
he
feels
had
like
to
Yeah,
have
bro,
got
I gotta
permission.
see this album, bro.
Like,
He
yeah,
had
like
to have.
if you have all this talent, I just would have thought that talent would have gone towards like some of his own projects, just not like
Wait, with
propping up
Brian
another.
Donovan. It's you got Rock Lee in there.
Yeah, no, I
Bro,
mean
gotta
they
hear
go
this
to
album, bro.
they go to
I gotta
conventions
hear
and
this
promote
album.
it, so they probably sell it. Is my guess. It's probably like
I mean,
an
it's
official
cool.
thing.
Like, none of this is not cool. I was excited to hear about this, and I'm going to listen to a lot of these songs.
Yeah.
But it's just, I don't know. I just
What is the
thought a
genre?
talented guy like that would just have a lot of work on his hands that wouldn't even have time for this. It's a little shocking. But yeah,
The
Maybe
genre is
he's
like
just really efficient,
just like
unlike us.
rap, just like a
Fair
diss
enough.
track, something like that. It's like what Killer Bee does, I guess.
Oh my
Oh,
god! Does he have one with Killer Bee?
I don't
Oh
know.
my
I don't
God.
remember.
If he has, bro, nah, we gotta play that on stream. Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
I've listened to it in years. I remember he has one with Madara that's Neil Kaplan right there.
Wait. As a
Pretty cool.
translator, well, maybe I'm putting, but I mean, you would qualify yourself as a translator, right, Miss?
Yeah, I study translation as my minor in
Oh.
college.
Her official title
do
is
you-
Japan.com.
There you go.
Japan.jp.
What do you think about AI?
Oh,
Here we go. Everybody step back. Let her cook.
A whole can of worms.
Let her
Oh.
cook.
That's what I'm writing my senior thesis on, which I will post when I finish writing it in 3 months, hopefully. So, I might have to wait for that one. I do want to answer your other question. Oh my god.
Fair enough. I'm looking
I do want
forward
to answer
to
your
it.
other question about the yaoi first, because there's
Yeah.
an important thing that I don't think got brought up. But I'm not super into yaoi. It is big here. There's like entire sections of the story that you can just. It's bigger than the shoujo section at this point. But I haven't really read any of it. But I do think that one of the reasons why Boruto is like so. I don't want to say like. Okay, so you know how Boruto looks like Boruto and Sarada looks more like Sasuke. I think part of the reason why like Kishimoto was so like pro Boruto shipping, especially in the movie and the movie novel. If you look through the movie novel, it's like a Pixiv fan fiction is what it kind of is like. I'm going through it right now and making a whole big post that I'm gonna eventually post about that. But the I think part of the reason why that Boruto and Sarada have a very similar dynamic to Naruto and Sasuke is because so many people wanted Naruto and Sasuke. But I think one of the other reasons that like a lot of times in shonen you can see the same thing happening with My Hero Academia, and even like in freaking Mob Psycho people ship Mob with Reagan. But like the one of the reasons why I think in shonen a lot of times that like gay, I guess, pairings happen, or homosexual pairing, whatever you want to, yaoi, whatever label you want to put on it happens, is because the female characters aren't well enough written to where it seems like the guy has care and concern for them enough to make them more of a romantic partner than the guy would be, because the friends are written, the friend aspect and the characters are written so much, the guy characters are written so much more in depth and have so much more background and have so much more backstory and have so much more reason to like angst, I guess, in their relationship, which is a big like tension and point for shoujo when you're developing that kind of like drama relationship. That sort of thing ends up kind of happening between the male characters because they're the main two leads and the female characters are sidelined. So like especially with like Naruto and Sasuke, you have the whole thing where Naruto is like going after Sasuke very persistently and like forgiving him for everything and all this kind of stuff, where you see that would work like not just in a friendship but in a relationship aspect as well. That would be like kind of almost like not ideal, but like more ideal than whatever Naruto and Hinata have, and more ideal than whatever Sakura and Sasuke have. So it's like it's because of that relationship dynamic that ends up getting pushed through the actual story itself, because the female characters aren't quote unquote well written or just like sidelined and pushed off to the side, that they don't have the kind of dynamic that ends up being the quote unquote shipping material, I guess, if that makes sense.
I'm so sorry, but that
As
didn't
much
answer
as
Mello's question at all.
No,
Wait, you don't think that did?
No, I think it did.
It
If
was
I can
it was his
remember what my
question from
question
earlier.
was. I don't even remember what I asked, to be honest.
Well,
You asked
asked-
like
TBV head
what my
ass.
perspective was on why this happens and like how it happens.
Did he
I'll
ask a
take your
question
word
I
for it.
didn't
That's the
hear?
thing.
My memory is trash. I don't even remember. I
Dang,
thought it was a
okay.
great answer, though. I thought it was a great answer.
He was
For
definitely asking
AI,
about
though.
AI. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, AI
No,
is
no,
a
no,
whole
no. I mean, I
different.
don't want to like ruin her flow. We
No,
can
no,
like
no,
3
no, no.
minutes.
I was just. You got it.
Sorry, I didn't mean to go on a whole rant about something. I thought you guys were
We
still
love it.
kind
It's
of
the
thinking
Walky
about
Talky
that.
way.
You're fine.
But anyway,
I
for-
love the walkie-talkie way thing.
By the way, I will say this. Actually, I was a little lost when you said like that's why Boruto and Sarada has like the same dynamic as Naruto and Sasuke. I don't see that dynamic at all.
Early Boruto anime, absolutely similar.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Think so?
it definitely
So-
Like Sarada finding out her mom, like the mom stuff that early.
No, I'm
Maybe
talking
that
about
early.
even early, like the very first few episodes, like when they're in
Like
the academy
TBV?
and they have
Yeah,
that like
the
rivalry
academy.
dynamic.
Yeah, like
Oh, the
even going back to
Academy. Okay.
Naruto chapter 700.
Yeah. There's Naruto
Okay,
chapter
gotcha.
100, 700, the movie novel, and the early Academy arcs are all written very much like there's this kind of thing that's happening where Boruto is like upset about something, Sarada is like also upset about something, and they're conflicting because they're similar, and but she has this aspect of that Sasuke didn't have, where she kind of watches Boruto and understands him instead of constantly butting heads with him instead. So that's like the part of like the aspect that they gave, because she's like I don't want to say because she's a female, but because like she has like more softness about her than Sasuke does, and that's also what Boruto has more softness because of Hinata as well. That's like directly commented on in the light novel like narration, is that specific like highlight of, oh, they're very similar to their fathers, but this is how they're different because of their mothers.
You could also incorporate their living circumstances, obviously play a role. The fact is, Boruto, even if Naruto's not always there, he has parents. Sarada, you know, her family wasn't massacred. Like, you know, like those differences, the way everything about the
The
shinobi
way
world for
you
that matter,
said that.
is also going to play into
Her
it.
family just wasn't massacred.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess technically, I mean, bro's a tree ornament, so
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's not the
Well, I
whole
was referring to
fam.
early part with Boruto, but either way, Sakura's still there. Even if Ikimoto won't let her act like her mom, she is still canonically there.
Yeah.
I don't know. I
That's
just,
the biggest obstacle.
Also,
I
real
mean-
quick, I just noticed the little chibi Naruto, Sasuke, Boruto, Sarada thing at the top of your screen, and I love it.
I do
Well,
that, thank you.
The reason I pulled this
You
up,
did? Let's
Shoutables,
go!
is to
Yeah.
answer Mello's question. You
Oh, you
actually
drew
have
that?
a
That's fire.
video on your thoughts on AI. Your very first video, in fact. Also, your very first video.
Oh
I
my
don't know about
gosh.
your other. This is like
Oh
the
gosh.
cutest
What is
Pokemon
this?
intro
And I want to
of
play
all
this
time.
game, whatever this
No.
game is.
if you
Like, I
play
don't know
her
how you
video,
made
gotta
this,
at
and then
least
you're
play it
doing
for
the
30
Japanese
seconds.
thing to where you're hating yourself.
that's
A poorly
what
made intro. I tried.
Like,
But
what
then
is
this was like
this?
amazing.
This is like Pokemon, but Boruto and Sarada.
Exactly. I don't even know
No,
how you
so-
did this.
So what happened was I took the background from the Naruto RPG, the save like point. It's just like you can scroll in the map, and then I just screenshotted it, and then I made pixel art of all the character of Boruto, Sarada, and Mitsuki, and then I dragged them with my pen in like the art software and screen recorded it.
This is the coolest thing ever.
I mean, if you've seen
Wait,
any
And I made
Walky
the
Talky
intro
intro,
theme with,
this is
like,
like
RPG
1,000
Maker
times
music.
better.
It's so bad though. It's so cringy.
Well, I mean, have you seen the walkie-talkie walkie-talkie thing that Oodie made?
I
Commission?
like it. It's cool. It's very nostalgic.
This is
haven't
awesome. I
seen
want
it.
you to make this for us. We'll pay you if we have to.
Like, we'll
Oh my
start
gosh.
using your intro for our channel.
Exactly. We're just gonna Photoshop the Obito mask and Oodie's red lightning poster or Boruto and Sarada.
Bro, I can make different chibis and do the same thing. It's really not that hard, but
I love
I don't know. I made the music in like RPG Maker as well. I was trying to base it off of Rock's Third because I never, just the piano thing.
I didn't even realize it was custom music. You went all out and you're saying it's the worst thing ever. It's like,
No, because it's
This is
cringy.
cool. I love it.
exactly. But yeah, get back to the point. You did like go over like your thoughts on AI, and there's this whole area here.
Oh,
Yeah, how much she
yeah.
loves ChatGPT translations.
My gosh. So this was before this was really early ChatGPT like use, I guess. So in translation class, the one that we made PowerPoints for, my final project was this PowerPoint, and I only recorded one small section of it because it's like 100 slides. But I meant to go through the whole thing, and I just never finished it because I didn't think anybody cared. But I went. It was going through like basically some stuff about translation, and in the AI section, we did this whole class period where we wrote like we were split into groups of 3 or 4, and then we had to write a document together. And our document was like instructions on how to cook something, and somebody else did like a creative writing kind of thing, and another group did like a blog post kind of analysis thing. So like it was all we all had different styles of writing, and when you put those different styles of writing into different translators, like different results come out. But ChatGPT was way more consistent with actually trying to translate than Google Translate or DeepL. DeepL was just trash. Google Translate, if you're bilingual, you can really easily tell where it's going wrong, so it's really easy to find the mistakes. ChatGPT sounds the cleanest, but it's like it also makes up stuff sometimes. So like when you Google a definition, so you put the Japanese word and then you put like towa or imi or something like that to be like meaning or define this or what is this, AI gives you a summary, and then you can click on obviously all the dictionary links, so you can get the meaning from there. And then when you ask ChatGPT, it gives you the meaning in context because it has other context to pull from as well. So like you can say like, what is this meaning in reference to this line, in reference to like Boruto or whatever you're trying to translate or talk about. And it will actually tell you like, because Boruto is this type of character and because blah blah blah, then it shows this rivalry dynamic, whatever. Yeah, because this line is from the game. It's Ima no ore nara omae mo tedama ni toreru ze. It's a phrase that basically means like, oh, well, you're no match for me anymore is a fine translation. But it's like Tedama o toreru is like, I can lead you around by the nose, basically. Like I'm so good. Like it's just like bragging pretty much. And what DeepL translated to, if you want to
yeah, I'll show it so you don't have to say the let's see, was it DeepL you said?
Yeah, so tedama is literally the word for hand, and
I love this translation.
yeah, but it's literally the word for te, which is hand, and tama, which means like ball, is in like a bouncing like a sport ball.
Yeah.
So you're
As
saying
well as the
Boruto
other things.
didn't tell Sarada that he could take her by the balls right now.
Yeah, no, that's definitely not what that meant. And Google translated to the hand instead. So that's like slightly better, but like ChatGPT actually gives you the full. What? Did I like cut? Oh wait, never mind. I guess
this
I
was
just
me.
have scrolled
If
down
you were the
slightly.
one now, I could manipulate you. What is that?
Yeah, so like tedama o toreru is like kind of like manipulation in a way. So you can kind of understand where it was trying to go. It's better than freaking DeepL. But like it still has like some of the nuance slightly preserved. Like it's I can manipulate you in the way of like I'm so good that I can like basically that's what the phrase is
Manipulate
implying.
you in battle.
Basically, yeah, like I can lead you around in the terms of like I can do things to make you react in the way that I want you to react, and then react based on that. So like I don't know how to describe that well, but that's the nuance, right?
It's
So
because and
manipulate.
this is why when I
Fits that nuance
translate for other
instead.
people, I always give like a direct translation versus my localized version, because this is exactly what you're talking about here and you talk about in the video, to where the problem is that they're doing a metaphor in Japanese, but that obviously metaphors don't translate to the exact meaning. So because Boruto, it's like the idea is that this word is cue ball, and then this is to like take, or in this context like control. It's like you're controlling the game, so it's like, because I'm me, I can control you like a game, is basically what he's saying.
Yeah.
but that's not literally. Well, it's literally what he's saying, but it's not literally what he's meaning. Obviously.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, that's how you can get to this translation. It's not even close to what it's actually saying, but it works just fine as a translation.
Exactly. So that's why, especially for manga, because there's so much stuff in manga. The more I play that stupid kanji manga game, the more I'm like, my gosh, is manga really this bad in terms of like just making up words? Well, there's so many made up words and so much manga specific lingo that like it's to the point where if I am talking about Boruto, because I go to international school, if I'm talking about Boruto to somebody else that also knows Boruto or Naruto in Japanese, and there's a Japanese learner that's like pretty fluent, like anywhere within the general vicinity, they will just have zero clue what the actual heck we are talking about, and it's really funny. But like, I don't know. So I guess it's because there's like so many specific nuances. ChatGPT that has the ability to do that context does so much better with its translations because it gives you this full breakdown. It gives you all the nuance. It gives you the full explanation. It gives you like every single specific little tiny thing that you could want and ask for. It gives all of that to you. And it's good at what it does for translation because for like this specific style of translation where you're asking for a line breakdown, because it takes information from the entire internet. So it has context examples to pull from. It has dictionary entries to pull from. It has all this different stuff like forums and how it's used on the internet and how it's used by native speakers. It has all this ability to see all this kind of context. But the problem comes with ChatGPT when you just ask it for a one-line translation and you don't get all this nuance and you don't give it context. It doesn't know what to do with that really. And it translates really literally. So you still, even though it's like a really useful tool even for translators to be able to sit down and be like, okay, am I missing any nuance here? Can you look at this translation of this line, how I translated it? Do you think like it looks good? Do you think there's any nuance that I'm missing? Is there any better word? Because it's a struggle a lot of times to think of those kind of things on your own in a way that like, because you're trying to think in two languages at once and you don't have that list of like, unless you're pulling up like a thesaurus or something, which I used to use all the time, but now I'm just like, might as well ask ChatGPT because it's basically the same thing. Unless ChatGPT doesn't give me a satisfactory enough answer, then I go to the thesaurus. But where like if I'm doing something really nuanced for a specific line and I don't want to screw it up, like it's something that I'm having trouble with because it's so nuanced. And then this is a good tool to give you a breakdown on top of looking things up, because it's important to look things up as well, because it sometimes like misses stuff or misinterprets things, or especially if it makes things up. Like I was going through a line in the Boruto light novel and I asked it for something and it was like, oh yeah, the next scene. And I was like, how do you know what the next scene is? Like there's no way you should know. So I was curious. So I typed and it was like, it just made up the next line because it was like, oh, I need something. It always has to have some sort of question to talk about at the end. It has that thing like set into its prompt. So if you ask it, I asked it as well for the other day just to prove a point for the lyrics of like Kanabun's Kirarirari, because I couldn't copy and paste them from the website. So I was like, I wonder if ChatGPT will just give me the lyrics. It made up its own lyrics completely. So like it does that kind of thing. So you do have to be knowledgeable enough in order to use it, but when you know how to use it, it's a useful tool, if that makes sense.
Yeah, when it first was saying that it knows the next scene, it hadn't thought of what it would be for the next scene yet until you essentially brute forced it into giving it that response. That's when it first conceptualized the thought of what is this next scene now that they're asking about it. Now I have to come up with something.
Like when we did the trippy AI, whatever, like made him do the rap battle thing that it mentioned or whatever, like we had to brute force our way into it.
Exactly. So that's kind of why it's doing that. But no, it's beyond that, because whereas this is good, and the translation, even the translation, it's not exactly how it was otherwise. Not that it's wrong or anything, but again, it's taking it a little bit more literally than it probably should, especially at the beginning. Like, no one in English would say, if it's me now, I can even control blah, blah, blah. But, like, that's not how people talk.
Or, if it's me now, I can have you eating out of my hand!
Exactly.
So, what it was trying to do there is preserve the same, like, metaphor thing. So it was trying to give me another English metaphor that that works for like the same nuance wise, but when you're a localizer, it's not always ideal to use those kind of like things, which is again why you have to be knowledgeable about whether or not to actually use the translation or have it give you multiple translations. But it's good for line breakdowns, I guess, is more what I meant.
Exactly. But even then, you clearly know how to prompt. You're not just saying, "What does this mean?" and then having ChatGPT tell you. And that's the difference between a novice of AI and a master of AI. I'm sure if Mello's still here, he'll tell you it's exactly that. It's you need to know how to prompt, and you clearly do. So that's very important.
We had a whole class on that too. Yay.
Yeah.
AI.
Well, there you go.
So what I'm gathering from this is, Miss And, you don't think Momoshiki is a shy person.
Where did that come from?
You don't remember?
Well, Mello, do you think Momoshiki's shy if you're still there?
He is mute and probably talking to a stream or away or whatever he's doing right now. Well, while he's away, I guess I'll continue asking Miss Anne. So, the reason I asked about what you think about shoujo, whether you think it's more romance or story writing in terms of its quality, because you did say that you thought that Boruto in comparison to Naruto, maybe you didn't say that, but you said Boruto in comparison to Naruto, at least you said that Naruto failed at its shoujo elements, and then you referenced Ino and Sasuke not having much interaction. I think from a romanticized shipping fan fiction dojin that word, I think from that perspective, yes, I would agree. But from a writing perspective of the story, of considering it as a shoujo, I think it did not fail. I think Naruto succeeded heavily, as much, if not more, than Boruto.
So that's not really what I meant. I meant like in terms of using the tropes, it didn't successfully use the trope in the way that the trope was intended to be used. And I'm not saying that's a bad or a good thing necessarily. I just meant like it wasn't the trope.
I also think that's not necessarily fair. The reason I make that distinction is because Ino and Sasuke do have interaction, and it does service the narrative. It just doesn't service the fan fiction side of it, I guess I could describe it as. Because he's just blowing her off. He's just ignoring her. Same as Sakura when they're interacting with they're both interacting with Sasuke in that same scene, but they're both being annoying by doing so, and that's sort of why he's blowing them off. Like, it's the whole thing. But ignoring that, you would also be, for this particular instance, I think it's also slightly unfair to look at Naruto from its dojoshin side of it and basically boil down the entirety of it to its like worst piece. You can say like the weakest link in a chain is the weak that phrase, whatever it is. You could say that, but then I could also do the same thing back to Boruto, which I think would also be unfair, and say, oh, Chocho and Kawaki don't have much interaction. It's a terrible shoujo, all of Boruto. And I don't think that's fair to say Boruto failed because of its weakest link.
Oh yeah, no. So what I was more talking about was just specifically with that moment with Ino and Sakura not being the type of trope that is portrayed in shoujo. But one of the things that Naruto did that was really interesting is it did it in reverse. So Naruto and Sasuke are in the girls' position usually, and Sakura and Hinata were in the guys' position for the ending, I guess, overall trope, which was really funny and really interesting. But that's a whole another conversation. So it was done in an unconventional way, and I think Ikemoto is doing it in a very conventional and more obvious way, which is what I wanted to point out. Not necessarily whether it's like bad or good, but that it just didn't do it that specific way.
Bro, they had Naruto and Sasuke holding hands in blood, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty powerful symbolism.
Well, they're doing the unison side, to be fair.
No, I'm gonna put it out there. I'm gonna pull the band-aid off. Okay. Naruto and Sasuke are a cuter couple than Naruto and Hinata. Yeah, I said it.
Yeah.
It's true. It's just objectively true. They make for a better couple.
Well, all right.
I think a lot of people agree, especially in Japan.
I mean, they did.
A lot of guys won't say it because they're like homophobic, but I'm not a bigot, so I don't care. I think they're just a better couple. Yeah.
Even one of my teachers who noticed that I had Naruto pins on my backpack and started talking to me about Naruto as international school, so I could have multiple teachers, but it was a Japanese teacher, was like, oh, I really didn't like Hinata at the end. I didn't like how he got together with Hinata. I would have preferred anyone except Hinata. I was like, dang.
I mean, they have a
She didn't
whole
earn it,
movie
bro.
dedicated to it.
She was a
Yeah, I know.
stalker, bro. Like she was creepy. Like even like they did nothing with the moment where she's like, "I love you." There's no follow up with that.
Exactly.
Like, bro,
So
like what is
that's one of
that?
my
I'll
that's
be
one of
the
my
first to
biggest
complain
complaints
about it.
Now let Miss cook.
That's one of
Oh,
my
now she
biggest
don't want to
complaints
cook.
about like
Oh no, okay, no, she does
Naruto
want
as.
to cook. Okay, never mind. My bad.
Oh
Nah,
no,
cook,
go ahead. I don't know
cook. No,
who's talking.
you. Nah, go.
But basically, like, I think that was one of my biggest complaints about Naruto was the romance aspect, because when I was reading it for the first time, because I read it first and then I watched it as a show, so I didn't have the movie, I didn't have all the filler, I didn't have really anything to go on other than the manga. There was just like Hinata was randomly introduced in like chapter volume 5 or something like that, and then wasn't really given any development, and then randomly confessed to Naruto, and then ended up with him. I was like, how did that? What? How? Where? Where was the development?
And then like
Where did it happen?
in the
Nothing.
last, he got put in like a genjutsu just to realize some kind of. It was like they cheated just to make him fall for her. It felt
Yeah,
creepy,
no,
like
I
his
get it
mind was
now.
warped or
Like,
something.
yeah, it was like, what the heck? And it was one of the reasons why I was like, that was one of my biggest complaints, because a lot of times I read series for that subtle romantic subplot, especially in shonen, because I don't like how drama-y it is in shoujo a lot of times. And I think I appreciate, because like in shoujo the girls are super catty. So like, I don't know how to describe this, but like, hands off, he's mine, blah blah blah, get out of the way, like complete total just like possessive, annoying, like that's how Japanese girls are though. That's the thing. So
Like early
like,
Ino and Sakura's dynamic, maybe.
yeah, exactly. So it's like and they can't be friends. They're like koigataki is usually like love rival, but in a way that's just like they can't, they're at each other's throats constantly. And the main girl is like trying to be nice about it and trying to be like, she's a little bit oblivious. She just wants to be friends with everyone. And the side chick is just like guilt tripping the main guy and like using their past against him, and just like using their past against her as well, and pulling all this, like lying to her and basically saying, oh, he did this with me, he did that with me, blah blah blah. Like it's a whole annoying thing that I'm very glad that Ikemoto did not do, especially with Sumire, even though Sumire has the more possessive, like, oh, how dare you hug him in front of me kind of like thing. It's Sarada is still like, they still ended up as friends. They ran off and held hands into the sunset, whatever, blah blah blah. So like, you still have this, like, even if Sumire doesn't think, from my perspective, Sumire doesn't really think of Sarada as a friend. But even if that's still like tense, like Sumire isn't a complete and total jerk. She's not so possessive that she can't understand, and she actually goes behind Sarada's back and like is all clingy and over Boruto. Like, she sat down next to him, but that's totally fine. Like, if it was a shoujo manga, she would have been like grabbing onto his arm and been like, oh my gosh, Boruto-kun, I haven't seen you in so long. Just like, ugh, I hate that dynamic. But so like, I
Like
think that's one
Sarada
of the
rushed
things.
into his arms.
Well, Sarada rushed into his arms because they're childhood friends, and she didn't have like her feelings like realized yet. So that's a completely different situation. It's more of
Fair.
like, what made the hug so different was Boruto hugged her back, and that's what set Sumire off as well. Because that's a whole thing in Japanese culture where the guy usually just leaves his arms limp at his side when it, because girls like Sarada is obviously somebody who hugs people. She's like a very physically affectionate person. You see that throughout the entire series. She like lifts Miki's feet up and puts him on the bed. She's touching Boruto's chest in that one episode, being like, "Are you okay? Does it hurt anywhere?" Like, she's very like, she got that from Sakura. I think that kind of like more physical aspect, and she's been surrounded by boys since she was a kid, so she's again not afraid to be like clingy or touchy, or not clingy in a way of like possessive, but like just like casually touching somebody. It's fine. And Boruto, Sumire, I guess, on the other hand, doesn't have any of that. She's more of like the classical Japanese girl of like, oh, touching people is so like, how dare you like be so handsy in front of me, blah blah blah. Because that's, to her, that's like not, they're childhood friends, so obviously they would do something like that. So it's fine. But like because in Japanese culture that kind of thing isn't very normalized, I guess. And Sumire didn't grow up with friends. She grew up alone, and then she went to labs after a short time in the academy. So she probably has this internalized idea of like, this isn't a normal thing. Sorry, I just went on a whole another side rant thing. But the whole reason that she gets upset is because Boruto's facial expression and the way he hugs Sarada back is very, like, he tucks his face down into her shoulder. Like, you can see the progression of his face slowly moving down, like, behind her jacket. So, like, because of that, what Sarada did wasn't wrong. It was Boruto's reaction that ticked Sumire off. And it's a lot of Japanese people kind of recognize that, where a lot of Westerners were just like, I don't understand this at all. So like, where was I going with this? What was I supposed to be talking about? I'm sorry.
From your perspective, like cultural and just like like, I don't know, sex or gender wise, do you think Boruto has romantic affections for Sarada?
Yes, I would say the majority of the Japanese fandom thinks, especially people who, because there's a lot of people who are getting into TBV now and just kind of skipped over NG.
So they listen to Ikimoto.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it wasn't Ikimoto's fault. That's just a Japanese thing to do because not everybody is like super. So anime culture here is like, I recommended Naruto and Boruto to one of my friends recently, one of my close friends, and she was like, "Oh yeah, I'll watch it." And so she watched it, but she like skipped through to the important parts and just like disregarded the rest of the series. So like,
so they don't appreciate the story.
It's watching it to understand the basic story, but not watching and obsessing over every detail to the point that the manga like severely well. Like it's like in America, I feel like there's this kind of stereotype where you have to sit down and you have to watch every episode of a show in order to say that you've watched it. But in Japan, it's like, oh yeah, I read a couple of chapters of the manga, I saw a couple of episodes on TV, I've seen that, like it was good. So it's a lot more casual of like a culture surrounding it because it's so prominent, I guess, and it's not taken as seriously. It's just like a story, like a fun story that everybody's like following along with or whatever. So you can, especially for people who haven't read the movie novel, haven't read the light novels, haven't seen early NG dynamic, they're like, oh, maybe Sumire could end up with Boruto because of like, shoujo tropes, and they'll argue the reverse because they don't know that Sumire is girl number 2 and not girl number 1 because TBV doesn't really make that distinction as clear. I think because of especially the hug scene where she's watching, usually the one who ends up with like hurt feelings for a while is girl number 1. So the fact that they're giving Sarada all this attention into Blue Vortex from Boruto, it kind of like leads people to think, oh, maybe it would be the opposite. But everybody who's kind of been around since Naruto Next Generations and seen their dynamic from the start will think like, oh yeah, Boruto 100% has a crush on Sarada. You can see, especially when I go over my movie analysis, it's the same thing where he's like, he has all these lines of like, oh, I just want to look cool in front of her, probably because it's rivalry, probably something like that. But anyway, and then he goes on to like go fight the bear panda. It's just this really awkward scene of him being like, but I want to show off in front of her because, and it's like, it's this, there's like the whole, he notices her watching her many times. He's like just comforted when she says something. He says like, oh, well, he thinks of her right before he does like the whole like saying I have to protect her kind of thing. And then there's like the whole I don't want to lose is because I want to like, I don't want Sarada's dream to be ruined. There's like, and I have to like there's a ton of lines that basically are like him being like he has a crush but he doesn't realize he has a crush. And then after she says the whole your eyes are bluer than the seventh thing, and then the manga when he starts protecting her really heavily is when a lot of people think like, oh, he understands it now. And especially in TBV, his reactions to Sumire being like just side-eyeing her while he smiles for Sarada, or sweat dropping when she's like, Kami Sumire, like it's just like, oh, he's now kind of aware of Sarada's feelings, I mean Sumire's feelings, as well as kind of turned off by that because he likes Sarada. So there's a fan comic as well on Twitter that I'm following right now where it goes on, Sumire is like, oh, I'm going to confess to Boruto, and Sarada's like, oh, okay, have fun. And she's sitting there like, can I cheer them on? Will things be okay after this? And she's like crying because she's like, I have to cheer her on because she's my friend, but I like him so much. Like, what am I supposed to do? Why did I let this happen? Like, why didn't I say anything? Why didn't I confess to him? And Boruto, like when receiving Sumire's confession, he realizes he likes Sarada and is like, oh, sorry, blah, blah, blah. But I think that's like a really realistic, like, kind of how shoujo would portray this kind of relationship and how it would end up if it was written by a shoujo author. So anyway,
Meanwhile, in canon, Boruto, Sarada and Sumire just frolicking in the flower field together.
Well, yeah, no,
making out.
It's because they're friends that she feels so like not necessarily like she's in the beginning she's like, oh yeah, good luck, like, and then she's sitting there like looking and she's like, watching the confession happen, and she's like, oh, you know, they look good together, like I bet you they would make a good couple. Man, that's really depressing. Gosh dang it, I'm crying now. Oh darn, I wonder what I'm gonna do. Like, it's like,
you know, actually
she's trying so hard.
What you're explaining is actually really cool, but if you were to take, especially the manga, you're gonna take the manga for the manga, Sarada and Sumire's friendship is just not actually established.
It is non-existent.
Like they're all these scenes they have with each other, they're just standing next to each other, or Sumire's like, well, I like Boruto. Does that upset you, Sarada? And then in Shippuden, they're just, not Shippuden, Two Blue Vortex. They're just like, they're both immune to Ada, and then Sumire's mad and Sarada hugs for it. Like, they're not friends, bro. They don't like each other.
Which is crazy, because Ino and Sakura are established friends, and we see it, and they're the exact opposite.
So there's a line in the light novel where not the movie novel but the Academy Arcs novels where Sarada becomes Sumire's first friend. So she's sitting there and she's like, oh, commenting on like class rep stuff, and Chocho is like, oh, are you making new friends already, Sarada? And Sarada's like, I guess, because this is like their first conversation. And Chocho comments like, oh, if you want to be like me and Sarada, how we are talking open and honest with each other, you're gonna have to put in the work, blah blah blah. And by the end of like late novel 3 or something, Sumire is like, oh yeah, I didn't grow up with any like childhood friends and I didn't have any friends, and Sarada's like, well, you have us now, and she's like, I guess. So then they kind of become like,
see, that's wholesome, but like, that's good. And for the anime viewers or the light novel readers, okay, they understand where that starting point is and where that's developed into.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I can't give that to Ikimoto because that's not in his story. That's in like Hodachi's light novel.
That's important because it's not just not in the manga. Ikimoto didn't write that at all. So it's like,
he drew the photo cover drawing of it, but he didn't write it.
That's one of the biggest complaints I have about, like, in terms of how all that stuff wasn't brought in or wasn't like embellished, and especially with manga Sumire as well, she feels completely different than the anime and light novel Sumire. So like, I don't see manga Sumire as being friends with Sarada at all. I don't think she likes Sarada. I think Sarada is trying to be friends with her, but I don't think Sarada like all of her reactions.
Sarada was not trying for the first like 17 years or 15 years. She might be starting now. Not that old.
Well, no, because like
the first 14 years,
they seem like people who are like friends by circumstance. Like, hey, we're friends because we work together. But like, if we were like out of here, probably not.
Yeah.
Well, see, the thing,
they're not texting each other. They don't have a snap streak. They're just like civil at work.
Well, the sad thing about that, it's the same with them with Ada.
Ada's a different can of worms, bro. Don't even bring that in. Oh god.
To be fair,
I think yep.
Let's see. Now moving forward, there very well might be no difference there to where Sarada actually will look at Ada as a friend now. But before,
bro, Ada is a terrible person. I hope that never happens.
Well, ignoring that, for the last 3 years of Omnipotence and whatnot, bro, Sarada is she didn't like it. The first internal dialogue she has about Ada is like, oh my god, is all she ever talks about is love? Like, she does not like Ada as a person. Maybe she's changed now. Maybe she's acting, but she did not like her before that.
Ada 100% is the one that helped her with her drip. I'm convinced of it because Sarada was dressing strange in part 1.
Yeah, if you didn't,
honestly, Ada probably did bring her to the clothing store and say, "Hey, you should wear this."
Well, it's funny because it was confirmed that Ada was buying Kawaki's clothes.
That makes sense because Kawaki kind of drippy at the start of TBV. So, But
Maybe.
I would say like I wonder where Mitsuki fits into this like little love triangle, and I'm wondering like, are we feeling like Mitsuki has like a romantic kind of inclinations towards I don't know if that's the right word I want to use um desires towards Boruto, or is it just something different that's like unusual and not rare, that's rarely seen, so like I'm defaulting to like the obvious, oh, he's just romantically involved. And then also the last little bit would be well, the first one is Mitsuki and his role in the love triangle. But then also, I just think Sumire is objectively a superior character than Hinata, and I'll put that hot take out there in the verse. But yeah,
Well,
Can I
manga
explain the
Sumire,
Mitsuki thing?
anime Sumire? Because I think the answer
um,
changes depending on that.
I also
I
think
I
agree.
think anime
regardless, I think
Sumire.
Hinata has a lot more depth than Sumire, regardless of character.
What?
Mm.
No way, bro! Like that whole um
Sorry, I just
the Gozu
disconnected. What did you just say?
the whole like Gozu Tenosil stuff and like her father and
Okay,
Danzo,
so
like that
okay, so that,
alone.
that does answer Kamui's question of if you're
Yeah, the
counting
anime.
for the anime. I was considering
Yeah,
just in the manga, then I think it's by default Hinata has infinitely more depth than Sumire.
Yeah, but for the anime, yeah, I think anime Sumire better, manga Sumire worse than Hinata.
yeah. Like
Hinata's
so,
just
like
in the middle.
Sarada part one in the manga. I don't even like Sarada in the manga. I only like she's my favorite
Okay,
character
you're the
because
same
of
as
her
me then,
anime.
because I love anime Sarada,
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
but not
Anime
manga
Sarada
Sarada.
is like amazing. Like
Yeah.
part two, like I think she's better written than Boruto. I personally, I prefer the series to be Sarada's in my
I'm
opinion.
glad you're
But
saying that. I think Sakura's the best written character in Naruto Part 1. I said in the past, I'm gonna double down. I'm gonna stand by it.
Okay, I'm not gonna say she's the best written character in part one, but if you
part
mean
one,
among like certain character, I think she's one of them. I think she's
I
very
think
good.
I think in terms of women, it's definitely Tsunade. Like Tsunade is like the best written woman character in the entire franchise, in my
If you're gonna
opinion.
go with quality versus quantity, like quality wise, yeah, I think Tsunade is probably still my number one pick for that.
Although I
Not
will
as
say,
much quantity.
two Blue Vortex Sarada is just amazing. So I like her in the manga. Obviously, there's no anime, but yeah, Mitsuki's dynamic with the love triangle, and then also Sumire being better than Hinata, I think is pretty solid. But
I have to
Just-
talk about Mitsuki. Can I talk about the Mitsuki line? Oh,
Yes,
so
By all means.
no, so you know how there's the whole I love Kawaki. I don't know why I love Kawaki line from Mitsuki and
I
Two Blue
don't remember.
Vortex. Oh,
Oh,
okay.
so this is the
Okay.
post
Well,
fight conversation.
so this was Mitsuki and Ada were having a conversation after Boruto was like, "I'll be your son," and Kawaki, I mean, frick, Mitsuki was talking about how he felt romantic love for Ada for the first time, and he specifically uses the word koi. I think I'm pretty sure it's the word koi. It's either koi or renai or something that indicates like romantic love. So he taught. Ada taught him what it was like to feel romantic love for the first time. And then he goes on to talk about why he didn't think about how why Kawaki was the son, quote unquote. He just kind of followed it blindly because he was scared of what would happen if Kawaki wasn't actually the son, and he thought too deeply about it and he couldn't find the answer, so he'd rather just be like blindly, following than have this whole existential crisis over the whole situation. And because it's not something he wanted to think about. And he says like, "Oh, Ada, I think that you're like me. I don't know why Kawaki means something to us," is how I translated it, but it was the line used the word ski instead of koi. So koi is like specific romantic love. Ski is like you use it in confessions to mean love, but most of the time it means like, and most of the time it's talking about like you can say like pizza ga ski, I like pizza. So it's the same. It's on the same level of that, where like you don't know why you like Kawaki talking to Ada, in terms of like you don't know why you're in love with Kawaki, and I don't know why I was like kind of worshiping Kawaki as the son. So they, in Japanese, they encompass that into one line, which they can do because the pronouns can be vague and the ski can be vague, but in in English, they were like, "Oh, let's just make it. I don't know why I love Kaki," and it comes from Mitsuki. So everyone was like, "Oh, was Mitsuki gay?" But basically, because of that line, I don't think that Mitsuki has romantic feelings for Kawaki or Boruto in this case, because he
Made
figured out.
no indication of such.
Well, but hang
Ada
on.
Yeah, because he
thought of
specifically
romance,
made the
not
distinction.
Boruto.
But hang on. In the official source, Viz, right next to Omnipotence and Inu Shikacho, Mitsuki blatantly directly says he loves Kawaki. Are you telling me Viz is wrong?
Yes, I'm sorry. The
It's
official translation
canon.
sometimes.
It's canon.
And you're telling me
though.
that Ada doesn't have a Shinjitsu instead of a Shinjutsu? And you're telling me she did not use Omnipotence?
Mello,
Definitely.
please tell me you remember Shin Kutusu.
No clue what that is.
Well, it's what Ada used. Omnipotence is the Shinkutsu.
I'll take your word for it. It makes me wonder how many there's so many major chapters in the series that in particular the one where Momo's like, have you ever wondered if the collective memories of mankind have been, that chapter is probably one of the biggest chapters in the entire franchise, including Naruto, in my opinion, just because of the implications. But how much of that was accurate, by assessments from there? There's probably a lot of it that's just wrong.
Because he's not even confirming it, he's just saying, have you ever wondered? It might not have ever happened.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Okay, so we're saying Mitsuki is not having romantic feelings for Boruto, but he's at a loss for why he feels that way. But you said Ada showed him romantic love?
Yeah, he has romantic feelings for Ada because of Omnipotence, or because of the whole charm thing.
Right.
Which is a part of Omnipotence. But anyway, he felt that emotion for the first time because of Ada, and that was specifically stated. So he couldn't have had romantic feelings for Boruto before that, and now, even though he still thinks of Boruto, I don't know whether because of the experience with Ada, maybe he'll start feeling something for Boruto, which could potentially be the case. But then Boruto's harm will just increase. So I'm hoping for something else from Mitsuki beyond that. But
yeah, I hope he doesn't have that. It's a shonen. It's doubtful.
I don't think he does.
Path.
I don't think they've indicated that.
Yeah,
you see how Mitsuki acts towards Ada.
To.
I know it's Omnipotence, but you see how he acts towards Ada. He's not acting that way with Boruto or Kawaki. So
yeah.
They've given the most minimal explanation on the sun ever, and I hope they give us more.
They gave you more in the light novels, but I kind of made a video on it-ish, but I didn't really go into depth because I didn't pull. It was somebody asked me a question and I wanted to respond, but then my response was way too long for Twitter, so I tried to make it short and it turned into a 10-minute video.
But this gets into another thing though. It's just okay, the light novel did it, and I'm sure it's pretty good in the light novel, and I want it to be good in the light novel. But when I'm reviewing the Boruto story, I'm not gonna look at the data book and say, wow, that was the Naruto data book. Wow, Kishimoto really made a great story of Naruto when he wrote something in the data book. That's not the Naruto story. It's supplementary information, and it's good for me to know. If I can't get in the story, then yes, I'm gonna go to that light novel so I can just know what it is, because I want to know. Curious, world building, knowledge, sure. But when it comes to the story of Boruto, it needs to be in the story of Boruto. That's my problem.
No, I agree with that, especially for analysis or whatever. But I am curious, something we said earlier. I don't know if you guys want to check on your guests and see how they're doing on time. It is 3 a.m. But
well, they live in Japan, so
it's actually
it's 5 p.m. here. I'm good.
We're the ones who need to go to bed.
Yeah, that's true. Damn it, ADHD's kicking. I forgot. Never mind. It was good too, though. It was.
Well, if you're speaking of ADHD, I had a topic from 30 minutes ago that was really relevant at the time.
Well, I have a topic that's relevant now if you want to save your irrelevant topic.
Sure.
So, bouncing off of what Kamui said, because Mello forgot what he was going to say, I'm really glad you said that, Kamui, that it is supplementary info. And I feel like, this is what I was trying to insinuate an hour ago, to where I feel like Boruto is different from a lot of other series, to where, yeah, Dragon Ball, it has like the archaic translations of the dub or whatever, but overall, I do think the story itself, you can sort of get
Oodie,
the
Oodie,
gist.
stop. You did this
Okay.
twice now. What is this shade you keep throwing on Dragon Ball by calling it archaic? What is this?
In
You've
terms
done
of
this twice
the,
now.
in terms
I
of
let
the,
that first time slide. What's this? What is going on?
in
with
terms
you?
of the old dub,
You're ageist against Dragon Ball? What's going on? I'm kidding.
in
Please
terms
continue.
of the dub, yeah, the
Yeah, respect your
translation.
elders, bro. They're Japanese.
I
This is
love
the
the Dragon
grandfather
He
Ball.
of
learned
all
nothing
battle
from his
shonen, like,
aunt's
put some
cultural
respect.
explanation.
All I'm saying, if Goku's talking about Frieza shoelaces, I think we just hit a snag somewhere. I think we need to reverse to do a new dub.
Frieza shoelace.
Yeah, I forget. I think it was Frieza who's talking about Goku shoelaces or something. It was
Oh, I
not even
remember.
close.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
What do you say?
That's
Aha,
awful.
your shoes untied, you fool.
exactly. Yeah, just like that.
And we did get that Goku superhero. Like, I'm a nightmare to you, something to something.
Bro,
Something like
I
that,
don't
so.
care. I love that just because it sounds cool.
Yeah,
It just
it was
does.
kind of campy. My bad, I interrupted you, please.
I'm totally
You-
down.
You're saying the archaic Dragon Ball.
Archaic Dragon Ball dub, in particular, the dub.
Dude, just make it more extreme. That old, withered, crippled.
Bro, if anything, the sub, like the Japanese would be archaic because the dub will come after the 80s, right? So if any, but never mind, please continue.
Anyways, comparing Dragon Ball's old translations to the current translations, it's more or less up to date, minus Viz being awful. But it's probably a little bit better, the process and all that. But like the stories themselves are what matter. I do think that translates a lot more than the old dubs, to where you look at Naruto and Yahigi or whatever, you know, the guy who said all Americans are idiots, so he had to dumb down the Naruto story so we would get it. So the Naruto story it's more universal. Yeah, he did say that word for word. I quoted him. Yes. So when he said that, okay, so he's making
he paraphrased
Naruto,
it, but he really did say something pretty much just like that.
so when he made
Americans are
Naruto more
dumb as hell.
universal, the world, it makes sense why it was so successful overseas. Because yeah, it still has the Japanese inspirations. It still has all that like meta subtext or whatever in there. But that's exactly what it is. It's supplementary information. It supplements a story it complements a story to make it better. Unlike Boruto, the Boruto Sarada hug, only Japanese readers are gonna get that. And again, that's like supplementary information for
That's a
the
narrative beat right
Yeah,
there. That's not the ramen flavor. Haha, if you know, you know. This is the
Oh, I
point
remember,
of
by
the
the way.
story.
Yeah, and
I remember
if Americans just don't get it, which they aren't going to get it unless they're explained it, then you're missing the story. Because I would say that's a big moment of this. It's not just some random story beat. That's like probably top 5 most pivotal moments in the entire Two Blue Vortex series so far.
It's literally
compare
like
that-
the spark of Sarada and Sumerae's character direction.
Exactly, and Boruto and Sarada's reunion and all this is crazy, everything they're doing there, but every English speaker doesn't have a clue. Meanwhile, you have My Hero Academia. Sure, it's highlighting Japan, but it's showing the whole world. It's a universal story. Naruto, already covered it. It's universal. Even something like Bleach, which is clearly taken a million different Japanese things, it's taking those as inspirations and adding them to the story, but it's being added. It isn't the story itself, so I can understand the Bleach story to pretty much the same degree as a Japanese person, and it's just fine.
Same
But
with that Death Note.
Exactly, same with Death Note. But Boruto, I feel like you just can't do that. You are just missing the story, unless you're Japanese, which I don't understand why. Why would
That's
you do
a-
that?
At least in totality.
But because that's especially a problem in Boruto, though, because this isn't just some random Japanese story. This is following up from Naruto, which has been established to be a universal story that the English speakers especially does well over season. And Ikimoto's taking that and removing he's like isolating
He
the
really
rest
wants
of the
to be
world.
his story. not Kishimoto's.
Exactly.
I think one of the problems with Ikimoto is he doesn't understand the Western perspective of things, and he's using a lot of really heavy, like, if you look at his writing and the way he does like chapter covers and all that kind of stuff, he makes puns in Japanese with kanji and all this kind of stuff all the time. Like all of it's like very literary heavy into like what are those things called? Like when you analyze like a text for like subtexts or like sub
Do you mean like
Analysis.
codes, like
Something
codes perverted
devices.
doublespeak in chapter 1?
No, it's like
Reading between the
metaphors. All of them are
lines.
part of a category of some sort of like snow being like a metaphor for death, or like rain being like
Allegory?
sad, or well, that's one of the things that fits into this overall
Idioms.
sort of category of
Bro, I
stuff.
feel like I know what she's, but it's like one of those tip of the tongue things.
Yeah, it's something devices. I don't remember the first word.
Literary devices.
That's it. Thank you.
Oh,
My
I wasn't
God.
thinking about that at all. I remember.
I was gonna say
But yeah,
rhetoric
so
device.
like all of
yeah.
those like umbrella things, Ikemoto uses that so much, and he does it in a way that's like strictly Japanese. Like with the most recent chapter, Shut Up, having different kanji readings for like you're being noisy and flies buzzing around in May. Like it's like there's or like your heart and mind and head, like there's all this like stuff that you can read into the detail into Japanese if you know that level of Japanese literacy. But it's like he's like writing like a poetic novel version of writing, I guess I should say, in terms of using literary devices, like being up to date with like Gen Alpha levels of slang. He's up to date with like it's so heavily you have to read between the lines, and so heavily like there's so many read between the lines things in Boruto that I get overwhelmed when I try to explain them all, because there's like hundreds. There's hundreds of them, and it's really frustrating to try to explain to a Western audience, because the story hit so much harder for me in those areas, and then like there's just people on Reddit who have no clue, and I'm just like, oh, this is one of the first things I looked in the subreddit. I was like, I'm gonna translate this and start doing like analysis, because people just don't get it at all, and it was really frustrating.
You know, from a business standpoint, there's not a lot of people who can do what you can do. So like that's a fantastic niche that you've identified. I would pursue that for sure.
I feel like I don't know. I feel like people don't really understand it at the same time, though, because like there's people like you guys who are like aware of how much nuance Japan has, and then there's the person who doesn't know what a translation. There's a freaking translator I was arguing with on X the other day that didn't even know what a translation was, because he was like, "How dare you change the word 'or' to like or in other words,' or whatever I had on the page," and he was like, "That's a bad translation because you're adding words, but my translations are accurate because I don't add words." I was like, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah, like some people that just don't know second languages don't realize that grammar rules are different in other like they think it's just like a 1-for-1, just a displacement of this word is that word in a different language, and that's just not how that works.
There's so many, yeah, and every time I make a post like explaining stuff like that, like just recently I made a post about like common pitfalls of where Japanese can go wrong and where the English translation can go wrong, because these things in Japanese grammatical structures are different. That did terribly compared to posts that I made of being like, oh yeah, by the way guys, Sarada doesn't think of Boruto like a brother, because like it's like I don't know, the whole controversy thing, but like people have to be clickbaited into understanding it. They can't just like they don't understand it at face value for what it is, I guess.
Exactly, but that's just so sad though. There's literally hundreds of them, like you said. Like with all the Japanese nuance and context, the Boruto story becomes so much better because the Japanese part of it is actually pretty good. But that just doesn't translate over, obviously. And obviously, me and Kamui are going to make fun of the universal part of it. Because it's a Naruto story! It's meant to be for the Naruto audience, but it's just not. Because I'm part of the Naruto audience.
It's being published overseas. He knows that's the case. He plans for that to be the case. It's the point for that to be the case.
Well, see, that's why a lot of mangaka go through the effort to learn English, because they want to know what things won't translate well, what jokes they can't put in, what kinds of things will hit harder for an American audience versus what things are strictly Japanese. And Ikemoto just doesn't know that, because he centered a whole entire thing around somebody calling somebody else something chun. Like
Exactly, and that's a huge thing in the story as well. Like, this isn't Naruto, where Kishimoto's being influenced by, oh, Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, they're the Shinto gods, or blah blah blah. But that's not impacting the story. That's just titles of techniques or whatever. That doesn't matter.
It's just underlying, like, influence, inspiration, you know? That's all it is.
Exactly, and that's cool. It's like on a complementary level. It makes it better, but it doesn't actually influence the main story. The
It doesn't influence the plot either. Like, yeah, Yamada no Orochi being slayed by the god Susanoo. It happens in Naruto. That's freaking cool. It has no bearing on Naruto at all. The fact that that is based on a Shinto mythology thing.
Because it's not the Naruto story. That's the difference.
I do want to ask you.
Oh, go ahead.
I know you're the guest, please.
I was just going to say, from the onset, especially with the whole family dynamic thing, Boruto was marketed for Japanese kids living in Japan who struggle with absent fathers. Like, that was the whole point of the thing, and that just completely went over everybody on the West side, and they were like,
well, to be fair, though, that is also, I mean, okay, some people just didn't like it, and that is what it is. But that is still universally understandable. Like, you have a doctor that works 80 hours a week and the kids don't see them very often. They'll get it. You don't have to be Japanese to understand. Like, I understand the Boruto movie without...
Oh, yeah.
Before I knew a single Japanese word. Okay? You don't need it for that.
But, like, with the whole, like, everybody calling Naruto a bad father, that is the stereotypical Japanese father. I know that's not the stereotypical Western father, but, like, that is, like, the majority of people have this experience to be able to, like, it's not something that is not understandable, but it's so much more widely common in Japan, I think.
Yeah, which would lead to Boruto being much better liked in Japan because that's just normal to them, whereas for a lot of the other people, it's gonna be like, oh, Boruto's being a brat, he just doesn't get it. Well, that's where the your culture influence is going to influence your opinion a little bit more there. But
what do you guys think about a few things? The one thing I will say is, it seems like from a culture, two things from a cultural standpoint. The first thing would be, there's this like glorification of youth that I think I noticed in the culture, and in particular, I remember Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds and Digimon. These two shows in particular, I remember at the end. Spoiler alert, I guess. There's versions of these characters that become adults. In 5D's case, they become older adults. They go from 19 to like 28 or some shit. And at the end of the show, they kind of like, in 5Ds, they go their separate way. Like, literally, they go different paths on this highway. And they go, and then like they become doctors and lawyers. And in Digimon, like, the characters, when they become older, they're shown, they lose their flair from like a visual standpoint. Like, their hair's cut shorter. Like the accoutrement, the little armaments that they had on, like the goggles or like the little backpack, or like the colors are muted. It seems like this, and I'm tying this to Naruto when we're talking about like him as an adult and him as a father, like being like kind of a loser or whatever. I'm like, just from a cultural standpoint, I feel like like, I'm thinking My Hero Academia, they had like an 8-year time scale. I'm like, man, I can't wait for them. They should do like a part 2. I personally want a prequel with All Might and Endeavor, but if they do a part 2 when they're like older, but I actually think for anime, like media that come from Japanese culture, taking your younger characters and aging them up destroys those characters because of the culture's like tether to like youth, in a way.
This is a huge thing.
And I feel like Naruto, like, for me, Kid Naruto is the best Naruto. Because he was just like unapologetically him. And I feel like Shippuden Naruto was like, I feel like he had to kind of conform to the world, even while he was bending the world to him. And perhaps that's just maturity. And then like adult Naruto is just trash. I don't even like the character in any shape, form, or fashion. I've voiced this concern before. And then before I forget this, the other cultural point I wanted to bring up was that it seems like with Ikimoto in particular, but like other characters, I would even say like Dragon Ball characters. I mean, Dragon Ball character, Toriyama. It seems like Japanese men or mangaka have a hard time writing women for characters. And something you said earlier was like, they don't seem to like interact with women a lot in their youth.
Mhm.
I was wondering, like, from a cultural standpoint, it seems like it makes for like poor character development for women from mangaka. So like you have two separate cultural instances where one like kind of makes them poor women characters, like, or designers, I guess, if I can say it like that way, and the other one I completely forgot because of my ADHD, so I apologize, but yeah, I've made my
That's
points
alright.
though. I've managed to get them out before I forgot, so yeah.
If you remember, by the way, at any point, feel free to completely interrupt me and just be like, "Yes, this thing I remembered," because I have the urge to do that all the time, and I completely understand. I won't see it as rude at all.
Well, I'm glad you're saying that because something I was going to say like 10 minutes ago is the first 3 words of your rant from 10 minutes ago. What really stood out to me, Ikebana doesn't understand.
Wait, whose rant?
1,000 volts. Like 10 minutes ago. About something about Japanese.
I don't think that was a rant.
Oh no, he doesn't understand America.
No, he just doesn't understand. That's just the end.
Well, y'all gotta stop doing this to Big Iki, man. We gotta put some. He's trying.
Well, okay,
He's
fine.
trying.
We can bash Hinata from like 30 minutes ago. So Oodie, I added you on the top.
Okay. We can do that. Okay, so bashing
So the
Hinata from 30
segue was
minutes ago.
Hinata.
Okay, that just
we-
Hinata. That's it.
Well,
I'm gonna make
it
a
has to do
note.
with not like the Hinata Naruto relationship thing. So
Well,
click
you're,
on the
I think your guest
the
said something
upper
real quick.
Oh,
wait, what?
Sorry, I just wanted to make a note before we move on to another topic to answer about the Seishin and the youth and like the woman thing.
Oh yeah, that's what I said. I had forgot about that. Yeah. Okay.
Well, let's hear it.
Oh, you want me to do it now?
yes.
Well, yeah,
Okay.
it's more on
Well-
topic than mine.
So, for the whole youth thing that you described, 100% is very true. Middle school is really the last. It's described as seishun. So middle school in Japan is 7th, 8th, and 9th grade. So it's the last time that you really have to be a kid because from really early childhood education, but especially after you graduate middle school, your whole entire future is basically decided by your juku, your cram school, the high school that you get into, and where you choose to go for college or what you choose to pursue as a career. And you have to decide all of that by oh my gosh, log. Sorry. You have to decide all of that by high school. So when you get into like your first year of high school, because there's 3 years of high school, when you get into your first year of high school, you're really focused on career and all that stuff, and you don't have time for all of this. Like it just completely robs all of your time because a normal high schooler schedule is wake up, go to school. If you have asaren, which is like morning practice for whatever club you're in, then you go to asaren. So you have maybe morning practice at like 6 a.m. or something like that. Then you have your regular school day, and then you have after school club, which is pretty much mandatory for almost everyone. So that's like that's another 2 or 3 hours. It goes till like 5:30, and then you have juku which is like cram school until like 10 o'clock. So you don't have any free time, hardly at all. Like you're eating dinner at like 10 p.m. You maybe eat a snack in between club and juku if you have time, like on the way to stop at like a convenience store or something. But like that is your middle school years are really the last time you have to be like actually free and actually do things with your life and actually be yourself before you're forced into Japanese society, which is very much like don't stand out, don't do anything. Like if you want to be like a mangaka, for example, you would have to start like drawing at a very early age. You couldn't just get into it casually in high school and be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna enter the competition or whatever, unless you're like a dropout or something and then you decide to do that. But like it's so strict in terms of how much time commitment every kid puts into these things. Like it's just kind of ridiculous. And in comparison, you talk about club activities in America. This was one of the major topics we had in our comparison class. You talk about club activities in America, and it's like, oh yeah, maybe casually after school 1 or 2 days until like 4:30, 5 o'clock maybe. And you talk about it, or maybe meeting up at lunch or whatever. And in Japan, it's like, no, every single day after school, you do this thing. You like. You have your own club room that you keep all your equipment in, and you have to buy everything. It's a money commitment. It's a time, like it's such a big commitment in general. of going, not just going to school. And they started this whole initiative originally because they wanted to get kids to stop doing like drugs and stuff like that. So they were basically like, let's just make them busy enough that they can't do bad things. And then crime dropped because they made clubs mandatory and all this other, like Juku mandatory. Like Juku is such a huge part. If you don't have a good cram school, then you can't get into a good college or a good high school sometimes. So like, again, your middle school years are really the last years you have left to be a kid, because that's before, like, even your future is decided from the second you enter elementary school, really. But like, because there's entrance exams and school you have to like, schools are ranked, so it's like every school, every high school, even middle school is like college, where it's ranked, and the name matters more than the education or the grades that you get. So like, let's say you get into like freaking Harvard or whatever. If you get into Harvard, right, you can do a lot of things and go to a lot of places, but it's not like if you go to like the University of, I don't know, Texas or something, that you can't do things. But in Japan, it's a little bit more like, if you go to some like unacclaimed university, you'll have such a much harder time getting a job. And if you don't go to a good cram school, you don't go to a good high school, you can't even get into that. So like, again, it's just like a huge, for your future, your parents will discourage you from doing, like, they'll put you in, so say you took, most Asian kids in general, this stereotype, but it's true, will have to learn some sort of instrument or do some sort of dance or have some sort of like passionate thing that they pursue for like clubs or whatever. And then they're completely discouraged from doing that as a career. So yeah, you're completely on the mark about how, like, when people are kids, they're going to be outgoing, they're going to have personality, they're going to have spunk, and then they just completely lose that as an adult, because that's how society works. That's just how it is. And it sucks.
Yeah, I always felt so. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, go ahead. I was done. I was just going to move on to the woman thing.
I always felt so sad, like, watching those anime that I mentioned, but just anyone's like that. It's just those characters are so awesome, and it's like it's almost like the Japanese culture like feels like you peak in middle school, and like
Yes.
everything after that is just like almost like you're like a lesser version of yourself.
Maybe that's why
We've
every
had
shonen has to be middle school age. High
Yeah,
school.
yeah, that makes so much more sense to me now, and it's almost like this kind of, and I don't want to like be like, but it's like this kind of we were having a conversation about like kind of like the pedo stuff aspects. Yeah, like the kind of, yeah, that I mean, look how Sarada was dressed, for God's sake, in part one.
Just straight
But
loved it.
but yeah, like, yeah, so like if you think like your women peak at middle school, then obviously you're gonna like fantasize that age range, because the version of them after that is something less than. So like it just seems like the culture. I feel like I'm critiquing a whole culture of people, but like it seems like it incentivizes certain behaviors. I don't know. It seems
100%.
kind
No,
of
it definitely does.
counterintuitive, counterproductive, a little. Yeah, and it's coming out in the media as well. Like, it's super interesting. Like, even with the whole like Naruto Boruto dynamic, it was something that I didn't really like. But like, now that you said like Naruto is kind of representative of like maybe an average father in Japan, that makes a whole lot more sense to me. How like that's bleeding over into the material. It's not just like one guy's subjective experience. It's like a whole bunch of people he's trying to speak to, from a particular region. So that's pretty interesting insights. I appreciate that.
Yeah, there's a lot. It's such a different culture. But yeah, that's the whole seishun. That's why everybody romanticizes seishun, which is the word for youth. But it's like, after that's over, you're done. You're forced into, everybody wears the same clothes, wears the same hairstyle, has the same, like, if you rebel against something like that in high school, it's like majorly, I don't know, if you're starting like a gang or like yare culture and all that kind of stuff. It's such a big, like, you have to, it's like once you get to high school, it's either go big in rebellion or go home. Like, either you have to like fully commit to rebel or fully commit to submit. So
what an interesting culture.
Well, at least they're not
You-
wishy-washy.
Now I love conversations like this, because I walk away with more information than I did going in. So this is fantastic for me.
Yeah, it's what
So
My
I
Hero
appreciate it.
Academia gives you that Boruto doesn't.
Bro, I wanted to say this because I got a critique in my chat. I wasn't really trying to compare Boruto to My Hero.
Bro,
It
I
was just
saw
like an
that. The
example that
Sarada guy, oh my god,
like,
he
this
flipped
dude's going
out.
crazy on me for no reason, bro. Like,
He crashed out, bro.
him
What
and
did he
that guy
say?
54.90. Like he was telling me like shut my mouth and stuff. Like he's like then close your mouth. I'm
He's
like,
oh,
but
you
I'm
compared
I'm
Boruto and
streaming.
MHA? That tells me all I need to know.
Yeah, I'm like, how can I stream if I shut my mouth? It doesn't work that way. Like I'm trying my best here. It's counterproductive.
what do
Like
you
help me, help you. Be entertained. I don't know. I wasn't really trying to compare them. Like I'm not. Yes, My Hero Academy is superior in every conceivable way from A to Z. Yes, sure. But like I could have done One Piece and it would have gone way worse for Boruto. Okay, I could
Well,
have.
Mello, you weren't trying to
Yeah.
compare them. You were trying to contrast them.
I mean, actually, actually,
Quite
that's actually
literally,
a very,
it's what
that's
was
actually a
happening.
very good way of saying it. Actually, you put that very eloquently. Yeah.
It's
So if
funny
they have
though-
any problems, that's
It's
what
funny
you
the
know.
way he said it. The problem
Saying
wasn't
saying
the
the same
comparison.
thing,
It was
just for a
the
different
fact
word.
you did a comparison at all between them. That's the problem.
Yeah, was I comparing? Sure, but like, I wasn't doing it to demonize, like talk down on Boruto. Like, come on, I know you guys are super sensitive about your Boruto, but like, yeah, like go read My Hero. Like the Lady in the God stuff is just God tier. Like I don't
It's
even
just
like
better.
the Endeavor writing is God tier. Like the stuff with All Might, where he's like in the mirror with the down face and he forces himself to smile. Like that stuff is there's some psychology behind that.
Yeah, you don't even have to justify it with flimsy headcanon to try and make it good.
Yeah. Yeah. So Miss Ann, what are your like 3 favorite shonen anime out of curiosity, or just anime in general?
I really liked Assassination Classroom. Fairy Tail is also really up there. All the ones that people hate.
Yeah, I was gonna say you said fairy. I've never
The
heard anyone
Platinum
say that.
Ends top
Fairly.
3.
Shout out to Lox is my favorite character. Let's go.
Yeah. I read half of the One Piece manga and really enjoyed it. I never got into the anime because it was just I can't watch One Piece with ADHD. I fall asleep.
Ooh.
It's I'm sorry, the pacing is just like have you ever seen videos that make fun of the pacing and it's like the same thing happening for like 5 different shots from 5
Yes.
different angles and then they finally like it takes them like a whole entire minute to do like get the coffee to the table or whatever it is.
I
It's
will
just
say
like
One Piece anime is like a highlight anime for me personally. Like I agree. Like the older stuff, sure, but like watching a full episode from start to finish is an arduous task for sure. I'll give you
yeah,
that.
and that's why I enjoy manga because I can read it so much faster and so much like I get this I don't feel like I'm wasting my time trying to get the story because when I watch the anime it feels like I'm devoting a lot of time for not a lot of payoff and the manga payoff is just so much higher for in terms of like dopamine and all that kind of stuff for progression. But I think yeah, Fairy Tail season 1 even though it's like hentai or whatever, I didn't notice that when I was watching it because I just didn't think about that kind of stuff. So like and there's no deaths or whatever, but it's really all the character backstories were really impactful because basically what Fairy Tail does is every single character backstory they lost someone important to them and it's about the guild and like their guildmates helping them overcome that. So if you feel like you are like, you know, someone that doesn't have a place in life or doesn't have many friends or whatever, it's like a really impactful anime in terms of like giving you kind of like a community to belong to, which I thought was really good. And then Assassination Classroom, I'm a little bit biased because I just like karma, and would want to be in that class to just like enjoy like all the assassin stuff was cool, all the like the themes and stuff and the teacher aspects because I really like teacher anime like Goksen and GTO were really good for me as well. I try to watch some other ones but they're just not as good. Like I didn't really like Sayonara Zetsubou Sensei as much, but all those kind of like teacher like student dynamic stuff where it's like not like romance but like just a teacher being a good teacher and a good role model and like actually helping because my major is education so I've been ever since I was a kid like pretty passionate about like trying to teach other people things and explain things in a way that reaches people instead of just explaining to explain, I guess, if that makes sense in my own way. So Assassination Classroom really hit home for that. And then I also really like Mob Psycho, but I know these aren't like typical shonen, which I've read all the way through Bleach, I've read all the way through Naruto, I've read halfway through One Piece. I read I don't know what else. I watched Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I wasn't really a fan. No offense. It's not like it's like bad or anything. It just didn't hit the emotional aspect for me that I enjoy watch. Because the reason I watch anime and the reason I started watching anime was as an emotional outlet because I'm not emotional in real life, and I'm starting to like try and change that. But if something can like move me emotionally or make me cry or make me feel like at home or nostalgic or whatever, then it'll have so much more of a like it'll have higher value to me as a person. But my ratings of those anime in terms of like objective rating is completely different.
You would love My Hero then. That
Oh no, I've seen it.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say it's like Naruto, like it's like the make you cry every other episode type of anime.
Yeah, I've
So it's
actually
like
watched
pretty
it
good.
about 5 times because
Ah,
season 1
wait, do you
anyway.
like Boruto more than My
Yes.
Hero?
And the reason why is because I have to explain the reason why. So the relationships in My Hero Academia, specifically between like Bakugo and Deku and Ochako and all the people, I thought it was very fun, like a very fun thing. But then the darkness about it didn't hit home for me in the ways that Boruto did, because so Boruto for me, I am the genius kid that doesn't understand how everybody else struggles. So like for me right off the bat, that's something that's hardly ever done in anime that I was like, oh my gosh, thank you, finally. Like someone understands this perspective. So like I'm the kid that was like, oh, I don't understand why people are studying for this test. Like it's just you just pass it. It's easy. And Boruto had that aspect of like back in the academy, he was like, oh, you're supposed to like cheat to be able to pass this, but it was so easy. Like just that kind of thing, or like taking shortcuts and figuring out how to do things faster where everybody else around you is like, you have to do it the long way. Like in math class, I remember I figured out how to do a different way of like algebra and calculus and all these things. I was just like coming up with stuff, and the teacher was like, you have to show your work. And I was like, no, I don't know how I did this. I just did it, and that's the right answer. So you should accept that because I'm not following your stupid long way of doing things. So like that was something that I really related to Boruto about. And then the aspect of him becoming suicidal as well, and like feeling really alone and having the whole world turn against him. That's eventually what happens to these like quote unquote genius people when you get out of school. Is like no one cares, no one relates to you, no one appreciates. Like it's just like your whole entire like all of the things that you had and all the things that you did and all the things that people appreciated about you was kind of sounds like bragging. Like now, like if I were to say, like obviously me saying this sounds like bragging, but it's just me describing my experience in a way. Like for me that's how it is, but for other people it's seen as bragging because they struggle so
Bro,
much, right? So like
I know. Like it's you're just being honest, but they think you're like being cocky or something. It's like their own
exactly.
insecurities project onto you. It's so annoying, bro. But please
So
continue.
yeah, so that's especially the psychological thing of how Boruto ended up being like, I don't want to eat because I don't want to like hurt these people, or like just like the whole kind of suicidal like role in Boruto as well, in terms of how low he ended up getting and how he pulled himself out of that. That was really inspirational for me because of what I was going through at the time as well. So like Boruto just hit home in a way. Well, My Hero Academia was still good. Boruto just hit home in a way that My Hero Academia didn't. And I think objectively, I would say My Hero Academia is the better anime, but there's a lot of things that I could critique psychologically about My Hero Academia in terms of the main characters that I would critique is better in Boruto. But again, like story-wise and overall, like what it's doing, like the pacing and everything, because I was keeping up with the manga as well as watching it with several other people. So every time I watched it with a friend, I would sit down and watch the whole thing again. So like season 1 I've seen 5 times, season 2 like 4 or 3. This is going
Season
on, it
6
gets
is
less and
my
less, but
favorite, bro. Season 6 so
see,
good.
season
Yes.
6 is where it fell off for me, which is
What?
interesting.
Crazy.
Nah,
Yeah,
no, in the
so
podcast, in it. That's crazy. It's the best.
I have to explain though, because like so I didn't understand, I guess, and I have to watch it again because season 6 was where it started getting so dark that I was like, I don't really, this is the reasons that I watched this, the reasons that I started watching this, and the reasons that I fell in love with the show are now completely gone. Like the whole slice of life aspect, the whole everybody is like has a role to play and is being a hero, and like the whole class is involved, and like all of them are getting like relatively like in-depth, roles, and they're all going through their backstories, and the teachers are really good. And then it just like it became really centered around Dark Deku and like all of the things that he was doing in his going rogue and all the villains and all this other kind of
Yeah,
stuff. And I
yeah.
was like, it just wasn't what I wanted to watch it for. So that's when it Like, okay, don't get me wrong. I love all the villain stuff. It was so well written, so well done. But like, it just wasn't what I was looking for when I originally started watching My Hero Academia, which is why I didn't really enjoy it as much.
That's fair. That's fair. I bet you like the Gentle Criminal saga, right? It's more slice of
Um,
life.
it wasn't the type of slice of life that I'm super into, so it wasn't
Oh,
like I didn't like it, but it wasn't like, oh, this is like feels like old nostalgia from the beginning. It was just like, I don't know.
Everyone hates
Fair enough.
that arc.
Oh, I bet My Hero would have more if it wasn't like seasonal. If it had like filler, they'd probably have like
Yeah.
more slice of life.
See,
Or you
that's
can
the
get
other
that from
thing. I
like
love
OVAs and stuff. No,
so
Boruto's filler is
controversial.
amazing. Yeah, Boruto's. Do I want to say that? Outside of the Kawaki stuff, I think. Let me stop. I'm gonna leave it there.
Some of Boruto's filler is trash. Okay, the Chocho
Yeah.
arcs, the Chocho stuff was trash. I didn't like the Squid Games thing. That was also trash.
Yeah.
I didn't really
Yeah.
like the Kawaki and Himawari having, even though the play that they did was
Yeah.
great, but it just kind of ruined like everything that's happening in TBV right now. So I didn't like that either, and it brought in a whole bunch of characters that are throwaways, and we're never going to hear from them again, and it didn't develop anyone like Boruto, Sarada, or Mitsuki. So it's just like, put that off to the side. But anyway, I enjoyed the rest of Boruto's filler, I think.
Yeah, the Mitsuki stuff was fantastic. I think that's probably like amongst my favorite stuff, which is so disappointing that they don't do anything with them anymore. But I suppose that's what it is. No,
I
but
was just talking about that.
I think for me, like My Hero, just the Lady Nagat stuff was so impactful because like as an American, like it's almost the opposite from your like what it seems like your experience is, to where like you all know when you're in middle school that like, bro, this is it. But for us in middle school, like we get told in America, like at least my experience, you get sold this like flowery like lie, like you can be whatever you want to when you get older, and it's the American dream. So like you guys enter into a world like over like kind of like tragically prepared for it at a young age. We enter into a world not prepared at all because we were told a lie. And then when you become an adult, you're like you're rushing. We rush to become adults. Like we want to become an adult. Being a kid sucks, so we think. And then once we become adults, like and again, I don't know your experience. Maybe you've like lived in the States or whatever, but like once you become like an adult, it's trash. It sucks. And then you become miserable. So like at least you guys are prepared for it. But like yeah, from our perspective, so tying that back to My Hero, like when I look at the Lady Nagat stuff, there's like layers to it. Like on the surface, you have like your All Mights and your Endeavors, despite his like shenanigans. The face fronting heroes who are like these like kind of comic book larger than life characters, and then underneath that you have this like kind of underworld where you have like your Hawks and you're like a Lady Nagat who were naively thinking they would be heroes, at least Lady Nagat or whatever, but like over time they wear them down with like the strain of society. You have like Deku who wants to like, he has this idea about like the illusion of being this hero like All Might. Like when I'm going through school, I think I could be like this archaeologist or whatever. But then like the realities of the world kind of like creep in, and I think that was like kind of summed up in the Lady Nagat saga in particular. And I think I can kind of relate to that from my perspective. I don't think there's anything like that in Boruto for me, honestly. But the societal stuff and like the kind of illusions and the lies at the front, but like the seedy underbelly underneath it, like I think we're going through that in politics now in America and like just in general. And like I think that stuff just hit so hard for me. The societal commentary in My Hero. I don't like what they did with it. I don't think they answered some of the questions they put forth.
I
It was very
agree.
disappointing.
Yeah.
That's one of my main critiques about it. Deku doesn't have to like have his like Pain Naruto moment where like like Pain's like, yo, like, hey, I'm doing this because it's an answer, not the answer, an answer. Can you offer me another answer? And bro is quiet. Yeah, that's what I thought. He didn't have that moment with Lady Nagai. He didn't have to like answer for society
Yeah.
that he's fighting so hard to defend and protect. So that is a critique I do have for sure. But I think that's one of the things I can relate to for sure. But just some thoughts.
I also think one of the things about My Hero Academia versus Boruto for me is I very much before Boruto was just a passive casual anime enjoyer. So I've seen upwards of 300, 400 shows maybe, if you include manga in that. and just sat down to watch them and like feel things.
Well, you said
So
300, 400?
Yeah.
God damn.
I
Well
got
done.
It is Japanese.
Well done. They kind of went over my head. I was like, wait, hold on, go back. Don't speed past that. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's tough. I like that.
But yeah, I feel like in terms of like fully watched every episode, sat down, completed everything, maybe it's closer to like 250 versus like if you include 300 to 400, it's stuff that I started and maybe dropped like after a season
Oh,
or
so I can add Chainsaw Man to my list from that one episode I
my
watched.
God.
or
Bro,
not
I
one
hate
episode. I
Chainsaw
gave it like
Man.
giving it a fair chance, enough to understand the story and like be able to talk about it with people. But that's the other thing is I didn't have people to talk about it with that weren't because my parents were really, really strict concerning social media. So I didn't have access
Smart.
to like the world's perspective. I just had my own perspective, and then I didn't talk about it with anybody else either, really, unless I was watching the show with somebody like My Hero Academia. And a lot of the people that I watched the show with were close friends and family members who have the same perspectives as me. So I didn't get to like hear other people's perspectives or really debate about them or really get into the show as much. I do remember in My Hero Academia there was like when Lady Nagat first like appeared, she was just a random background character, and everybody was like, "Oh my gosh, who's this hot chick in the background?" Like enough for me to like understand it because it was like trending so much that it came up in real life conversations surrounding My Hero Academia.
What episode?
Yeah,
I don't
no,
that's
remember
true.
that at all. She has such a unique
even
design.
the
I feel like I
manga.
would have realized.
No, that was the first thing everybody like, yeah, she's freaking hot, bro. But then like the story hit like crack in the 80s and everybody was like, yeah, she's a great character.
Yeah.
But like there's
So
not a
like,
single character in Naruto that's better written than her in my opinion. Maybe Tsunade, but
dang.
sorry, female character. Female. Or
Oh, okay. I
I'm
was
trying
gonna
not to use the
say.
word female anymore. Woman character. Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I think because I was passively enjoying these shows, and then I realized how misinterpreted, I guess, Boruto became, or like it made me get into it in a way that I wasn't into it before, and made me appreciate it more than other shows, I guess, as well, because I feel like I'm going back through My Hero Academia actually for an analysis of Bakugo's character because I want to understand him better, because I feel like I really missed out on a lot of the understanding because I didn't like his apology in chapter 6. Like I didn't understand a lot of where it was coming from. I thought it took a lot away from his character and who he used to be as a person. And I know that's part of character growth, but I just didn't see that progression as cleanly as I feel like I should have. So I'm going back through just to highlight those specific moments to see the progression. But doing things like that is something I never would have thought of even doing before. So one of the reasons I like the anime that I end up liking is because I was passively enjoying it and didn't know, especially around the time, like how other people were perceiving it in comparison and what things they liked and didn't like about it. So
Nice. Well, those are my questions. Sauron's cooking the host, so
I saw that.
let me let you run your podcast.
You should go through
bro.
the whole conversation.
No. I completely agree that by and large, the world building of My Hero Academia is by far the best part of it, and it's a huge part of the story as well. So I think that's definitely it did that really well. Obviously, it has like some of its flaws, but it's still the best part of My Hero, in my opinion. But getting away from that. Oh, by the way, Kamui, okay, Kamui, you haven't seen this character ever. I'm just gonna show you because you're gonna laugh. So, Lady Nagant, this is the person we're talking about. Who does this look like to you?
Oh, well, okay, it depends. Okay.
Bro, she's
So I think I
big,
know.
bro.
Okay, if I use the middle one that says a hero or villain, I think your mind's going to Lily Lovebright.
It is.
But
It is.
if I go to some of the other ones, I could say Gabby from Attack on Titan. If you do like the second, so the one that says Kaina Tsutsumi, from far away, it kind of looks like Gabby, but like with an angry face. And then to the bottom right, I can't quite figure out who it is, but she reminds me of someone.
Okay. Well, you'll never believe which season she
so
comes in
cool,
at.
bro.
Oh, but
Considering
wait,
she's,
real
like, the
quick,
best character.
all the way to the left, really far away, kind of looks like Deepa.
That's
What?
No, up above it. Well, that
one
one too, but
kind of does it.
I can,
It's the hair
I can
shape.
kind of see that actually. Yeah,
That's
I can see that.
hilarious. And just
Bro,
so
she
that,
has a. Wait. Are we spoiling him? He hasn't seen this.
well, spoiling him on the design. It's fine. It's fine. This is the character he said that it looks like. For the other people that don't know, so there
yeah,
you go.
Lily Love braids.
They don't look nothing like her.
Yes, they do, bro.
anything,
Come
purple
on,
hair.
Mellow. You don't see it.
Bro, she don't look nothing like her,
Come
bro. I
on.
get the hair highlights and the color scheme, but like that look like a little girl. Lady Nagai is a grown woman, bro. Like
Well, Lily
these
Love
people
braids.
do not look the same.
It's meant to be a little girl when she's the toy.
Bro, My Hero just has. I'm sorry, they just have such great women characters. Like, it's like Stars and Stripe, like really great. Obviously like Lady Nagat. I even like Mount Lady's character, especially like towards like the Gigantomach. I'm sorry, we talking, but it's so good, bro. It's so
Well,
good.
even then, a lot of the characters really complement the world building itself. Like Lady Mountain. Well, I'm sorry, you just said it. What's her name?
Mount Lady.
Mount Lady. Like her entire character is world building in a sense. That is her character. Assuming that you're referencing the like complementary material, like bonus material that we get with her, if you know what I'm talking about, outside of the main story. Because she doesn't really have much in the story outside of that for like being a character, but like outside of that, I think you can.
Well, for her, like it's like well, she's like this vain person, and then you rope in like
Yeah.
Stain, who's like has his like kind of views about like heroes like Endeavor and like Mount Lady being like super vain, or like on the surface they're heroes, but underneath like there's like selfishness going on. Like Endeavor's abusive to his family. Mount Lady just wants the money and the popularity. You know, Lady Nagat was a hero on the surface, but when the kids come to hug her, she sees blood on her hands. It's like, so like their whole society's a farce. It's so good. And it reminds me of American society. It's just like this. It's so good, bro. Like My Hero is so good if you like understand like the underneath. It's just. And then I go back to Boruto. And I'm like, Shosho one-shotted the main villain, and I'm like, why? So I wasn't really.
Don't worry,
trying to compare
Mello.
them,
So I
but
just
it
I
is
want
What a
everyone to
perfect
keep this in mind.
segue.
We still haven't gotten to the claw grind Boruto topic from the beginning of stream, but
Yeah,
we'll
we're
get
getting to
to
it.
it by the end.
Well, I
But,
did have another thing to say.
But no, real quick.
Okay.
Go back to your images. Go back to your images.
Yeah.
Why is Black? So near the bottom right, what is Black Zetsu doing in that panel?
This.
Black Zetsu.
Yeah, that one.
Well, he's saying
Well, I mean-
something.
Yeah, I mean, clearly Black Zetsu is here. I mean, can't you see it? It's right there. You see his
Hell
eyeballs.
no.
He's staring right at her.
That big ass Black Zetsu. If that's what you talking about, that's crazy. Like the speech bubble is supposed to be the eyes. That's funny.
That's Black Zetsu's eyes, you mean?
I love it.
That is so funny, bro.
Well, Miss And, you made a passing comment of like 3 words like half an hour ago, and it really stuck out to me. So getting back to it.
Do you mean the ones that says Ikimoto doesn't understand? Those 3 words?
So you
I
mentioned.
mean, Salads and Bolts did quote that.
So when you were talking about how to become a mangaka in Japan, you got to start from a really young age. You know, if you start too late, it's too late. It's the middle school thing to where after that you're no longer free, it's bound by Japanese society, etc., etc. So what if I told you Ikimoto disagrees with you?
I mean, I'm sure there's definitely exceptions to what I said, but
So right here. So this is with the idea that, Ikimoto wants to quit, but Kishimoto's saying, okay, but find a replacement. So Ikimoto tried doing that. And so he continues by saying, so with the help of my supervisor, I introduced people to Kishimoto who could draw backgrounds, regardless of age. In the end, they all failed. Half of them were because they lacked the basics. So we'll just stop right there. So, Miss And, people are working with Kishimoto who just who just don't know art. They lack the basics. Not the intermediary, not the advanced stuff, the basics.
Job.
And they're working with Kishimoto. This is the equivalent of, in America, you're just working with the head coach of the NFL team that you want to be on.
No.
Just some guy.
What he's saying is Ikimoto introduced these people to Kishimoto as his replacements, and Kishimoto didn't accept them to the job because they lacked the basics.
Well, I understand. That's exactly what I'm saying. Ikimoto gave people to Kishimoto. So you're just like, imagine you bypass the football recruiter who goes to the like Super Bowl for not Super Bowl, the playoff games for whatever football team you happen to get on and become varsity on, which is already a huge accomplishment. And then from there, you're standing out in the playoff game to be one of the few people that the recruiters find, and then you're just on the team. But then beyond that, you have to supersede beyond that to work with the head coach. And that's the position that there's these people, these normal, every ordinary people are just being thrusted into because they said hi to Ikimoto one time.
Wait, so Ikimoto doesn't pick his own successor? It has to be picked by his predecessor?
No, Ikimoto's picking the people, but he's just picking people that are just bad at art and just being like, here, Kishimoto, they replace me now. And the Kishimoto's like, they don't know art.
You know what I think? I actually think they're fine. I think Kishimoto just is screwing, bro. And I don't think he could present anyone who could take that spot.
That's why it's in quotation marks.
See, I feel like he wouldn't say the because they lack the basics part. He would just say they were out of sync with my sensibilities. I need you because you specifically work well. He wouldn't say the lack the basics part.
I think it's like Kishimoto's giving that excuse, and Ikimoto's saying
I don't
that's
know
the reason
that.
he gave.
But it's like anyone with like who's super talented wouldn't want this project because they would be super talented. Like they would have their own project or they'd be working on something like bigger than this. And like anyone who's like kind of like where Ikimoto is, like he's probably sending those types of people or like someone who's lesser than him. He's stuck essentially. Because it seems like Kishimoto is just not going to approve anybody that he picks. And he can't pick anyone who's like exponentially better than himself, but they're probably not even around. So he's just stuck, bro. It seems like it's slave labor.
Yeah, that's kind of basically what I was talking about. But the whole because they lack the basics. So basics are different in terms of basic drawing skills and basics of being an assistant. Because a lot of these people that Ikimoto was probably introducing him to are new and they don't have any experience being an assistant. So the skill set required to be an assistant might not just be like art skills, but also like ability to do the job that Ikimoto was specifically doing. So like let's say like drawing like a shadow clone. So maybe a basic would be, I don't know a lot about the manga industry, all I know is from watching Bakuman, but I think that's what it's called, but it's a manga about writing manga. Anyway, I think like in terms of like maybe like how to specifically carry out the task that is required of them, they don't understand the basics of being an assistant. I wish I could think of a more specific example because I just freaking repeated myself. I apologize. But yeah, I think that's what it's talking about.
Is it possible, and just hear me out here, this might be a wild take, is it possible to teach them?
So when you're in charge of a manga to the point that Kishimoto was in charge of at the time that he was in charge of it and at the time that Ikimoto was trying to quit, not really, because Kishimoto has to devote, he's already working.
Well, can't Kishimoto have someone else teach it then?
He technically could have someone else teach him, but it would mean losing 2 of his assistants. So he's already losing Ikimoto, right? Who is probably his most prized quote unquote assistant, who he can trust the most to do the most things. He'd be losing them, and he'd be losing another assistant to train a new assistant who wouldn't be even close to taking Ikimoto's place.
So Ikimoto's not omnipotent. He's going to die one day. And he might die sooner rather than later. No one's time is known as far as I know. So shouldn't they, from a intelligence standpoint, have a contingency in mind if this fact happens or this just so happened? So why don't they have a mechanism in place where people can be trained if this like why is there just one guy to fall back on if he goes and then we all go with him? That doesn't seem to
That
make
is
much sense to me.
That is how Japanese work culture works. When a teacher needs like a sub or something, you know how in America they have the whole system where there's like a pool of subs to choose from and the sub just goes in and teaches whatever.
Yeah.
They just have like, usually if like the teacher is absent, another teacher from the school will teach in place of that teacher. So like there's this whole huge importance of showing up even when you're sick, even when you're like, you can take a day off like if you're like dying or whatever, but like there are people who come to work even though they have like a fever, or even though they're like, because their role is so important and no one else can fulfill it. It's like, I had this experience when I was doing Bukatsu for band, right? I had like solos and stuff. Because I was percussion, but percussion solos are really pretty easy to play. You can get pretty much, except for like timpani, which is what I was mostly playing. But anyway, you can get some other random instrument, like second trumpet person that's like second chair, second trumpet, to go back and play percussion. It's not really that difficult of a task, even if it's a solo, because it's usually just like hitting something. So I was like, hey, could you have someone fill in for me because I'm really sick, I'm having a lot of problems, I've been in and out of the hospital lately. And they were basically like, no, you need to try your best to be here. And I was like, okay, then I quit. And I just left band and I basically screwed them over because they couldn't find anyone to take my place. So like it's the same, it's just like a cultural thing where that ends up happening a lot, is to where people get to these positions and they're really valued, and like they say like, oh yeah, take all the time that you need, recover. They don't mean that ever. Like hardly ever. So you're expected to put forth the maximum amount of effort that you have left within you to do the thing that you need to do. And it's why like I'm so glad that Togashi was able to take off, the Hunter x Hunter writer was able to take off the time that he needed to be able to recover and to do the things he needs to do.
Well,
But
why? It's because he, unlike most of the other cases, he owns Hunter x Hunter, not Shonen.
Exactly. That's why, like, because he
does he?
also.
That's cool. I like that.
But yeah, sorry, I'm eating chips. I thought I would have more
We
time
can
to finish the
tell.
chips.
But some of what you said kind of made me think about two things. So one, it's gonna be about Karachi, it's gonna be about Ikimoto. So when they talk about the replacement thing, that might be why. That's probably is the reason why there is no replacement scriptwriter for Karachi, because they didn't have a backup plan. Once they lost him, it's just, oh well, too bad, I guess. And then with Ikimoto, this could be why Kishimoto was so adamant about Ikimoto being the lead mangaka, because he felt bad about what he did to Ikimoto, and he's like, I'm gonna hand you a successful franchise as your first manga.
Maybe Kodachi screwed him over and they had literally no other choice.
Wait, why did Kodachi get fired again?
Because he spoke the truth.
Because he spoke the truth.
Thank you,
It sounded like a blueprint to freedom to me, okay? Whatever he did, if it wasn't illegal, you do that, and then you'll be free as a bird.
Yeah, actually, why does I don't know, like take notes?
What do people get out of this? I don't know, man. Like it seems like if the media in your country seems to be like a reflection of like the sentiments of the people in your country. If the media is all pointing towards this like idealistic, like idealizing like being a child, and it sucks to be an adult, then like is no one like going to take a look at that and say, hey, maybe we should do something about this? Like what is the sentiment of the millennials and Gen Z in this country? Like, are you guys like like we cooked, or like we doing something about this? Like we gonna change this? Like what's going on?
Everybody just kind of understands that they're cooked.
They
expect to be cooked.
Messed up.
So there's not a lot of people willing to rebel, because rebellion, like there's literally a role in jobs for the quote unquote loud American who will say whatever they want to do and say whatever they need to say and like disagree with people's ideas. And it's like a role that you just hire a guy to come in and do that for the day. Like it's like, oh, it's such a weird. Anyway, that's
perfect
one of
topic.
that's one of the things that I really
That's a
appreciate about
real
American
role?
culture. And yes,
That's
yes, because people just don't speak out against authority, like, ever. It's so controversial, and you have to agree. You can't even, like, so when you're disagreeing, if I were to disagree with, and I do this sometimes because it's just ingrained into me, but if I disagree with something, I won't say straight up, like, no, I disagree with that, that's terrible. You almost never hear those words coming out of my mouth, but you will hear things like, well, I think about it differently because, and that's me saying, I disagree, but I can't just straight up say, like, is because the cultural, like, you can't, there's, like, this whole, you have to be understanding of the other person's point, regardless of, so let's say someone was, like, had some completely controversial take, I don't know, what's, like, uh, like, water is bad for you. And it was like, I could understand how you could think that water is bad for you, but here's what I think about water. Like, that's the level of Japan, like, Japan has to, like, lower themselves.
But you know what's ironic about that is, what Kishimoto's big narratives is that people can understand each other, but they gotta really try, and they don't do it, and that's a problem with humanity. So from his perspective in Japan, everyone just is understanding.
They all try to be very much so. Like, oh, there's also this whole, like, fake thing that you do with people that you maybe meet for the first time, and they're, like, talking about something, and you pretend to be really into it, and the second they walk away, you're just like, what a awful conversation. Like, that was terrible. I never want to see that person
Jesus.
again. And then you're just, like, so nice to them on the surface. Oh my gosh, it's terrible.
Bro, you're actively in real time talking me out of wanting to go to Japan. Like, this was like a bucket list. I swear to God, this was like something to check off my bucket list. Like, I have to before I die. And now I'm like, I actually don't. That's
Japan is
Now I want to go just to see it in action.
Well, no, Japan is a great country from the outside. From a tourist perspective, you're treated with such, like, kind hospitality. The second you walk out of a store, I've heard people be like, ugh, I hope another foreigner never walks in here again. Like, just, like, complete, just, like, and they'll be so nice to you, like, bowing respectfully and be like, hello, what can I get for you? It's so nice to have you in my establishment. Please come again. Walk out the door, and it's like, stupid foreigner. Like, it's just like,
that's
it's so
crazy.
Oodie, our IRL Naruto tricks a tab. We're gonna go south hard
with this knowledge.
Bro, how does anyone like me survive in that country, bro? Like, if you're neurodivergent, I won't say you're dead, but like
cooked.
that country's culture would kill me.
To be
That's
fair,
crazy.
Mello,
Literally,
it's
no.
There's different cultures at different parts of the country. Obviously, Japan, it's like a small country, but like it's a pretty big place all in all. Like they got a lot of different provinces, and it's very different in a lot of the different places.
I'm mostly talking about Tokyo because that's where I live, but in Osaka, it's a little bit more like people are a little bit more upfront and a little bit more friendly.
A little bit more frat boyish.
A little bit more human. Like what, bro?
Yeah.
They're known for their comedy though, so like a lot of people in Osaka are made fun of by the rest of the world.
And if you want to go a little bit more for like the traditional, like just land part of it rather than the people, I would go to Hokkaido. That's what I want to do.
I'm thinking about moving there.
Oh, nice.
I was thinking about, because my cousin, she's in the military and she lives in Japan. She just moved there like last year. So I was like, I might want to move to Japan because America sucks right now. But I'm like, man, I might want to move to China or something. I don't know.
Don't move to
That's
China,
a topic
dear
for
God.
another day.
If you're gonna move to Asian country, move to Korea. But
oh well, yeah.
Not the North one.
Well, yeah, but Korea has its own problems. So there are things that I think I can appreciate about Japan, and those are like how much the routine impacts how clean and smoothly things process. Because when you're like I don't know, whenever there's any sort of like official anything that you need to do, like ambulances, whatever, healthcare is great. Is like doctors, I feel like are probably, I don't know, doctors are Miss Basket, I can't say anything about that, but I've heard some things. I guess I won't get into all that because that's a different can of beans, I guess. But
I'm trying to move there. Wait, hold on.
Wait. Can of beans, not a can of worms.
Can of worms.
A can of beans sound pretty nice, actually.
Well, Mello, if you do
Sorry.
move to Japan, you'll need to get a husband.
Oh my gosh.
Either
Wow.
that, or
You
you'll
won't be
just
able
need
to
to
get a
remove your
house
mailbox.
otherwise.
That's a
What?
whole.
What? What does that even mean, man?
It's a requirement.
I'm actually gonna be nice and explain. It was a video that we were watching, and the girl was like,
Okay.
"You can't live in Japan without having a husband," because the person wouldn't take didn't think she was the head of the household because she said like, "Oh yeah, I don't have a husband at home" or something like that. I don't know what she said, but she said something misleading, and then the guy wouldn't hand over her mail.
She was saying some
But
bad Japanese.
yeah,
Wait,
she was like,
that's
"Watashi
like
desu,
some
watashi hitori desu."
that's some ancient primitive shit. Like you need like a man in the household to sign the name, like his name on the deeds and shit.
No,
That's
you just have to be the head of the household, and she did not know, I guess, the word for head of the household. So he probably thought she was just in the house by herself and her husband wasn't home. And then she was like, "Oh no, it's just me," and he was like hesitant to hand it to. I think that's where the misunderstanding happened. But
It
I am
wasn't
the head of
normal
my
mail.
own.
It was like an important like government package. It's the equivalent, Mello. It's the equivalent in America to where when you have to like sign for a package, obviously it would need to be that person.
I see what you're saying. I see it because I'll basically like a woman can't be the head of a household in Japan. That's kind of crazy, but I see
No,
what you're
no.
saying.
Yeah, I mean there's the whole patriarchal role system thing is also a issue as well, where it's like the girls that legitimately don't earn as much and can't get as high in companies because they're expected to drop out once they start raising a family. I'm like, there's women's colleges that are only like 2 or 3 years, so you don't have to invest as much money and time, and like you can still get like a degree that gets you a fairly high job, but not as high paying as a guy would get. Like it's a whole thing. Anyway, yeah, fun. Yeah. If you want to move
Interesting.
here, though, I guess the things that I would say is foreigners, especially for in terms of names, paperwork is going to be an absolute pain in the butt. Because you probably have a middle name, or you might have several names, and you have to write it all in katakana, and they're just going to be like, "Oh, hey, what is your kanji of your name?" And some websites just straight up probably won't work. They also aren't very accommodating if you have sickness. So if you need to meet a deadline and you're sick about something, I don't know like how often you're impacted by like the sick side of end up being neurodivergent in terms of like all the random like symptoms that it comes with sometimes. But if you get like really strong onsets of like depression or anything like that, you just can't go outside. You can't bring yourself to like get out of the house. Then they'll be like, "Oh,
Oh
well,
yeah.
that doesn't matter." And just not give you any extensions and just be like, "Screw you." They also have like, what are the other things about moving here? It's really, 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 really loud outside. Constantly. There's like 5 different songs going at once. You won't be able to go into the grocery store without headphones if you have any sort of sound sensitivity issues. Because there's just like, it's annoying.
I would have never guessed that actually. That's interesting.
Yeah, so the people are incredibly quiet, but all of the surrounding sounds are like my gosh. I just went into Akihabara not that long ago for something. I don't remember what I was going for. And I took out my headphones for like a couple minutes, and I was exhausted after like 5 minutes of not wearing headphones because of how much noise there is. It's ridiculous.
Interesting.
But yeah. And there's also like the whole porn aspect as well. There's just like sex toy shops just out in the open shutter, just like chilling on the side of the road, especially in Tokyo, like Shinjuku and Shibuya and stuff. So if you don't want to see that kind of thing, then like don't. Or if you go to like the top floor of any anime building, it'll almost always be like no warnings, no nothing. You just go up to the top floor and there's all the porn.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
but if you want to move there, those are some things to take into consideration. And there's like a whole friggin' huge list, but those are some of the more well-known ones.
But do you guys have like, are those like 24-hour vending machine sandwiches real?
Yeah.
They're like a thing.
I mean, okay. Yes, but only in specific places. So, like, the weird vending machine I have near me is a sriracha vending machine that just has sriracha. Oh, like hot sauce.
That's
It's
so
like
weird.
in the middle of this. So on the walk to the train station, it's not a very like popular. It's not a very big train station. It has like
Hmm.
the main train line, and that's it. But it's like in between the nearest restaurant and the train station, in like this random this gravel field of nothingness. There's just one sriracha vending machine.
It's like, is it like a scarce item? Like
I don't know,
that's
man. It's just there.
somebody really important who got some sway
I
specifically likes
guess.
that. That's
But yeah, you can
interesting
get
as hell.
there's like ramen vending machines and burger vending machines. There's a ramen vending machine like relatively. It's like 2 train stations away from me, so it's not that far. But the more into the city you get, you can get like vending machines with used underwear. There's vending machines with like
Ew! Wait, well, nah, bro. I'm definitely not going to Japan.
yeah,
I'm
no.
sorry. You have talked me out of it. You said a vending machine with dirty ass, skid mark, nasty ass used
No,
underwear?
like used woman's underwear. And it's
It
like
don't matter if it was woman's. What does that make a difference? It's even,
Well, it makes
bro.
all the
That's
difference to Jiraiya.
bro. That's
it makes a difference because of what the
disgusting.
contents of the underwear might contain. But
Ah, hell no. Oh my God. Oh,
yeah,
chat. I need a break. I need a break, chat. Oh hell, bro. You was joking, right? That was a joke.
no, I'm legitimately being dead serious. I have seen this, but like it's in. I don't remember whether it was Akihabara or Shinjuku, but
Hold on. You were telling me there is a fucking vending machine. How? Where do they get the supply of used women's underwear? And who is
I love
stocking it?
hotels.
Some volunteers.
It's left over from love hotels that
Y'all
people
are
leave behind.
that down. Hold the fuck. Y'all that down bad? Where people buy to sniff them, right? To sniff them.
Yep, there's a word for
Oh no,
there's like
fucking
a sniffing, like
shot.
having a sniffing fetish. There's a word for that.
We
Is
don't
that
wanna
why in
know
all
the
these
word.
Japanese stories they
Oh
sniff
my
the...
fucking
I mean,
God.
Is
it's
What is the
that
word
why
that
Ryder
implies? Not
sniffs the
knowing.
letter at the end of Attack
Bro,
on Titan?
I swear to God, bro, I knew I knew y'all had some, but that right there is I've never in my life could have imagined. That's bro, this some Epstein, bro. Bro, oh hell,
I'm sorry.
Kamui, did you see what I
Laughing
posted
bro,
in the
at
Attack on
myself.
Titan chat
you
midstream?
didn't ruin Japan for me, bro. That's
Oh, that's hilarious.
I don't want to watch. I feel guilty reading Boruto because I don't think it's slave labor. Now I feel guilty reading any manga and watching any anime because of slave labor, and I definitely don't want to go to nasty ass
See,
skip mark row to nah.
Mello,
That's crazy.
Mello, every month you're gonna wonder just how many vending machines did Ikimoto stop by before he
Oh,
made this chapter.
Oh god.
bro.
Ugh.
Oh man, bro. If I go to a vending machine and get a sandwich, in my mind, I'm thinking, were there used drawers where my sandwich once was? That's tough. That's tough. That's amazing.
To be fair,
That's
it's in like those kinds of vending machines are like sandwiched in between like love hotels and like dark alleys, like basement kind of areas. It's not like out in the open.
the
But
vending machines must reek. It must. This is a sickness. It's a sickness. It's evil. It's evil. What do you
but
feel about
lesson
this
being,
as a woman? What do you think about this? This is
see,
insane.
I I I
Lucas,
walked down
and
the
have
street.
you donated any of your underwear to these
Bro, don't
vending
ask
Hey,
her
machines?
that. Please don't ask her that, bro. Oh no.
I haven't even been inside a love hotel. Oh my gosh.
The soul has left my body.
You
It's
know,
gone.
low key, as a businessman, I see an opportunity there. You can buy new underwear for on the down cheap price or whatever, and then you just buy like fart spray to just spray. It's just
Oh
con
my
people.
God.
No, it's sprayed with perfume, supposedly. I don't actually, because this is from me watching other people's videos of like just funny like, oh look I found this thing, and it's like a Japanese, like some Japanese guy with his high school friends are like, oh my gosh, you have all this, is like so like, what is this, and it's just filming some like thing. So it's not something I've encountered in real life because I don't go to those kind of places, so it's not
How are
something that's
y'all
just like out on
like
the
this,
street.
bro? How do you, bro? That's crazy, bro. Do they got one for guys? I guess women
Um,
not like openly freaky like that in your culture.
Well, no,
That's
women are openly
crazy.
fetishized, I guess. So guys, there's like nothing for guys. Like heck, even the app Narrative, like the
Oh,
streaming app, you go to make an avatar, and there's like a million options for girls. And then I was trying to make Boruto, and he just looks like a girl because there's no options for guys. But like as an avatar anyway. But yeah, so the lesson of the moral of the story is if you want to come to Japan, don't go to Tokyo, especially don't go to Kabukicho, which is like the in between Shinjuku Shibuya, like Yakuza area, because that's where the most dirty stuff is. But if you want to come to Japan, go to like Nara Prefecture, like Hokkaido, or somewhere that's not Akita, somewhere that's not super overly touristified and overly Japan pedophilicized, because genuinely, like walking down the streets in Tokyo, there are prostitutes just out on the streets holding sign like $10 an hour. Like, come sleep with me. They'll give you like
$10 an hour, bro.
saying Sam for 30 minutes or something like that. But yeah, for the first 30 minutes. But there's just a line of them, like a line. And it's in the main street too. So like you get off the train station, that's what you end up seeing when you go out
Bro,
the
I'm
exit.
not even a prude. I'm far from it, and that took me aback. I was, you know what I was gonna ask you. I was like, earlier you read that thing, Oodie or Kamui, was like somebody was taken aback. I was like, what does taken aback look like? And now I know what it feels like. I not only do I know what it looks like, I know what it feels like. I don't, bro. I am taken aback. Holy shit, that's amazing. And bro, to take me back, that's crazy. Wow. Don't tell me no more, okay?
Welcome to Japan.
I can't wait for
Fuck.
this vacation.
God,
There's one
thinking,
more thing I have to mention.
I'm thinking Sakura petals falling from the sky and beautiful music, and I'm just like walking across a bridge with beautiful fish, and you talking sniff, bro. Y'all
Okay,
got
to be
scratch and
fair,
sniff
I am
underwear.
talking
That's
about
crazy.
the dark side of Japan. The dark, like, pedophile-y, like, fetishy, disgusting, because their pedophile industry is like really, really bad. That's one of the worst,
It's an
like, in the world.
industry.
You
It's not a
thought
There-
crime.
there
don't-
is a-
It's an
wait,
industry.
didn't
They're
I say don't
paid to
tell
be
me more?
pedophiles.
And she told me more.
I was gonna say,
Oh no.
there's like,
Oh my
so if you
God.
wanna experience like the pretty, the nice side of Japan, then 100% there's absolutely that, like, seeing it through the tourist lens. I'm just giving you the local, like, oh, this is all the bad things, like.
You know, maybe Shigaraki had a point.
Fuck. No, you know what? Yeah,
Monero
man.
was right, Oodie. If this is what he was thinking about.
The fuck were y'all protecting over there, Deku? God damn. Okay, well,
There's something
I'll
even
let-
more disturbing that I could tell you, but I won't unless you want to
Okay,
hear
well,
it.
no,
I'm
sure.
good. I'm good, bro. I'm actually
Text
good.
me.
I had this image in, bro. You just ruined my childhood. That's tough.
Sorry.
I was wearing a kimono and everything in my image. It was looking amazing. Okay.
To be fair, I have a cherry blossom picnic planned, so like that's a wholesome thing. I'm gonna wear a kimono and like go sit under a cherry blossom tree and have a nice little picnic.
Oh,
It's gonna be great. There you go,
that's
happy things.
crazy. Okay, well, it's your podcast, Oodie.
Well, getting back on track, and Kami, this is the last thing for me before you do your things, which are technically our
so
things, but
defeated.
you know, this would have been a nice segue 15 minutes ago, but that's okay. So Miss
Wait
Ann.
till you get to my segue.
Oh god. So Miss Ann, we'll just start here. So in episode 360 of Naruto Shippuden, this is like the Kakashi Anbu fillers. So this is like one of the last episodes. This is, if you remember, Kakashi before Team 7, he fails a bunch of other teams in the bell test, and he sends them back to the academy. Well, you have a scene where those kids are like saying thank you to Kakashi or whatever. So it's not that scene. It's a scene before this. Before that scene, we have a scene of Hiruzen and the rest of the Jonin just like sitting down like at a table or whatever. And like at the end of that scene, Hiruzen is just like happy as all days to admit that he's just treating these grown adults like children. So Miss Ann, is there any Japanese significance to treating grown adults like children? since Mello was asking about it.
Was I asking about that? Is that true?
Before all the vending machine talk.
Oh yeah, bro. God, I asked that damn. But I'm sorry, please.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to know about a sandwich, man.
So is this something people take pride in Japan?
Damn.
We were also
I
talking
think-
about like coddling the drunkards like their kids or whatever on the streets or whatever.
Oh yeah, I did say I remember that.
Mm-mm.
That was longer ago, but you know.
Yeah, it was like their work culture is like their bosses like make them drink, and if they don't drink, they get like it's like
Laid off.
yeah, like the boss sits the furthest away from the door because like in the past when people like ran up in swords, they got something like that.
Yep.
But it was a documentary talking about the culture and like apparently like there's like this in America if you're drunk on the street like you're a bum and a loser. You might get robbed. You're definitely getting robbed. But in there, it's like they coddle you, they take care of you, and make sure you get to your destination safe and sound, or something like that. But that's what the video said.
That's true to an extent. It's less true in Tokyo, but the drinking thing is definitely 100% true. But you see passed out salarymen just like laying there in a suit on the floor all the time.
Well, so it definitely happens. But outside of the drunk people, is
Sorry.
this something that just happens often? And is it something to take pride in?
What, taking pride in like the children thing or like the drinking thing?
The
Oh,
treating
God.
grown adults like children. I mean, Madara says he's doing it. Hiruzen says he's doing it. It happens a couple times, in fact, in Naruto.
Yeah, to it, I feel like, okay, so this isn't something I'm 100% confident in my answer of, but I'm going to give an answer, and it could potentially be a correct answer, but, like, it's not necessarily going to be the correct answer, if that makes sense. So, basically, when you get to be an adult in Japan, especially a powerful adult, you have certain power over other people. And one of the things that especially bosses and superiors like to do is belittle other people. So, obviously that's not ideal. But it is something that happens because a lot of times, like, people who are belittled will turn into the belittler when they get to be that age because there is this culture of you must respect authority. So, while like people in authority are willing to take, some of them are willing to take suggestions, blah blah blah, a lot of them are really, really strict in terms of it's my way or the highway. And then like not necessarily treating them like children, but like treating them like children in the sense of you can't do anything, haha, I'm an adult. Like that kind of treating them like children, I guess, if that makes sense.
I mean, Shikamaru's growth was becoming a man. Maybe he had it all wrong.
What do you mean?
I mean, even in like Naruto the Last, Naruto
he
saying
just needed to become a middle schooler.
yeah,
That would have been his peak.
in Naruto the Last, Naruto saying that as a man, he has to do this for Hinata. Maybe he got it backwards.
How does that relate to what I said, I guess is where I'm
I was wondering that too, bro.
Well, clearly, there's a lot of Japanese significance to treating grown adults like children.
Like infantilization?
I don't know the word, sure. So I'm not looking for just the significance, but
Wait, did I make up a word just
the
now?
Japanese significance to this.
of I'm sorry, I'm still confused. Like,
Where's the
How
pride?
did Japan.com worded?
That's definitely
So why would people be happy to do this?
happy to treat adults like children, or like happy to become a man?
To treat adults like children, because you were saying the power dynamic, that you have control over other people.
They probably get a dopamine hit from being dicks.
Yeah, basically.
So I would understand that. You know, in the Madara versus 5 Kage situation, that makes sense. You know, they're literally on opposite, they're enemies on war, fighting to the death. That makes sense. You know, you want to belittle your, but that doesn't really make sense for Hiruzen treating his family, allied, village, friend people like that.
But he's like 1 billion years old. I guess like to a 15-year-old, like a 30-year-old is a boomer, right? But like to an actual boomer, a 30-year-old is a kid. It's just perspective.
Keep in mind, Hiruzen knows who the king is. So this
Well,
feels
So
like
does he?
random. The only reason why I know what you're talking about because you pulled this random thing like last year on me too with the whole king thing. You guys are so
I don't even remember that.
consistently strange.
That's good.
I love
I'm
it. Though.
definitely
It's
curious
cool.
what the context of that was.
Yeah. Well, Miss Anne, getting back to the context of this, what are your thoughts?
I'm
is this?
still a little bit confused on where you're confused. Like, I think, I mean, I guess, are you talking about, like, because he's treating his fellow Jonin, or, like, people of the same rank as kids?
Oh, yeah, he was giddy to admit to it. You know, it's like like her and I is like, oh, you're treating us like children, and here's it's like, you bet you tarned butt I am. Heck yeah, up top.
I guess maybe it could be the opposite thing as well, of like being a kid is idolized, so treating somebody like a kid. I mean, but it depends on.
Let's just go find
Bro,
it.
I think that's
He's
less
treating
of
him like
a
a celebrity.
it's less of a cultural thing. It's more like a Hiruzen is a dork, and he did a dad joke thing, but it didn't land. I think that's what it was.
Probably.
Like,
Okay,
it was
that
like
would
a
make
quirky.
sense.
It was a quirky old man thing.
Okay, let's see if I can do this.
I think Mel's right, to be honest, but
Yeah, I just think that's what it was.
Where-
It's less
Can you make me
cultural and more just
grandchildren?
him. Yeah.
Let's see. Okay,
You
probably.
gotta ask boomers about that one, Chief. I don't know.
Yeah, okay, that's really thinking.
Boomers
Okay.
gonna boom.
It's gonna be at the end of the scene, so right around here, probably. Let me mute it so I can go find it exactly. Yes, finish your tea. What's so funny? I must admit that I do treat you like children. Okay, so yeah. Oh, forgive me for laughing. He's laughing at him for treating him as what's so
Oodie,
funny.
You're so hyping up Hiruzen's
Is he
thing.
80,
He's just
bro?
doing something completely normal.
Like everybody in
I
that
think-
room's like 33. Like the young ones are like 32, 30. He's like 80 years old. They're
Bro, in
babies
part,
to
this
him.
is part one.
Edward,
They're like
enjoy.
26, 27.
Exactly.
Awesome guy.
Yeah.
Now that I understand.
Oh, well,
now
they're
that I
even more
understand
babies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here, I'm gonna mute this on my
Like, Oodie,
screen.
you are older than Asuma. Even though he doesn't look that way.
Aren't they like 28 in part one?
It's probably fine.
No, well, Kakashi is 26 at the beginning of part one, and he becomes 27 by the end.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's probably
I always
25,
thought
26. in
Kakashi
this
was
scene.
like 30, 32 or something. And like, I guess that would be the last, maybe. I thought she
Maybe
was
in
like
the
in his
last,
30s.
yeah.
Oh,
That makes
he's older
sense.
than I thought he was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because this is leading into like episode like 2 and 3 when they're going to get the expired milk in Naruto's house and all that. So right around there.
Mm.
But yeah, so let's just listen to
Charge
this.
of young would-be shinobi, things would hold more promise for him. But
Lord Third.
what, Lord Third?
Wait, at this point,
Lord
I'm
Third!
about to get copyrighted.
Yeah, well, hey, don't show it on your stream. We'll just be copywritten on my stream, and we'll be fine. We'll figure it out after.
Okay.
Please sit down, all of you. Relax and finish your tea. In fact,
He's
I'll
watching
have
the
a
whole
cup
anime
as
on
well.
YouTube. That's tough.
Oh, okay, Miss Anne. Relax and finish your tea. Based on that, is Hiruzen trying to kick him out?
Yeah.
No,
You said it, get out of there.
That's
no.
tough.
So in Tokyo, it's different than Kyoto, obviously. But like, this is giving someone tea at the conclusion of a meal and saying like, "Oh, go yukuri dozo" is like a very common thing. But it don't in Kyoto, especially, they don't usually mean go yukuri dozo. It's like, get out of here. Anyway, they're in a not that cultural part of Japan, so it's fine. But why is
What
this
part
dub?
of Oh, sorry.
Why is what?
Why is it dub? Oh, they were gonna show me the sub.
Oh, why not?
So you can understand it. That's why. But you did have the volume muted, so it's like
I
you're
think
watching
I see.
their mouth flaps.
And just what's
No,
so
it's really funny, huh?
You know, I've
Hiruzen?
noticed that you always
Oh,
treat
maybe
us
I
like
have
we're
it.
little
Awesome.
kids. Oh,
Jeez.
forgive me for laughing. And I must admit you're right. I do treat you
Awesome,
like
sit your
children.
ass down. He gonna do something with his little fist clenched.
Look at smirk. He's like, yeah, you're darn right I do.
I guess
mean, like, is it awesome his grandkid or like his kid's
No, it's
kid?
his son.
Like, oh, his son. Oh, well, of course he's gonna son his son. Come on, And they're like his son's age. They're like fucking. They're babies to this dude, bro. Come on. Yeah.
Well, let's hear the Japanese person's answer on this.
Oh, I mean, now that I understand it, I think it's just him treating them like children, as in like him treating them like his own children, as in like I don't know the full context surrounding the situation, but like in terms of, because there's certain privileges that you get between a parent-child relationship that you don't get between like a student-teacher or those other type of relationships, because the relationships are so like defined, I guess. So like I treat you like my children as like, oh, I'm being like welcoming and opening of you while still being like I'm still gonna point out like where you're wrong and like guide you kind of thing, I guess, maybe.
Okay, well, let's see if your answer changes with the Japanese.
Probably gonna change. Oh, never mind.
Was that like the best character in the franchise right there? It sure was. There he is.
So, go ahead, take a good hard listen to what he's saying here.
子供扱い何がおかしいんで
子
す
供扱い
あなたはいつも我々を子供扱いしているいや笑ってすまなんだだが子供扱いしたのは確かにそうじゃ
Yeah, it's like the same thing.
Yeah, it's kodomo atsukai is like treating someone as if they are a child. So it's if you
They have two
if he
different
was to say,
contexts. Sorry.
well, if he was to say like you guys look childlike to me, that would be completely different than kodomo atsukai, because kodomo atsukai is like I am treating you like children in the sense of I don't know the full context again, but like it's okay if you whine and I'll take it, or like I'm also gonna like be the authority and the adult here, and like it has a lot of aspects to it that you could take it several ways.
Interesting. Okay.
I was gonna. I think when Asuma says it, he means it like when he says children, he means it like an insult. So he's like, "Yo, you treat us like children." That's like a bad type of child. But when Hiruzen like, he's like he knows he means it in a bad way, but he's playing off of what he says. He's like wordplay. He's like, "Yeah, I guess I do treat you like children," but in his context, it's like endearment, not in a form of disrespect. But he's playing wordplay off of Asuma. They know this. He knows this. I think that's just the dynamic there.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Interesting.
I also agree.
I
had someone in chat ask Boruto versus Sukuna. I haven't watched enough of JJK to know. Does anyone know who wins that fight?
Well, based on the anime, I'm gonna give it to Boruto. Based on the manga, Kamui, would you give it to Sukuna?
Well, yeah, if your scale's below JoJo, then yeah, we can do Sukuna. To base
That's
JoJo, I mean.
Based on
I've
the
only
anime,
seen the anime, so
yeah, I've only seen the anime too. So if it's like that volcano head guy that he fought, if that's like
Jogo.
the peak of what I've seen from him. What's his name?
Jogo.
I hate that he no spoilers, but I hate what happened to him.
He's my
I actually
favorite
really liked this
character.
He was so interesting, wasn't he?
Right.
I feel like
It was cool.
yeah, I think Boruto still cooks. I think that the speed is just too much. But like the animation's better, so like it looks like he would cook Boruto. So
Yeah. Since you're asking a question from your chat, we might as well ask a question from one of our chats. It was from Noob. I remember seeing it like hours ago. It was to Mello specifically. Do you specifically also hate adult Naruto in the Naruto Gaiden arc that's with Shin? Yeah, right here.
I'm trying to remember. So they accompany him to give him like the little lunch thing, Chocho and Sakura. He protected them against the little boy. They met up with Sasuke, blah blah blah. I mean, he was fine there, I think, but mostly I feel like his like shenanigans weren't really at play. Like the stuff about him I don't like wasn't really an element in that particular saga. For instance, like I don't like the him being in the office all freaking day, but he was like in the field on an active mission, so that wasn't really an issue. He was,
well, also if you
actually being a
remember,
Hokage.
this arc actually starts with almost like a retcon in a way. Naruto is playing with Boruto. Boruto's like playing hide and seek, and Naruto's purposefully not using his sensory to find him. Like, keep the game going.
What should I take from that? Like, what do you think? Or like, why did you mention that?
Because it's showing that Naruto is giving Boruto the time of day, despite being Hokage. He does have the time to spend with Boruto.
I think he always had the time to spend with him. I just think he just chose to do it in a stubborn way that made him not have the time. But I get the gist of your point. But like those elements just weren't at play in that saga for whatever reason. If the reason was like timeline wise and whatever, but like the reason is that it wasn't at play. So he was in the field doing Hokage stuff, cool. And he was pretty like tolerable. He was mostly like kind of acting like the voice of reason, being wise and mature and giving sound, reasonable advice. And these are all like roles I think a Hokage should embody. So I think this is probably like Naruto at his like best, in this environment. But yeah, no, I don't have a problem with him there too much. I don't
It was also written by Kishimoto, so that's probably a part of it.
Well, the movie novel that was also written by Kishimoto, it gives a little bit more introspection to what Naruto is doing.
The movie novel was written by Kodachi, whereas the movie is written by mostly Kishimoto and Kodachi.
What is this measuring contest? My bad. Please continue.
A what contest?
Well, I know what Mello meant.
Any dirty draws in the vending machine contest. Jesus
Oh
Christ. My God, bro.
I was just gonna say there's a little bit more like perspective in the movie novel as to what Naruto is doing, because he has clones all over the country, it says, like doing different charity work. So it's like it's not just like he's got somebody in the opening of the Thunder Train scene, he's like helping an old lady. He's also got somebody like on a blimp, like a clone on a blimp, and it says that like the ability he's exerting to keep clones all over the place, it makes it so all he can do, like it's the most he can do is sit at his desk and have conversations, like his actual body, because it's that much of a strain on his chakra. So when he sends the clone to Himari's like party or whatever, it's usually he doesn't, it says there's like a specific line that's like usually the strain on his brain is too like severe when a shadow clone disappears that he doesn't remember what happens in the instant it disappeared, but he remembered the sad look on his kids' faces because he like endured the strain, because it was like such a sad moment, and he collapsed to the ground because he didn't have the energy anymore.
I'm so glad he got that memory. Good for him.
Yeah.
Because he's, my answer to that is, why you doing it that way, fool? Like, like is he just because he's doing it that way doesn't mean that's the most competent way to do it. He just chose to do it that way. So like
exactly,
if you don't make time for your child, or like you're so defenseless, what if somebody attacked the village? Like you're basically negging all that power that you have to do what? Help Granny get her cat out the tree? Come on, man.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's what Boruto complains about, because when Hinata says the line like, "Oh, your father is a very busy shinobi who thinks of everyone like family," then Boruto's response to that internally is, then like, are we not part of the village because he doesn't give us the time of day that he gives the villagers? So like, what is the Hokage even for? Like, why did my father, because he makes the distinction a lot between father and Hokage, why did my father have to become the Hokage, and why aren't we included as like part of the village, quote unquote? Because yeah.
And why isn't Naruto held to account? Like Boruto just like makes a concession and allows his dad to just like be a head ass.
He was gonna go like confront his dad about it, and then Sasuke showed up, and then the moment Sasuke showed up, Boruto's like internal thought there was like, this is the hero, like this is my understanding of what a hero should be like, because he spends a lot of the novel thinking about, oh yeah, Naruto says like Sasuke could take on the whole world alone. Sasuke's out doing like field work and mission work, and he's like actually doing important things and doesn't just act bossy in front of his desk all day. Like Sasuke has that battle-hardened eyes of a man who has been through a lot, and like you can see that just from looking at him. And he's got respect from his mom, and he's got respect from his dad. So like, why didn't Sasuke become the Hokage? Sasuke would have been a better Hokage, blah blah blah. And then he punches him and like tries to like pull off some sort of like kick or whatever, and Sasuke immediately just trips him like it's child's play, and Boruto is like, yeah, you're cool, you're the one that I want to teach me.
I don't know how I feel about Sasuke being a better Hokage though, but
Well,
I think I gave my answer to the question. But
Yeah. If I were to just slightly defend at least the movie timeline of it, this isn't just normal everyday Hokage work. Sasuke just came back with not just Kaguya's scroll revealing the existence of Otsutsuki, but actually fought Otsutsuki who are actively on their way. This is like the #1 priority right now. Naruto needs to take care of this urgently. I'm surprised he didn't cancel the tuning exams. If anything, that would be my critique.
But he's just an awful leader. Like I know he wanted to be Hokage, but that doesn't mean you were fit for the role of Hokage. Like he's not the guy to sit behind a desk. I don't even know why they ever did it. Just because he wanted to do it doesn't mean he was the guy for it. He really wasn't. I mean he's the great unifier, I get that. But like just look at like if the life work balance is trash. And we had great conversations today about like the cultural aspects of that. And I think it adds a layer to my analysis that wasn't there before. Which makes it a little bit better. Because if you're, portraying a certain kind of a characteristic or archetype within your culture, I mean, I just want to add a little bit more depth to me. But it's just like, man, when I was watching, when I was growing up, man, like I'm looking at Naruto, the next Hokage, a ninja legend, and then he didn't even become Hokage in Naruto. But
he did chapter 700.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Anyways,
in the epilogue.
Yeah, literally.
I didn't even get the inauguration. Anyways, but yeah, I was like, I don't know, man. It's not who I thought he would grow up to be. Is all. That's it. Like behind a desk, as far as I'm concerned, you're being abusive to your family, just in a slightly different way. It might not be physical, but certainly psychological. And then you're just incompetent at the one thing that you were trying to do. Like, why isn't he a badass? Why isn't he competent? Why, like, he has those wise moments with Sarada when she's like asking these questions, but then he's like a goofball. Like in other moments, like why'd you do that with Kawaki? Like it didn't make sense given the context that you were in. Even Shikamaru was trying to warn him, and look what happened to you. I was still proven right, by the way. Look at him. Where is he and his wife at now? I'm sorry, I'm going on a tangent, please.
Well, okay, Mello, I'm really curious.
You know what, Mello? I'm glad you mentioned his wife because that's a perfect segue to something you all said like 3 hours ago.
Okay, I'm so sorry, Kamui. This is gonna take 2 seconds. Okay, Mello, I'm really curious.
You complained about me.
I know. So Mello, you've seen Avatar: Last Airbender, right?
Enough of it.
Have you seen Korra?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So, okay, that's all you need. Okay, so you probably would agree that Aang and Naruto are alike in a lot of ways when they're a kid.
Absolutely not. No.
In some ways.
They're completely different characters.
Well, yes, they are absolutely completely different characters, but they have similar, at least, personalities.
No. They're just young, impulsive, but if you want to take, like, impulsiveness and, like, brashness and attribute it to youth, then sure, but, like, no, they're two completely different characters. If you're trying to do something, look, you gotta do something different. I can't abide, bro. I'm sorry.
Okay. 2 generalizations. Both Kid Naruto and Aang are goofballs. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, and both Kid Naruto and Kid Aang have serious moments.
Yes.
Okay, well, that's all you need. And adult Naruto and adult Aang are the same way. Do you hate adult Aang?
I haven't seen enough from adult
I
Aang.
agree, but we've seen at least a little bit, which is next to nothing, but it's a little bit.
Wait, I thought she was going to bring up like an OVA or like something I hadn't seen. It's like, no, I just seen what you've
that
seen.
canceled movie looked pretty cool.
Yeah, I haven't seen enough from adult. I don't know what that guy's like. I've seen flashbacks and shit. I don't fucking know.
You know, it's like Kid Aang.
This was an awful analogy. What were you trying to cook with? That was some awful cooking just now.
Back to Kamui's segue.
Smells worse than the used underwear vending machine. Like, what are you doing? Come on.
Take it away, Kamui.
Okay, so if you go back to the thing I tagged you in the Naruto topics,
You really tried to get that off on me. That's tough.
you gotta change your screen. Man.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, okay.
And yes, yeah, whatever. Like, yeah, he becomes Hokage at the ass end. But I'm talking about the pageantry. I didn't get the fanfare, the pageantry of it all. Okay, I got more about his goddamn wedding than I did about like the inauguration and the build up and the hype and all that stuff. And then, yeah, that's what I really mean. Okay, Jesus Christ.
And
It's a
even when
live
we get the
format.
inauguration, we don't get the inauguration. It's not Naruto.
Yeah, bro, this should have been like advertised on Kids WB, like Seto Kaiba versus Yugi, like Gary versus Ash. Like it should be pro mode across New York City, bro. Like this is
Who is
Naruto
Gary?
Uzumaki.
Gary
Gary.
the Snail.
Wait, wasn't it Gary? Gary Oak?
Yeah.
Ash's
I
rival?
mean, you
Yeah.
said Gary and Ash. I don't know how they didn't put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah, I was like, wait. She had me gaslit as fuck. I was
We're
like,
literally
wait, is
talking
his
about
name not
Pokemon
Gary?
earlier this stream.
Are you talking about Green?
What?
Oh my gosh, is his name
No,
completely?
wait,
Why
isn't
is it Gary?
Pokemon.
Wait, I thought he was blue. Isn't Green the girl?
No, Green is. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's another culture. I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole. I just learned a new thing today. Okay, that's fine. His name is Green in Japan, by the way.
You'll love to see it.
Have I always been mistaken? I'm pretty sure Green.
No, you're correct. It's the opposite in America. It's just his name is Green in Japan,
Oh.
and Guru is the girl, but it's blue.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, I'm confused.
It's
Yeah,
overly
because
I
this is
just
one with
didn't
like,
know they changed his name to Gary.
yeah, Gary Oak. Since I was a kid, Kids WB Gary Oak. But yeah, they got one with like a Pikachu too. I forgot what that one was, but
yeah. Is this even a
That's
topic we
crazy.
want to do at this point?
No, it's the one that I tagged you in, not
Yeah.
the one that's below it.
Wait, is gold
what?
silver and
Click on
silver
the
is
thing I
gold?
tagged you in, Oodie. No, that's not it.
Huh?
There you go.
Oh, maybe you don't know.
Okay. Oh,
That'd be
okay.
So-
Kamui.
So you all, everyone likes to say, oh, but Naruto, you did Ninetales on him. You forgot Hinata confessed to him. Well, actually,
Wait.
no.
I don't even know what you just said. You sound drunk, bro. What was that? Wait, say that again with some clarity, man.
So wait, Mello. What you're saying is, I sounded like my IQ jumped 3 points.
Okay.
That was good. Yeah, that was good.
Okay, so everyone likes to say, oh, Naruto and Naruto the Last. Oh, he didn't know Hinata left her. He just forgot. She said he wasn't listening. His head wasn't in the right mind space. Well, actually, no, because Naruto does remember this moment. He thinks back to it. So, Hinata, I'm so sorry, Naruto. We've all become so distrustful. Whatever, all this stuff, and then don't worry, Hinata. You've already protected me twice. Why wouldn't I repay the favor? He's calling back to the moment she protected him, and I think on the other panel, they even show it.
Bro, Hinata's
other-
so
right?
mid, bro. I'm sorry. Sumi Ray's better, bro. She's just better.
There's Hinata when she jumps in front of the pain. See, he knows what Hinata did there. He remembers the whole thing. Didn't forget in the war. He just didn't care.
Yeah, he just
He
did.
just doesn't like Hinata.
Bro, he likes Sasuke more than he likes Hinata, bro. I'm telling you.
Bro, he was
That
chasing
much is
after
a
Sasuke
fact.
for the entire anime.
It's his first kiss. They're holding hands in blood at the end. Come on, man. We all know what this is.
Well,
But-
I know someone who I'm never holding hands with in blood with now.
That was a great scene, by the way, when Sasuke cried, but he turned away because he still couldn't allow his boy to see him like that. That was tough.
And
That was a tough
Naruto's
scene.
reaction with the slightly wider eye, you'll love to see it.
Although I will say, I think the Shikamaru and his dad scene, I think you said it was anime exclusive, or somebody told me that. That scene, oof, to this day hits hard.
Yeah.
So damn good.
It is anime only.
Ugh, so damn good, bro.
Kamui, you've been waiting 3 hours to do that topic. Was it worth it?
Well, at least it got done. But you know what I've been waiting even longer to do? So Mello, back to power scaling arguments with Mamushi. So you said something very interesting like 5 hours ago. And it's that the argument is that Mamushi's dumb, and because he's dumb, he search claw rhyme. That's the best way to do this. Sure. Search claw rhyme. And because he's dumb, he doesn't know how. He's just too dumb to amp his durability, and you get speed blitz by Chocho. Okay, so you get the idea. All right, so that's not an Oodie.
Okay.
Did I say dumb like that? That was not an accurate representation of my position at all, sir.
Might be. Wait, it's the one that. Where's the one that just says, "Does anyone think that they're dumb or whatever?" Okay, here. Right. Wait, no. Yeah, here it is. Okay. So jump to it because it goes backwards order. Okay. So you know what, Mello? Look, you could say Mamushi is dumb as you want. And you could just ignore the Boruto TBV and Delta points we've gone over in previous streams. But does anyone, Miss And, Mello, does anyone think that current Mamushi, 200 clone Mamushi, is dumber than the claw grind? Is there anyone who actually thinks that? Mello, do you think that Mamushi's dumber than a claw grind?
I would need more information about the claw grimes to make that assessment.
Well, based on what you've seen from them.
No, you don't. Stop this.
do they seem smarter than Mamushi?
Listen, that man got speed blitz and taken out by base Chocho. I need more data and information, sir. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Okay, listen. Let's just go with perhaps.
Well, Mamushi can strategize. The claw grime don't.
But the claw grimes can strategize, bro. Like, bro, he grew an eyeball and he was he choke slammed him.
Okay, that wasn't a strategy. That was whatever unexplained nonsense they're never gonna come back to.
Yeah, they never coming back to that, bro.
Yeah. Its greatest intelligence feat is barely saying Otsutsuki. You know what Mamushi said like 30 times over this arc? Otsutsuki.
Whatever answer you need to progress, that's what I'm giving you.
Well, Miss And, do you think Mamushi is dumber than a claw grind with his 3-point IQ boost drunkenness?
I'm gonna have to go with no.
Okay. See, and the Japanese person doesn't even think Mamushi's dumber than a claw grind.
Wait, why is she
I feel like he's dumber in different ways.
Well, it's a fact.
Why do you call her the Japanese person? What is going on?
We have absolutely taken this to the max, and we will continue to escalate. How irrelevant that is. But yes, Miss Anne is our Japanese. She's Japan.com for us.
This human being's position. Like, wait, what's going on here? We need to keep bringing that up.
Oh, we love Miss Anne.
I specifically was like, oh, I'm gonna keep everything private so that nobody is like, well, the Japanese person.
Oh, we make sure everyone
just exclusively calls you that. That's tough. My bad, bro.
I wonder how many times on this one stream alone.
I can hear you ask that, but she never said nothing. So I was like, hey, I guess she cool with it. I'm not. Hey.
We may hate on Ikimoto for recap, but I'll be the first to admit we definitely recap how Japanese Miss Anne is.
I told Miss Anne we were gonna play games tonight, not this.
Jesus Christ.
Well, to be fair, we were gonna play Japanese games.
Oh, pretty cool.
Bro, what was your question, bro?
Kamui's falling out of his chair. Kamui, I'm gonna read this for you at this point.
Just as a disclaimer, just because they call me Japanese doesn't mean I'm right about everything concerning Japanese culture.
No. She knows everything.
You are the voice of your people.
She
like,
is Japan.
I love it.
I'm the Daihyosa.
But Kamui, getting back to it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm still in my laughing stupor.
I'm glad you left.
Well, Mello, you could say Mabushi's more distracted now, as he can get annoyed by his fellow Mabushis and attack them out of annoyance. Whereas the Clog Grime seemed to purely focus.
Okay, Kamui, I'm gonna go ahead and take over for you. Whereas the Claw Grime seem to purely focus on their objective of eating people other than themselves. But Mamushi is clearly far more cognitively aware than the Claw Grimes, and is capable of strategizing.
Sandwiches. Okay, I'm still messed up about that. Damn it!
Oh,
I'm sorry about that. My bad. Please, that was the ADHD. My bad. Please.
I can't even blame you, considering Kamui over here. Awesome, dang man. But Mello, his emotions can make him get annoyed. He has way more cognitive ability and clearly more IQ. The smartest Claw Grime can barely say Otsutsuki. Mamushi can strategize. He's not dumber than the Claw Grime. He has the ability to observe and react to an opponent's tactics and comprehend their jutsu, whereas the Claw Grimes purely just dodge and attack on instinct in the present moment with no regard to what could happen in the future.
Are you reading this verbatim?
Yeah,
Like
trying to.
you wrote down an actual argument for why he's. Did that need an argument? I'm sorry. Please continue.
Well, it's to address the Jonathan Olivers out there who might argue against this.
She can do that. The Claw Grime can.
That's some Batman. I'm prepared for every contingency shit right there.
By the way,
our topics list.
Literally. Just as a reminder, Mello, 200 Mamushis, 20 to 30 is the cutoff, and they get drastically, sharply decrease in intelligence with each clone. Each individual one clone. Just wanna keep that in mind. Significant drop in intelligence per clone. 200 Mamushis. Should have been 20 to 30. But ignoring that.
But if he's Japanese, he gets an increase in intelligence.
Exactly. So for all we know, he's smart.
Yeah. Well, Kamui, what's the point here?
They get fucking Zenkai boost. Okay.
Well, Mello, as we see in Chapter 1, base Sarada has absolutely no trouble bodying tons of Claw Grime left and right. Similarly, base Boruto and limited Kawaki have no issues, excluding that one Riddick Claw Grime who's an outlier in strength and intelligence anyway. Meanwhile, Boruto consistently struggles far more with all the Shinju, including Mamushi, even when there's more than one Mamushi.
That's because Sarada's the main character.
But yeah, he struggles with these guys more than he ever did with the Claw Grime. Huge difference in struggle. The Claw Grime are easy. Mamushi and the other Shinju are not. Multiple Mamushis are clearly far superior as combatants to the Claw Grime based on Boruto alone. Sarada also goes from stomping Claw Grime in base to using her Mangekyo and making herself progressively go blind as a result of fighting Mamushi. This clearly suggests Mamushi is far superior to a Claw Grime, or else Sarada is just stupid. Similarly, Oodie,
why are you? What's this emphasis on the capital, the capped words? What's this
look, it's the Walky Talky way.
This theatrical ass reading.
I told you, Mello, the other night. We've just started doing this. This is our new thing.
The capitals wasn't enough. We had to add in the bolds to emphasize the emphasize.
When you realize that they purposely scripted it this way, so that they can know purposely to emphasize the capitalized words. They prepared for this moment to do this. That's
well, we prepare for every moment to do everything.
You can't catch us off guard.
I'll add here before continuing that you compare how Chocho did with Mamushi to how she did versus the claw grime, night and day
actually
difference.
get to that later in this.
Yeah.
Bro,
Like Shoujo solos that Mamushi no diff. She's struggling with her team. You know her impeccable teamwork that Jura was glazing. Struggling against claw grime.
Is all of this for the sole purpose of proving that these clones scale underneath claw grime?
Well, it's to say why it's bad on multiple fronts.
Am I jumping ahead, or is that where we're going?
Well, no, it's just that it's inconsistent because as we see with Boruto, the claw grimes are definitely weaker than Mamushi.
Yeah.
Did I disconnect? Hello?
No, you should be good.
Was that just like the end of his sentence?
I think so.
No shot, bro. He always talks a lot. There's no way that short sentence would sit. I think he doesn't know that we can't hear him.
I feel like I'm
maybe he can hear
becoming
us.
more drunk as the stream goes on. And I haven't even
Bro.
drunk tonight.
Exactly my thoughts.
Well, similarly, Mello, limited base Kawaki easily beats regular claw grime, but struggles with this one Rinnegan evolved claw grime, requiring karma to destroy. Kawaki then goes on to get adjusted by Amado so he can get seemingly be similar to Boruto base to base. He may have been slightly below Boruto base to base or above or whatever.
I did tell you I'm like autistic idiot. My attention span is like, hurry.
Yeah, honestly, I don't want to read this either. I'd rather just talk about it.
Hurry. What's
Okay,
the
here, I'm just gonna
conclusion,
ignore this and Kamui can read it. Okay, so you were saying something earlier, Mel. Just ignoring that. Just going man to man, face to face here. You know, I'll even turn on my face cam for this. There you go. All right.
Is Kamui okay though? He
I
just
don't think
kind of
he's
like.
fine.
I know he
I
was.
understand what happened. Is it back now?
Oh,
back.
okay. So is that
Welcome
brother-
back.
I don't know what happened there, but I don't remember what I said when you couldn't hear me.
Did you just black out from laughing?
No, I was taught. So I switched to the wireless mic to go upstairs for a second, and you couldn't hear me, and I didn't realize until you were saying stuff. So I said like a whole 30 seconds of you didn't hear.
Well,
Bro, to
do it.
Sarada in my chat, go read Boruto.
Are they
Boruto
back?
They are back.
No
Chapter
way.
4.
Wait,
go
can
read
you get them
chapter
on the
4.
podcast?
I mean, they want to.
Let's invite them.
Reach out to them. Maybe you want to hop on Discord. Hop on. Chapter 4. Mamushi is literally stalemating, and in my opinion, he just outright beats Boruto in a battle. Boruto runs to Code and begs this dude to help him, and Code like dips out when it's
I'll
convenient.
take the screenshots of earlier in this arc real quick for you. Boruto versus two Mamushis get slammed into the wall. Already got it pulled up.
This narrative where they're like pretending like Mamushi's like just normal Mamushi's supposed to be like some exponentially weaker Shinju compared to the other ones. So this explains why base Chojo can speed blitz and knock his head off with a single punch. Like that doesn't explain that at all. I don't think Mamushi is exponentially weaker, and I'm not gonna put words in your mouth, but he's not weaker than the others. The other ones, I don't think. Yeah, I never got that feeling at all. If anything, he was on par with Boruto in Chapter 4. But I'm just interested in that real quick.
I think in terms of attack he might be, but I theorized that it was about like durability. So he just was like more fragile of a person, I guess.
But my question would be, why aren't the claw grime? Because the claw grime are instinctual. One of the things about Mamushi that Koji vividly explains, that's why he's going to obey Jura, is because his instinct is that as Mamushi gets dumber, he becomes more instinctual. So if instincts are enough for the claw grime, they should be enough for Mamushi.
And Mamushi, in terms of like his durability, like I think Boruto infuses his blade with like lightning or something and swipes it at him, and he like blocks it with his like mouth thing.
He tanks Boruto's jutsu, lightning style jutsu, that equals out Sage Mode Mitsuki's lightning style jutsu. So Sage Mode Mitsuki has weaker attack potency than base Chocho's regular punch without any jutsu behind it.
Yeah.
And then like just visually, like, do you really want a chapter where Sarada's using her Mangekyo to deal with this tier combatant? Do you really want like the next panels over to be Chocho in base, like seemingly
Exactly.
blitzing and knocking
Boruto's
his
using
head off.
Karma. Kawaki post 2 upgrades is using Karma. Sarada's using Mangekyo.
Yeah, like-
And Chocho's using nothing.
They out here using Shin Jutsu, divine arts against this dude, bro. She out here using base punches. Like, it's a problem, just visually.
Blowing his freaking head off, bro.
That's what he's basically
She's done
like
the worst damage to the guy.
I know.
He's the putties from Power Rangers. He's the henchman. Like, Sarada is going blind for henchmen, bro. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, Sarada's losing her eyesight when she could just have Chocho do it for free.
Keep in mind, there hasn't been some crazy time jump between Chapter 1 and now. This is like 99% the same strength, if not the exact same strength, Chocho, as it was in the Code Invasion from Chapter 1.
So Mamushi scales far beyond Clockheim, who scale far beyond Mamushi, is what we're getting.
Yeah, I mean, Sarada's my favorite character in TBV or Boruto in general, but like, and I wanted to be hyped for that moment too. I feel robbed of it. Is all. It's just like I see that moment. I'm like, fuck, I can't wait to get on stream and like fucking talk my shit. And then I see Chocho, bro, in the same chapter, bro. The disrespect. It was, bro, man. It's just.
Well, keep in mind,
Mello,
Mello,
supposed to be stronger than Jigen, man. How is this possible?
the whole previous arc didn't need to happen because Chocho could have just beat Ryu in like 3 seconds.
I won't go that far. You know, matchups make matches, but apparently it don't matter for the god.
But Chocho's just gonna speed blitz like she is Mamushi.
Exactly.
Mamushi's the physical brawler fast dude pressing Boruto, slamming him against walls, not Ryu. Ryu just stands there.
You got it, champ. You got it. You the strongest in the verse. Kaguya got nothing on her. That's tough. It is what it is. No.
That Chocho Osusuki God theory gains more evidence by the day.
My interest in power scaling Boruto is 0, damn near at this point, bro. I'm doing it for the vibes, but yeah, that's dead to me. I have a better I like what we were talking about, the shoujo stuff and the philosophical stuff. That's where it's at. But
Yeah,
that
that was
scaling
good.
stuff to me, I'm off that now. This chapter ruined that for me. That was one of the last things this thing had going for me. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm
Now I
disappointed.
do want to just stop the presses, halt all conversation, and because they just haven't said it, I'm just going to directly confront you. Sarada is the next Hokage person in Mello's chat. Yes or no? Are you going to come on the podcast right now? You can join the Discord. It is in the link in our description. You can join. I will add you to the call right now. Will you do that? Okay, I want your next comment to be a yes or a no. Stop ignoring that question and typing all the other stuff that you're typing. Answer the question. I'm directly addressing you right now.
And I'll say I really do hope you come on. Please come on. I'm practically begging you to, please.
Oh,
I'll
so
just
am
put it
I.
out there. You have my undivided invitation, please.
I love it.
Undivided? It works. Let's go with it.
I was just going to say on the whole power scaling thing, I think a lot of shoujo, especially that have battle aspects, like kind of how Boruto feels specifically to me, aren't really meant to be power scaled. Like if you've ever tried to scale like Yona of the Dawn, like the dragons, or Inuyasha, any of the yokai, it just doesn't really work because that's not an aspect that most shoujo authors are concerned about. And I do think Ikemoto has obviously a background of working on Naruto, so he should know how to do it. But
Inuyasha is a shoujo?
Well, you mean Ikemoto has a background of hating on Kishimoto?
I guess it is.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah,
Is
Inuyasha
it?
is way more focused on the romance than it is the yokai aspect. I think I need to look at the cover to see what magazine it was produced in because I've just been watching the anime.
I hate who Shishomaru ends up with. That disgusts me. But I ain't gonna spoil that for nobody. But my bad.
Images. What publishing company is this?
Still the best character though.
Which one?
Oh, Shishomaru.
Ah, Sesshomaru.
I just don't like who he ended up with. But that was it the
I
bot
didn't even know he
Saigon?
ends up with anyone yet. I'm only
Oh,
halfway
oh,
through the series,
let me
so
stop. Let me stop. I ain't gonna say it.
I just know Dean, the little girl. I
He is
guess
the
maybe she could grow up.
coolest mother. I'm not saying nothing, but he's my favorite character. He's so damn cool.
He is really cool. I wanted to draw him. I actually have, like, this is off topic, but I have paints that are like the paints that they used for like early 2000s anime. Like all of the early 2000s anime uses this specific brand of paint to like do their backgrounds and stuff, and I have them, and I want to paint something, but I haven't done it yet.
I wanted to get back into painting as well, or just art in general. I don't know why I
Yeah.
lost that. Just lost the joy for it at some point, I guess.
Mello, I have a question that might be a spoiler, but I'm just curious now. Based off what you've learned about Japanese culture, does this character have a very Japanese person? Like, do they end up with someone in a very Japanese male adult way?
You mean Shishomaru?
Whoever this character is, I don't know their name.
You know, sometimes you gotta ask yourself, to what ends am I doing this? And I'm gonna ask this of you right here and right now. To what ends are you asking me this question, man? No, like, is this really worth it? I know where this is going, bro. You know where this is going. Just fantasize in your head. We both know what the answer is. We're gonna have a chuckle.
All right, the answer is yes. Got it.
Perhaps. Okay, perhaps.
Just to correct myself, I learned it's actually not a shoujo, even though it has like major romance aspects. It was published in Weekly Shonen Sunday, so it's technically shonen.
Ooh.
I mean, it's like one of the best anime ever created, so you know.
It's very good so far. I haven't finished it yet.
I'm glad it's still enticing people to watch it. It's pretty old.
Yeah, one of my friends is super, super into it, and I was like, oh, I've never watched this show, and then I just decided.
There's like a Boruto type of version of it too. But yeah,
There's a Boruto version?
Yeah, like with well, never mind.
Like the spinoff kind of thing?
Yeah,
Oh, I
like
know about Kagome and Inuyasha having kids, but
Okay.
There you go.
I haven't watched that yet, but 'cause I still need to finish like the end of Inuyasha, but I'm kind of excited to start. Excited to start. We'll see.
Well, that's definitely exciting. But getting back to it.
Wait, did you see the Superman movie, Miss?
I have not. The original I think I watched really long time ago, but I haven't seen like anything recent.
Okay, because you said earlier like Marvel more than DC. So
yeah, it's mostly Iron Man and the Avengers, and Spider-Man somewhat.
So Marvel is the ones that matter, minus the X-Men. But, yeah.
I've seen X-Men. What else have I seen?
Wait, you're Japan born and raised?
I'm not gonna specify that because
Well, she is Japan.
I am Japan. I just don't want people basing like my experience based off of my nationality because my experience is so different than what most people from one nationality have experienced. So it's like it's difficult to. I'd rather you just not know and just be like, oh yeah, have you seen this thing? Like I've seen VeggieTales. Like.
Right. I was just trying to do like a cultural comparison thing, but no, that's perfectly fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, my bad.
No, it's fine.
I just forgot what I was going to ask you. Sorry.
Something about DC.
Maybe you'll come back.
Well, there you go.
Oh, I think I was going to ask you about like American cartoons. Do you have like a favorite American cartoon?
Ooh. I really liked the American cartoon era because on TV here, like Disney Channel and Cartoon Network still come up, but I liked the cartoon era of Codename Kids Next Door and Kim Possible and Danny Phantom. That was like those are my favorite American cartoons.
Great picks. And I think you got like all 3 major brands with that one covered too. So very nice.
Yeah, I also know a lot of SpongeBob references, even though I wasn't technically supposed to be watching SpongeBob. I did it anyway. Haha.
Watching what?
SpongeBob.
What is that?
SpongeBob?
Oh, SpongeBob. Oh my
Yeah.
bad.
No.
No, bro,
What do you mean?
I
What
hate
is
I hate SpongeBob. I'm
I've
not gonna
never-
lie.
You hate SpongeBob? What?
I fucking hate. I know. I'm
Kamui sounded
hate
so defeated.
SpongeBob.
I've never been more hurt in my life.
Genuinely upset.
I heard him clutch his pearls. I was like, oh my goodness.
You know what, Mello? I was taken aback.
Yes, you were. Yes, you were, buddy. Yes, you were. I like that. Oh, is Sarada hopping on? Or is she good? Or he or they? Are they good?
I assume so.
Just so you know, I was curious about your position. I'm not interested in any like toxicity or anything like that. I mean, hell, if anything, if that happens, I'll leave. So if that's your concern, Sarada, then that's not going to be a thing. I can assure you. Not from me, anyways.
Oh, I stopped looking at their comments.
No, just
as
no, I'm not going to epically own you in some debate. Yeah, that's not what's about to happen. I'm just curious.
Yeah, we're willing to listen to your points. But
Yeah.
what a perfect segue back to the thing that you probably don't want to talk about anymore. So back to the power scaling aspect. There was something that you did say earlier of one of the arguments being, oh, well, they're too dumb to infuse their chakra. Well, that doesn't make sense for multiple levels. The most obvious one, they are infusing their chakra. They mold their chakra for fire style.
I think the maybe counter would be that when this happened in the series, the number of clones that were out was fewer, so they would be.
But there's a major problem with even that, Mello, because there was over 20 at this point, and that was like 20 to 30 is the range of them being dumb enough, according to Koji. And if there's too smart, then what is up with Koji's 20 to 30?
Yeah, I wasn't even referring to this scene. I was referring to the second time he does it when Sarada.
Yeah, he also just does to it in like the Sarada fights, like around that time.
And again, that's when he's at over 200.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
so
and that's
that devil.
Exactly. So that's when people are saying it's it's around the moment where Chocho punches off the head. So it doesn't apply. And even then, even if it does apply, well, it doesn't actually apply because if you remember back in the Naruto War Arc, the 10 Tails, it was obviously too dumb to do that. Except it actually wasn't because it was still molding its 80-20 chakra ratio for the tailed beast bombs, which Naruto struggled to do.
That's funny.
But it's operating on instinct there, but that gets to the point.
Wasn't that Kaguya?
That's funny. But like instinctually they can do all this. Like instinctually Jubito can do all Truth Seeker orbs.
Yeah.
Instinctually the Four Tails can do tail beast bombs. Instinctually the Claw Grind can fight. Then instinctually Mamushi can do all this too. It's not he's supposed to be instinctual. He's not a brain dead vegetable. He fights like a wild beast. The wild beast in Naruto can do all these things. So he's fine. The panda in the Boruto movie can do it. Okay.
Exactly.
What was with that panda? That panda was unusually powerful.
That was crazy.
The Kuma Panda.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just a fire style. He's doing other jutsu, like his splitting jutsu. That is one of his jutsu. He can do that. He's still doing that at 200. So he's smart enough to do
his
that.
Crab claw hand morphing stuff too.
Wait, are there real jutsu in real life?
Well, there's
the shuriken jutsu,
like
the whatever jutsu.
Every jutsu in Naruto is based off of an actual ninja technique. So, like, Oiroken no jutsu, obviously, like, ninja would disguise themselves as women and, like, sneak into places and do stuff like that. That's a real thing. There's also, like, obviously, the whole magic aspect to it isn't there. But there is a, like, fire style of jutsu. They would set fire to actual places, like spread, like...
You imagine that they just, like, throw some fuel on something and it's fire stuff. I mean,
basically, they would start a fire in another section of a village to like draw attention to it, and then go do the sneaky thing that they needed to do while everybody else was distracted by this fire. So like,
That's fire, actually.
yeah,
Water
like it's
style's
all
just a hose spraying
Literally.
everywhere.
It's just a
water
distraction.
is usually like they would go underwater with like little like things in their mouths to like stick up slightly so that they could still breathe and just like stay underwater for a while and like until a specific or like use water to get into places
Yeah,
because
like
there's
keep by the
Oh.
river when he's
that
running
things.
from Sakon.
That's what that ninja did to Kid Goku at the Red Ribbon Army base. And then Kid Goku
Yeah.
he pissed in the little
Yeah.
straw. I fucking like Kid Goku's the best. But yeah, my bad.
I love Dragon Ball.
Well, Miss Anne, I'm curious. What is the frilled neck lizard jutsu based on in real life ninja Japan?
The frilled neck lizard jutsu?
Well, I think
You don't
we need
remember?
to start at base 1 here. Miss And, what is a frilled neck lizard from a Japanese perspective?
I'm imagining one of those lizards that has like what a clown collar looks like?
Did you say from a Japanese perspective?
Yeah. They ask me these types of questions all the
We
time.
ask her that every night.
From a Japanese perspective. That's tough, man.
Don't get them started on the Japanese smile.
Y'all fools, bro.
Mello, okay, Oodie, do we do it right now?
Oh my god.
Which one?
Do we
Which
dare?
one? The Japanese style?
I don't
Yeah,
think
do
y'all
we
can
just
stop
show him
doing it, man.
The smile?
We can. I don't think it's gonna work if
Do you know what they said about you before you hopped on? They said, yeah, we have this Japanese guest. And at the time I was thinking, oh, that's cool. Can't wait to meet the guy. But this is like a thing. That's tough. That's actually tough.
Yeah, I mean, Miss Ann, it's basically a co-host at this point. She comes on like every stream.
I get very bored and pop in randomly and just say hello, and then I end up talking about things.
That is an adequate description.
She talks about them from a Japanese perspective.
Is this what
Bro,
you're
if you
thinking?
if you took Dexter from Dexter's lab and you
Oh
gave
my
him enough prep
gosh.
time, give him enough prep time, I think he'll scale to any universe in anime. He's just that
Dang.
smart. Bro invented time travel as a
That's
kid.
true. I didn't think about that.
I think he actually like broke the fourth wall in his movie. Like he
I
did some
think I'm
crazy
pretty,
like
yeah, I'm pretty sure.
multiversal. Yeah, he's insane.
Didn't he break it multiple times? That's another one of my favorite shows.
Toon Force, like man, it's my favorite cartoon. Like Dexter is like peak. I would love to see like a movie of him. So good.
Have you ever heard of people shipping him with it's not Bubbles, it's Blossom from Powerpuff Girls?
No, but they did have those Cartoon Network like bloopers. I think they
Yeah.
call them, or like the CN City. They all like kind of meet up with each other. So it's possible if they had like little fanfics. I think there's like a little I think Professor Plutonium is his name. And there was one where like Dexter was like chemical X like he was like making fun of him messing up the experiment. So yeah, it was kind of funny. That's
I think
interesting. I
there's a
didn't know they
couple.
did a fanfic of that. That's interesting.
There's dozens of them here. I found one once and I was like, what is this?
Yeah, but the stuff you could tell me about Japan, I probably never cease to amaze me. My God. I'm amazed. You guys found what you're looking for?
Taking it back.
Well, okay, here, Mello, there is one more thing that at least I will tell you, and this is something that you'll actually seriously appreciate / like. So this is one of those actually significantly rare moments where it is just a skill issue on your part to where you are genuinely forgetting something. But this is actually going to make you like Boruto better, so it's okay in this instance. So, as you remember, Sarada used her Mangekyo. Oh, with the manga, with Two Blue Vortex. Definitely not with the show, Two Blue Vortex. So,
gotcha.
So Sarada's going blind after 2 Mangekyo uses, and you hated that, because look at everything Sasuke could do.
Amongst other things, but that was one of the, yeah.
Yeah, so Well, yeah, this is only really confronting it from this one angle, but at least it's something. Well, it's not your fault because it's not just you. Literally everyone forgot this scene. But after the Sasuke versus Killer Bee scene, when he uses Mangekyo like 3 times for Amaterasu or whatever up to that point, he has a scene afterwards where he's recovering and he reaches for a glass of water and he like knocks it over because his like vision is like blurry for like a second. But then it goes back to like normal vision afterwards and he's like, yeah, I'm fine. But like that scene exists like in the manga, like it's canon. And it's pretty similar to the Sarada one. I don't know if Sarada's going to have the same thing to where she's going to be fine next chapter or if she's going to like stay blind. Also, the Sasuke scene, it didn't seem as bad. You could say it pretty much is like the same thing. It could just be like down to artistic differences between how it looked like. Kamui, I don't know if you have the image anywhere of the scene.
I could probably find it pretty quickly, but no, I don't have it off the top of my head.
Yeah, and my manga site broke. If you know what chapter it is, realistically, if you could share your screen.
I don't, but I would imagine I know where they're like in that little room. It's gotta be right after the bee fight.
Yeah. Well, that's to say that Sasuke was technically going blind after like 2 uses of his Mangekyo. Like in a very similar way, we got like a first-person perspective of like the lines being all shaky, wakey, dookie, wookie all over the place as he's like trying to like reach for the glass of water.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, is it the same like blur effect? Because I think they use the same effect for both.
It's not the same, but it's like pretty similar. It's probably pretty similar to like if you remember Itachi has a moment where Sasuke looks blurry at like the beginning of the fight.
Yeah.
It's like a first.
Looks
Yeah,
like
it's
that.
kind of like that.
Yeah. As long as it's close enough.
But that being said, there is a counter argument.
Oh,
I think
we got it in the chat of the Sage.
Oh, sorry. Somebody already got it.
Yeah, Noob posted it in the chat.
Great when I found it.
Reshare my screen. Okay, perfect.
Yeah,
so it's pretty similar, honestly.
But there is a counter argument, which is, as you mentioned yourself, this kind of gets blurry and goes away for Sasuke, right?
Oh, that does. Oh, I'm sorry. That doesn't look like the blurry thing to me.
Okay.
That looks way different. Like that looks like maybe like the blurry thing kind of looks like the eyes, sure, but like and then I'm not necessarily saying I'm right. I can definitely see why you would say that for sure. But it doesn't look like that blurry eyed effect. It just looks like maybe he had like a headache or strain or something like that.
Yeah, it was just like a quick moment of brain fog that immediately went away. He was completely fine after this, of course, because 5 Kage Summit is after this, so obviously. So I don't know.
He doesn't have the blurry vision till much later.
So this is one of those instances where we're just gonna have to wait and see with Sarada if it's gonna go the same path as Sasuke.
Not necessarily, because this is gonna get to the counter argument. So as you mentioned, this goes away, right?
Yeah.
So this is an important thing to note. Sasuke in the fight that led to this, he used 3 Mangekyo charges. He used his Amaterasu once and Kakatsuchi twice. And in Sarada's case, she used it once, then rested, then used it once, then rested. So Sasuke is still just using 3 times, like in the one use, as what Sarada did. So you could argue Sarada shouldn't necessarily be at the same level because Sasuke just did use it more. I mean, he's used it more in total and all at once. So you could make that argument too, but you are working with small numbers regardless. So
with Sarada, she didn't use it once. I mean twice. You said she used it twice?
I'm not going to count Daemon because all she did was activate it. She didn't use the ability.
That's fine. Yeah, but she didn't use it twice then. Because the thing is, Sarada, my critique isn't why is she going blind. It's like, why is she going blind against like, why are you wasting it against Mamushi when you've devalued Mamushi? That's my argument. Her using it twice and going blind, fine. I can make an argument for why that makes sense. I'm not even really too much like mad about that. This honestly, me mentioning like the Sasuke 5 Kage Summit thing, was really just me doing a bit. You know, I gotta make it more entertaining.
Well, you can make the argument. Okay, Sasuke went up against like 5 different, very powerful, important characters versus the Chocho victim.
Exactly.
Yeah, but my thing was, my underlying point was, it's not what you do, is how you do it. I don't care if it's just two, but one made sense. Ryu, okay, cool, that was dope. And then the last one needs to make sense too. Don't like you. That's it. That's really just it. Like, you've devalued this particular character now, and this feat is meaningless. And now you've had her go get closer to blindness from one meaningless feat, and I don't understand why. Now when I say it's not two, because she activates it and then she starts levitating. I mean, the levitation is a part of it. Her finite control to levitate objects but not mess with Delta, picking and choosing, that's a part of it. And then doing that with multiple objects, and then honestly, she doesn't need to pick herself up. I don't know why she floats. It's a waste of chakra, but I guess aura farming is dope.
That
Cool.
one data book implied that she can't control her floating.
Oh, she can't control. Okay, well, fair enough. And then she does, okay, fine. And then she manifests other orbs. Maybe that's a chakra cost, multiple orbs, and then the placement. So all that stuff, I think, costs. I think she's doing multiple things with the ability other than just like Ohiram, the final attack. And I think she does that multiple times. But yeah, I don't know.
It's possible. I don't like that one as much. I of the three explanations I don't like, that's the one I like the most. The other two that I like less than that is that Amaterasu is like a one-time thing, then Sasuke doesn't have to keep putting chakra in it, whereas, Sarada has to keep pumping chakra into her orbs to keep him going. I don't like that one as much. I also the one I like the least is, Sarada's Mangekyo is more powerful, and more powerful comes at a bigger cost. That one I hate the most.
Yeah, because then you look at like Kamui.
Yeah.
The one that the Mangekyo that lasts the longest.
The best one, actually, in
Exactly.
design and power. Although the gravity powers are sick. I won't lie about that. But
Yeah.
Intangibility? What? In
yeah.
Susanoo? What? Let's go.
I at least wanted to remind you of this scene because everyone else forgot about it. I figured you might have as well. So I'm glad to show this.
I mean, it's very forgettable because they put
Exactly.
way more emphasis on it. I mean, this worked in the moment coming out of the B fight, knowing the context of Mangekyo blindness with Itachi, but there's just so much more. Like, this is in the middle of the pain arc, and then there's so much more emphasis on this in the 5 Kage Summit that, yeah, this is just a forgettable scene.
Exactly.
People, you want to know the context? Does anyone remember that Sasuke has a conversation with Obito when he drops off B instead of just dropping him off and leaving? He has a whole ass chapter worth 2 chapters of talking to Obito. Do you remember that? No.
Yeah.
Bro's like, bro in check. They fighting in chat. It's funny. He's like, bro, what else could she have done besides the Mangekyo? It's like, bro, base Chocho is the
all of her
standard
other
now.
abilities.
She could have fought him without the Sharingan. She could have pulled a shuriken and chucked it at him and finished him off right then and there in the middle of the street like a dog. Put him down.
How did Chocho do it without a Mangekyo?
Base Sarada in Chapter 1 performs better against Claw Grind, multiple Claw Grind, than all of Team Inoshika Cho against Claw Grind. Sarada has her 3 combo on top of that. She'd be fine.
Monster strength and base, bro. Her reaction speed from Hiari mid Chidori, bro, her base is plenty. If Chocho can do it, bro, we good. Let alone a Chidori, bro. She's taking them all out with one strike.
And to
what
the person,
basically what Delta did,
exactly.
To
the person saying we're underestimating Chocho, so why didn't that apply when Chocho was fighting the Claw Grime in like Chapter 2 or 3? And to the person that said, we're overestimating Mamushi, he's the weakest Claw Grime, so why is he strong against Boruto? There you go. The power skilling's broken. That easy.
Bro, I thought that was a Nazi sign on Sasuke's hand. Like, it caught me.
Oh, from far away.
Yeah, I was like, whoa, Sasuke.
There is a kanji that looks exactly like the Nazi symbol in reverse.
Why you always come with why are you the bearer of bad news? What is going on?
Well, Mello, to be fair, Japan did fight on that side of the war.
I mean, I don't know.
Bro, why'd you do that, bro? That's tough.
What's next, Miss Ann? You gonna tell us about the Japanese public executions?
Nah, bro. Nah. Kamui, I recognize my own kind. You are neurodivergent like me, bro. There's no way anybody else would just blurt that out, bro. That was tough.
We are very comfortable on this.
That was tough. I've had my suspicions for a while. You should go see a doctor, buddy.
Oh
Sorry to spoil you. But yeah. Sorry, was somebody saying something?
I sent the kanji in chat. If you look at it.
Are we allowed to show this on screen?
Yeah, it's the reverse.
It's Neji's curse mark.
It's the manji formation.
Oh, that's right. I forgot Palantir's monitoring Discord.
Well, Mello, this is narratively significant. This is what Team 7 does to protect Tazuna.
That is not the manji formation.
It's the manji formation. I remember this. We found this out live.
And by the way, whoever manji is, the manji formation is trash. That's a trash formation, bro. It ain't protecting jack.
That's how you read that kanji is manji. That's the pronunciation.
Yeah, that brother manji, he was wrong when he came up with that formation. Okay. God bless his soul. Okay.
I love it.
So we saying Sarada, TBV Sarada. Sarada pull up 5 Kage Summit, okay? She's getting dusted. She's going blind, bro.
Speaking of the manji formation, if I'm not I just gotta double check to make sure it's not anime only, it's a manga thing. I'm just gonna double check something. But the manji formation, if I'm correct, is just the dumbest formation of all time. And I just need to make sure.
Actually, you are right, Mello. She fights Danzo.
Exposed from the back, bro. It don't make no sense. Danzo is just flexing, bro.
Yeah, she'll take out the first Danzo with the orbs or whatever. That's fine. She'll probably pass out immediately after. Then, like, the next 9 minutes Danzo has, she'll just die.
It's the trash formation, bro. I said it when I was like, wait a minute. No wonder he got through that formation. That's tough.
Yeah. My thing would load.
See, now I'm expecting. I go to Japan. I'm expecting, dude. You know that shit that Naruto did when he had like the wallpaper he used to hide on the wall. It's like the opening, like episode 1. That goofy shit he used to do. And he was like, they would pull it down. You go run. I'm expecting to see Japanese men do that weird shit, man. I go visit there. I will not be surprised by anything anymore.
They do have mirrors next to like most escalators to prevent like people from taking pictures up girl skirts. So that's
Why
a thing.
are y'all that down bad? Is it because they don't interact when they're younger?
It's probably there's a lot that probably goes on, and the fact that they just don't have like any sort of education concerning that as well. There's no like talk or anything like that. There's a lot that's just wrong.
Craziest part is all that, and the birth rate is still non-existent. Like how?
Cheating is also super normalized. So like even after like somebody gets married, their husband usually cheats on them, and then they're just like, oh, as long as they hide it well, it's fine.
Maybe that's why Naruto thought Sasuke was cheating and Naruto Gaiden.
The reason I'm laughing is because I could just imagine Mello hearing the like 200th bad thing about Japan tonight, and he's just over there, just out of it.
I'm so sorry.
I'm defeated, buddy. I'm not gonna lie to you. It is cooked.
Well, Mello, you can cook the manji formation here. So I was correct. I did remember right. This formation's so stupid. It just exposes Tazuna from behind. Why aren't they making a triangle around Tazuna? Why are they just in front and that's it?
They don't make like it. One Nightwing twirly flip and this dude is cooked. He's chopped.
Well, to be fair, if you try and attack Tazuna from behind, that dynamite on his back is gonna blow you up.
Yeah, but what if he does the Itachi Kunai trick? He's just so exposed.
Isn't that how Achilles died with his ankles exposed? Man, guard this man's ankles.
Also, bro, Kakashi here. Why is he like slumping his neck so far down?
I know.
Why
he's
really
really
like about to
and
bust
scared.
a move or something? Like, Kakashi, you good, bro?
Well, also, is that Naruto on the left? Like, because
so.
his outfit is very different. If that's Sasuke, his hair is very different.
And they're so tiny.
I know it's a backpack.
I
That's
know,
why
bro.
They're so teeny tiny. It's funny.
Crazy.
And
Also,
why is-
Tazan is a
wait,
Katsuki
like
member.
belly
I
button.
thought wait, why is Kakashi dressed like that? Why is he slumped over like that?
Bro, is this the
He's in
Naruto
the
manga? What is this?
If
Is
they're
this
in the
a
Manji
manga?
formation, that means like somebody's in the field right now. Like they fighting. So this ain't him on crutches. Why is he like that, bro? That's crazy as fuck.
Kakashi's just getting ready to fight his opposite.
He looks like he's pouting or something. What the fuck? Man, this
He's really upset that Zabuza would want to kill
I can't believe
Tazan.
that was a water clone, man. That was a good move I did. He messed up my move, man.
Getting back into his Anbu days.
That's crazy.
Y'all love
Yeah,
to see
Manji
it.
formation's trash. I can't believe you actually went and found a panel of the Manji formation.
Bro, I had to make sure.
How the fuck did you find that?
Better known as Neji's curse mark.
Exactly. I was so glad that Salads and Bolts was on the same page with sending us the Manji formation kanji. That's one of the OG podcast topics.
Okay, here, you know
Back in
what?
the day.
Final
really?
podcast topic for tonight. I can't help myself but to do this last one since we're all here talking about it. So, I mean, Kamui, you I think
might as well do this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm the one who wrote this originally. And did you coincidentally also write this, or were you just expanding off what I found?
What did you say?
I don't know. It's somewhere far above, probably.
Okay. Well, you might have
y'all
done the
the
right
Genjutsu?
channel, and that's why I knew that existed, and I did this left. I don't remember, but
Well, here, we'll just start
um,
here. So, do you guys remember Neji's death? Spoiler alert.
He died for real? I forgot.
know.
It
Well,
was so memorable.
You know, it's unfortunate because if you remember, he died before he changed the way of the Hyuga.
yeah, because Neji was gonna do that. That's not clearly states here.
You know, ignore this also already being a retcon since Naruto said he would change the way of Hyuga after he became Hokage.
Lazy ass. Trying to pawn
After
off
he became
responsibility.
Okage.
That's why I like Kid Naruto better. And what a bastard of a thing to say, bro. He's already chopped. Why would you say this to him? Like, hey, man, weren't
He
you,
really
hey,
wants to
about
rub
die.
it in.
Hey,
Yeah, you can't. You
about that thing you
now.
dedicated your whole fucking life to. Why ain't you? What about that, buddy? He's like, motherfucker, I'm already died. Come on,
I
Naruto.
know you're dying and all, but you know all that regret you have?
Naruto got he's neurodivergent too. I told you I recognize my own. Okay, he's one of us. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what if I told you this isn't exactly accurate, per se? Even more beyond what we've already said. Naruto's not being truthful here.
Yeah, because this is in chapter 614. But previously, in the same arc here, the war arc, I mean, Hiyashi really lays it on the table for Hizashi. Today, the cadet branch, the side branch, does not live to serve and protect the main branch, but the blood of the main branch. They stand side by side as equals and protect each other. So, as a previous panel he explains, it's not like that. The Hyuga has already changed.
He's explaining
Just
this
for-
to Edo Hizashi.
But just for today, he made sure today, comma. He said just for today.
That is the funny explanation.
Not tomorrow, motherfucker. Just today. You free.
Okay, that's what Naruto meant. You were gonna make it permanent, Neji.
Okay, that's good. I like that. Oh,
I got brown skin. I noticed things that you guys probably won't. So,
I mean,
yeah.
as funny of a meme as that is, it low-key unironically just might be the interpretation. I just
Because
didn't
of
even consider
the
it.
war,
Exactly.
Alliance thing.
Yeah, the Alliance. They got the headband and
Oh, yeah.
everything.
They got their ass back in line. Trust me.
Hold on, let
Say-
me double check this again because I
They
think he does
say
say other
thanks to the
things that clearly
Powerpuff Girls.
indicate he means in general, but
Yeah, back to work.
that's also really funny.
No, I think it's hilarious. Like they take off their Alliance headband, put on the Leaf headband. All right, you're our slaves again.
I know.
Okay, so let me actually look and see what he
we
says. Okay, so
won!
okay,
We
so
won, everybody. And then he's like, "Nah,
No,
motherfucker, it's time to
you
go home."
lost.
okay, so this is what
That was cool.
Hizashi says. Even my own wish to die for the sake of it has been denied. This must be by fate as a cadet branch member. And then Hiyashi says, no such fate exists. Your son has been fighting hard to prove that, as has my daughter. And then he goes on to say today that, so I guess, well, I mean, no such fate exists today.
That's stupid.
He love that today shit, don't he?
I mean, if anything, this could be even more cruel. No, it's not fate. We're just doing it.
We're just mean.
Bro would make a fantastic president, I swear. Just a cold bastard, bro.
That's crazy.
But we'll mask the bullshit like he doing something for you. Man, this dude tough. I like it though. He is a ninja.
Yeah. All right, Kamui, did you have anything else?
Well, I did have that really long Daemon
nope.
one, which
All right. I'm glad everyone enjoyed tonight's stream. Mello, did you have an outro for all of us?
Yes, it was a pleasure meeting you, Miss And. That's an interesting name, by the way.
That's the first time you've said the full thing.
Entirely my fault.
Okay, so I just want to acknowledge this because you're just addressing the elephant in the room. That's the first time, Mello, you've said Miss And. Up until now, you've called her exclusively Miss.
No, I've said Miss And, but I've said Ann because I'm from the South, so my d is not going to be pronunciated, so it sounds like Miss Ann, but it's really Miss And. But that last time I made sure to pronunciate it just to flex. So
gotcha.
I do it, but I
so what you're saying is you're using the caps lock on this one,
and all the emphasis in the world.
Like I do it, but you know I'm aware of it. That was what I meant to say. But yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry for bullying you
right
at the end.
But yeah, it was a pleasure meeting you. Thank you for ruining my childhood.
Thank you for ruining Japan for.
I'm so sorry.
Always a pleasure, Oodie and Kamui. And my departing words is will be empathy and love is the way of the world. Okay, anyone who tells you any difference a weirdo. Point at them and laugh. Ha ha. Okay, look at that weirdo. Okay.
Such as that Sarada person from. Sorry, I'm ruining this.
feel love and joy for your fellow man, woman, and put yourself in other people's shoes. Okay. Stop being jerks out there. We have a lot of buttholes in the world right now, and we have to be the example because the boomers are crazy. So please be better than you were tomorrow, or today, or yesterday, or just be better. Okay. Thank you.
Bravo.
Right. That's all I can say.
Inspirational words to end it off.
So you're saying Rock Lee's stronger than we were yesterday, but better than we were yesterday.
Rock Lee should have been the main character. Yeah, I said it. It's true. It's true.
And we'll end there. All right. Good night, everybody.
Wait, what about her? What about her departing words?
Yeah, bye, Miss Ed. Say goodbye.
Miss Ed, do the outro.
Sayonara.
I don't like your outro.
Well, Miss Ed, but you know the outro. You could reveal it to Mello.
やだ。したくないよ。
Well, maybe you could tell us.
Well, I mean, it would be on brand for that 4chan post.
Oh my gosh.
はじめまして、私はメロです。
おお。はじめまして。あ、ですねかです。どっちでも大丈夫。どっちでも OK。こんばんは。
こんばんは。I'll work on it. You guys have a lovely night. Goodbye.
I will say before things wrap up, it was a pleasure meeting you as well. I had a lot of fun today. Thank you.
Yay.
Oh, thank you. All right, guys.
I did not expect most of these topics tonight.
As usual.
Miss Ann, you were such a good sport.
I'm so sorry.
No, we're sorry.
For allowing us to emphasize how Japanese you are at every twist and turn.
And the funniest part is Kamui, as she admitted on the stream, we don't even know if she actually is Japanese. She's just living there as far as we're aware.
We don't care. She's Japanese to us.
Exactly.
I appreciate your faith in me.
Yeah.
We're like Mike, Guy, and Lee cheering on 10-10 with the prelims.
Usually I have to work hard to prove the opposite, that I actually know something about it. Because I'm speaking English, they're like, no, you're just a fake person.
A fake person. Well,
if whenever you interact with those people, just send them our way. We'll convince them. If we can convince it's Meek about the Japanese smile, we can convince them of anything.
I thought you guys were gonna do that.
Well, we were planning on it, but
yeah, we were starting to realize Mello was really running out of gas there, so we just like Kamui's really long podcast topic that we never would have sat through. Let's be honest. But yeah.
But I was ready for it. Even though I wanted to go to bed. You know, Oodie, I wanted what a surprise. I was thinking about saying I want to end by like 1 to 2. And here we are at 6 a.m. 4 to 5 hours later.
I'm so sorry.
I wonder if Mello has something more to say.
He's gonna be like, you guys are still live? Maybe he forgot we ended.
My bad. You guys are still live? No.
Hey, you're right.
No, sorry. There's this one last thing. I just learned about this person, and this person is like my favorite person on earth right now. Her name is Alyssa Liu. You ever heard of her?
I have not.
Well, no one in particular. But I just want to put you guys on game. Check her out. She's like the first woman in America to like win like a gold medal in like figure skating. It's like freaking epic.
Was it at the Olympics?
Yeah. But her mindset
Mello.
Like,
okay. I'm
she's
sorry
so
to steal your thunder, Mello. I'm gonna tell you something that even you are gonna like more than that.
What's up?
Tsunade's voice actor was the Olympic narrator this year.
Wait, what?
He did tell me this.
Right.
It took me a minute to process. Like, wait.
I could tell by that pause.
Why?
Why not?
When? Send me a clip. Sorry,
I haven't like seen the Olympics at all this year. I just have her saying it at like a convention or whatever.
I'm pretty sure I can just search something like that up. It'll pop up. So I'll give it a look.
Because I want to hear it and see if she sounds like Tsunade.
Yeah.
Wait, is the Olympics happening like right now?
She already won her gold medal, but I think they have
Oh,
other
dang.
events.
It's probably multiple days, right?
Well, no, I think it's been done for like a week or 2.
Yeah, there you go.
But
Dang, I didn't even know it was happening.
But check her out. She's like super awesome. Her mindset is like fucking amazing. If you're looking for some inspirational shit. But I don't. Yeah. But sorry. This is all I came here to say. You guys continue to be awesome.
Oh, that's cool though.
Yep. All right, guys. Peace.
All right.
See ya.
Well, let's skedaddle.
Yeah, let's go have a Japanese night.
Whatever that means.
Miss Ann would know.
Bye.